So as we peer around the graphic, we can see that race, as if by magic, the graphic disappears. Yes. Junior under 16 girls coxless pairs semi-final A-B. First three go through to the final. Lane number 1, Lady Eleanor Hollis. 2, Hollingworth Lake. 3, Putney High School. 4 is Trenton Boat Club. 5, Godolphin Latimer. Lane number 6, Headington School. And 7 is Weybridge Rowing Club. And we're watching here lane number 3, Putney High School leading the way. Just inside of them it is Trenton Boat Club with Headington School in lane number 6. 250 metres gone, and they look like the leading 3 crews making their way down the course in pretty fantastic conditions, to be honest. Absolutely lovely flat. The flags are remaining pretty limp as we watch this. The first of our heats this afternoon, semi-final of the junior under 16 girls coxless pairs. So Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane 1, Hollingworth Lake in the blue at the top of your screen in lane number 2, and in front is Putney High School in lane 3. They're being followed by Trentham, and then I think if we look a little bit to the left, we'll see that Headington School in lane number 6 still in 3rd position. Past the halfway mark, and it's still lane number 5 that leads this junior under 16 girls coxless pairs. And they've established a pretty solid lead out in front there now. They can watch the opposition, watch any move that's put on them, but it's the first 3 that go through to the final. Race on for 2nd position with Headington School going through the 12.50 now, ahead of so it's Putney High that lead ahead of Headington, and then we can have a look here and see all of the crews moving up now towards the 12.50. Putney High School continue to lead this race. Ahead of Trentham and Headington. Trentham and Headington, when the camera angle straightens out, we'll be able to see how that is fair enough for second spot. About 300 metres to go, and there's still these three crews out in front. Lane number 4 now, Trentham, beginning to catch up the leading crew, which is Putney High School, that have led all the way. And we have in lane number 6, Headington. About 100 metres to go, and oh dear, we've had a little bit of a mishap there in the leading crew. The steering's gone, and the steering has well and truly gone. They've cut right across the lanes there, and we're having a look from our position, and Putney High School now have completely swapped lanes, so this is a bit of drama. And the crews are diverging. Putney High School now rowing over, and well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. 3 crews, and they've all managed somehow to pretty much swap lanes. Well, 3 crews crossed the line, and the order they crossed the line were Putney High, Headington, and Trentham. Collingwood Lake go through there. Well, we will have to update you here. The umpire has a flag. We're watching here with interest. There is a red flag. We will bring you an update on that race just as soon as you have it. Well, all going swimmingly until 2:50. When I bent down to take a bite of my Jamaican pasty that somebody kindly got me, and when I looked up, the crews were going in all sorts of directions, so we'll let you know what the outcome is. So the news on that race was a disqualification for Putney High School, who interfered with another crew. They were disqualified, so the result, the first three to go through to the A final, was a win for Trenton Boat Club in lane number 4, second Headington School, lane number 6, and in third spot it was Hollingworth Lake. So the 1, 2, 3, the three to go through: Trenton, Headington School, Hollingworth Lake. The second semi-final, the junior under-16 girls coxless pairs. St Paul's in 1, Liverpool Victoria in 2, Beckett School. Sorry, in lane number 2 it's St Paul's, lane 3 Liverpool Victoria, Beckett School in 4, Kingston Grammar in lane 5, Great Barlow School B, lane 6 Great Barlow School A, in lane number 7. Kingston Grammar in red, out in front. Great Marlow School B crew doing well here in second position. Bit of a scrap going on for third possibly. No, it looks very much as if lane number 4 here, Beckett School, have got the third spot, but it's Kingston, the pair from Kingston Grammar, powering their way through. So barring disaster, which pretty much struck Putney High in the last semi, providing these crews stay straight, it looks like it's going to be Kingston, Great Marlow and Beckett that go through. Kingston Grammar School A crew crossing the line with Borlays, and then Beckett. A little bit further back down the field we have Liverpool Victoria, St Paul's, and then St Paul's and William Borlays B just crossing the line ahead of St Paul's, followed by Liverpool Victoria. Semi-final A, B, 2. The first three there go through to semi-final A, and they are in first position was Kingston Grammar School A, Great Marlow School B, and then Beckett School cross the line third. So three that go through to the A final.
My bad.
Race 3-2-3, junior under 16 coxless pairs. It's the turn of the boys. Eton College B in lane 1, Bedford School in 2, King's Chester in 3, Wallingford Rowing Club 4, Westminster School in lane 5, and Eton College in lane 6. In fact, they're starting off here rowing in lanes 2 to 7, so it's Eton B in 2, Bedford 3, King's Chester 4, Wallingford 5, Westminster in 6, Eton A in lane 7. They've gone through 500 metres, and the crews at the front here, you can see on your screen as the camera pans out, looks very much as if King's Chester got a lead at the moment over Wallingford and Bedford. Not much to choose between Wallingford and Bedford. Eton College A in lane 7 are in 4th. Westminster in lane 5, in lane number 6, back in 5th, and Eton College B back in 6th position. And lane number 2, Bedford School, taking a slight deviation there. They're back up and running now, but they're having a few issues, those boys. Eton College B on the far side just look to be making a little bit heavy weather of it, if you're allowed to make a comment. King's Chester, though, powering their way down the course here with Wallingford inside them. So they've just gone through the halfway mark, and it's still King's Chester that lead this first of the semi-finals of the junior under 16 coxless pairs. The first 3 crews go through to final A. Well, Wallingford now firmly in second position ahead of Eton. So they go through 12:50. Eton College just about in third. So there we are, we can see the whole field now spread out on the screen, and the two Eton crews at the top and bottom of the picture are now revving it up a bit, but out in front it is still King's Chester and Wallingford in 1 and 2. Eton College B look to be in 3rd position, and Bedford, after their steering problems, haven't really managed to get back in amongst the field here. They're out the back along with Westminster and Eton College A at the bottom of your picture trying to get in on the app, but the three out in front are still King's Chester, Wallingford Rowing Club and Eton College B. So we go through the 1750, so 250 metres to go. If you were watching earlier, this is where we had a bit of drama in the girls' race. But these boys a bit further ahead. Eton A at the bottom of our screen here. They seem to have got on a bit of a spurt. They've come in under the radar, so they're challenging now the other Eton crew on the other side of the lake, and their blade work is going all over the shop. Somehow they're still managing to propel themselves down the course, but I think Eton B will be overtaken by their A crew now. The A crew putting on a real spurt, but they're not going to catch Wallingford for second. So coming up to the line now, it's going to be King's Chester who cross the line ahead of Wallingford, and very tight for third, but I think it's going to be Eton A nearest to us in the tower, the crossing third, Eton B fourth, Westminster and then Bedford. White flag making the race result official. In lane number 4, it was King's Chester that won that, with Wallingford in second, Eton A in third. Those three go through to the final. Second semi-final here of the junior under-16 coxless pairs. 3 of these go through to the A final to meet King's Chester, Wallingford and Eton College. In lane number 2 we have Northwich. Lane 3 Great Marlow School. Lane 4 is Walton Rowing Club. 5 is St Paul's. 6 is Radley College, and in lane 7 it's Sir William Borlase. St Paul's out in front. This the under-16 pairs with we shall say Walton probably next up, Northwich at the top of your screen, then Great Marlow School drop back a bit, so it's Walton in second, we think, along with St Paul's out in front, and then Radley College in third. William Borlase is not in picture here, but I think they're a bit of a way back. And you can see there they go through the 12.50. There's the Windsor Boys School 10th. There's Radley in second spot, just about a quarter length behind St Paul's. Walton in third. And William Borlase School have been left out the back. So the rows here in the junior under-16 coxed pairs making it down. They race on for second spot here between Great Marlow School and Radley, possibly. No, that's back for third, so it's Walton in second now, and yeah, a little bit still to play for. St Paul's look good out front though. Control of the race, having a look round, keeping an eye on the threat. Northwich at the top of your screen there, still moving pretty well, so we'll have to see how this pans out for the second and third position, but out in front it is St Paul's. Then you've got Radley, Walton and Northwich. Yeah, we're all agreed here that St Paul's have had a very good regatta indeed, and these boys did well in the time trial this morning, and now heading down, showing us how it should be done with 250 metres to go. Walton in second, Radley are in third. There's Northwich now going through the 1750, and just behind them it's Great Marlow School. So Radley here having a bit of a yo-yo with Walton, and these three, I think now, providing they, I was just about to say providing they keep their steering going, but right on cue, Radley decide to go the wrong side of the boys, and they are now just drifting into the other lane. They've straightened now, they've come back into their own lane, which has given Walton a bit more of an advantage for second spot. Crossing the line then, it is St Paul's, and they are going to cross ahead of Walton and then Radley. Northwich fourth, Great Marlow School fifth, and then a bit of a delay to Sir William Borlase. We'll wait for the umpire's official decision and confirm the result. So 3 crews then through to the semi-final from that heat. It will be St Paul's, Walton Rowing Club and Radley College, who join King's Chester, Wallingford and Eton A in the A final of the Junior Under-16 coxless pairs. 3-horse race next, so that right on cue I will hand you over to my colleague.
Such a generous, giving chap, Martin. Thank you very much. As we look up, back down the course on this wonderful big screen that we've got here, just to the left of the commentary position, we can see that we are at the top, and this is a D final, so the people who didn't do so well in the time trial this morning have a chance to race off just to see if they're better than the other chaps in this Junior Under-16 coxless pairs. In lane 3 we've got LVS Ascot. In lane 4 we have Emmanuel School. In lane 5 we have Dulwich College. And as we just wait for that, let me just remind you that the Regatta shop is still opening. At the moment there is no queue. I repeat, no queue for the ladies in the Regatta shop. And if you just haven't got your t-shirt yet, go quick. I'm sure they've got most sizes left for you, but other teddy bears and hoodies and fleeces and things like that, and mugs if you need to get a Father's Day gift, which is coming up soon. So great little treat for them. Maybe a pen if they're extra lucky. So this is a great shot we're getting from our cameraman right down at the start. You can see the Olympic rings, and the red light goes on. When that goes off, they will be away. And there's the green light, and they'll just draw that first stroke away. Just squeeze it. You don't want to pull too hard, otherwise you'll rip it and go backwards. But all 3 crews seems to have got away nicely. A little bit of a steering adjustment maybe by Emmanuel needed. They're being warned, and also as well Dulwich going towards each other. Those two crews coming together a little bit, but they've readjusted. 5 or 10 strokes in now, and hopefully they're lengthening their strides out and hitting their racing rhythm, which they'll take up until the first piece or first move that they have. Coaches will have planned that with them in the race plan, so they'll have a plan to go out and hopefully execute that perfectly, depending on where they are in the positions in the race. If you're a little bit behind, sometimes you expedite your race plan to get back on top. Other times you will be able to stick to your race plan and maybe not even use the last push as you come through. So about 250 metres gone potentially, and I think a couple of these crews just taking a little bit of a scenic route down the lanes, sculling in a pair, which is what you should do. You shouldn't really row it through. You should almost treat it like a single scull, but just both of you in unison, just tapping the boat along as they go through 250. And looks like to me we've probably got Emmanuel School out in the lead of the chaps from Ascot and Dulwich College, kind of taking a little bit of a less direct route, which might contribute to the slightly latter position in this 3. So I think as we can see the chaps from Emmanuel just keeping their boat a little bit more level than the people from Ascot and Dulwich College. So we're just having a little bit of a lead just past halfway, 500 metres gone. And by keeping the boat a little bit level, a little bit more stable, better platform to go out and have a really full stroke to plonk your catches in right at the top, which enables you to just push that boat speed forward. And really what you want, as we can see, a great shot there from the camera crew, about a length up on the other 2, and there's not much to split, LVS Ascot and Dulwich College, but our rowers from Emmanuel School with about a length's lead as they come to 750 metres gone. Just under pipping the guys, and so you can see if you're a little bit more efficient in the water and having a little bit longer strokes, you can row at a lower level, which enables you to propel the boat further through water. What you really want to do is really reach out and get nice long efficient strokes in these pairs. So Tom and Gabrielle from Manual School rowing along nicely at the moment with about a length lead on the others. Just seen LVS Ascot with a bit of a push. You can see their rate stiffened. Jay in the stroke seat just having a quick glance across, seeing how they're doing. Do they need to change their race plan a little bit? Lots of communication hopefully going on between these pairs, keeping in touch. And George and Henry over in the Dulwich boat just having a quick glance just to make sure they're still in touch with the boys from Emmanuel School, Tom and Gabriel. So we're approaching the 1,000 metre mark, as you can see the hard on the far side with the pontoons, just as we come into the first line of tents up at the far end. So 1,000 metres of tents here today. A very good showing from all of the parents, supporters and retail people as we go through the halfway mark. And as we come to our static camera, we'll get a nice look across the water and give you a definitive idea about the lengths. But if I'm a betting man, I'd say that Emmanuel School will still be leading the rowers from Dulwich College and LVS Ascot. I'd be interested to see the difference between the people in second and third. But Tom and Gabrielle seem to be doing a great job from Emmanuel School. Probably about a length of clear water by the looks of it now. As we come just past tent on the far side. Look straight down the boys here. Nice shot there with 750 metres to go. About a length of clear water to the chaps from Dulwich College and LVS. And as I said, they're pretty neck and neck still. Haven't been able to separate these two after the first few strokes. So as we come 750 metres to go, we need to make sure that as the rate comes up, they keep their strokes nice and long. Dulwich College just being warned by the umpire again just to return to their lane. Obviously they're pushing hard, so trying to get back on terms with them. However, they need to make sure that they continue straight down the course. But Tom and Gabriel from Emmanuel School seem to be in control, in command. They haven't looked flustered. They've kept a very steady rate, a bit of a push in the 1,000 metre mark they had. Another little stiffener there at 750 metres to go, just to maintain their rhythm. And George and Henry just need to keep their boat going in a straight line, and they might be able to make some headway on them. Keep holding those catches in, pushing those finishes through, and see how they propel forward. So coming up with about 500 metres to go, we'll see if Tom and Jay from LVS Ascot have managed to put a dent into Tom and Gabriel's lead from Manual School. Probably not. They seem to be fairly steady. The rate seems to have gone up from LVS Ascot with inside the last 500 metres. Emmanuel School maintaining their lead, I'd guess, of about 2 lengths over the rest of the field. And I'd say that LVS have a lead of about half a length over Dulwich as well. But we'll get a great look straight down across the lake in a minute. So just come past this camera point, we can just hold there. We can have a great view about how far away they are. There we go. So that's almost 3 lengths now, and neck still. The rowers from LVS and Dulwich. It's going to be a cracking finish on the line. I think Emmanuel have got this sewn up now as before, unless something goes drastically wrong, but they seem to have been pretty steady all the way down the course. So I think demonstrating the importance here of keeping a straight rudder and keeping the boat going true as we come in inside the last 250. Big boat stopping crab. And LVS, can they capitalise on that mistake? They've done a bit of a restart. And another boat stopper. So can Emmanuel hold on just to the end, the last few strokes? LVS, do they have the boat speed? The umpire's warning them now. This is turning into a great finish. I think they've held on by 3/4 of a length. LVS with great swings, and Dulwich crossing the line in third. So for 3 boats, that was a great race to commentate down on the course. As I gaze up, and we're waiting for a white flag, which we've just got, just to confirm that Emmanuel School were 3/4 of a length in front of LVS Ascot, who in turn were a length in front of Dulwich College. Was the confirmed result from that, the D final of the J16 coxless pairs. And if we flit back up the course, we can get a C final of the junior under 16 coxless pairs. And I can say we've actually got 6 boats in this. There might be more for me to talk about. In lane 2 we have Beckett School, in lane 3 Radley B, in lane 4 Eton College C, in lane 5 Radnor House, in lane 6 Bedford Modern, and in lane 7 Monkton Combe. So if we can get a static shot across the lake on as they come through this timing mark, it looks at about 1,000 metres or so. Nope, 750 metres to go. It seems that we have what looks like Eton College leading Radley, who in turn are leaving Radnor House, through to Bedford Modern School, just behind Monkton Combe, and over there in lane 2 Beckett School. So Eton, Radley, Radnor, Monkton, Bedford and Beckett with 750 metres to go. Again, those boats that are slightly more stable platforms going in a straighter line should be doing better in this one. We've got the umpire's flag out again. J16 coxed pairs, it's very difficult to keep in a straight line. Coxless pairs, sorry, I must say, as you've got people who are not used to necessarily rowing a pair that much, normally used to bigger boats where you just put all the welly down on your oar, maybe most of the guys in the 8s yesterday. So hopefully they were able to translate that into speed today in these smaller boats, which require a little bit more finesse. And Eton College seem to be still leading from Radley and Radnor House, with the white blades with the red dot on by the looks of it. And again, this is a C final, so racing for posterity only. Today having another race just to sort out those minor placings from the A and B finals later on in the afternoon. Eton College still leading on their home water, doing slightly better at keeping in a straight line. Helps when you've got boys to practice on all the time. Whereas if you're used to rowing on a river and going in curves, it's much easier to translate that into a race day. Eton College with, I'd say, an easily lead now over their messers from Radley College, who have 3/4 of a length lead over those from Radnor House. A little bit of a warning going on from the umpire again as we come into the last 250 metres, and a real scrap going on here in lane 6 and 7 between Bedford and Monkton Combe for that 4th and 5th place, as Eton College power on down the line of boys to take this one. So as we come up to the line, Eton College maintaining their large lead over the rest of the field. Radley College still with 3/4 of a length lead over Radnor House, and Monkton Combe and Bedford Modern School in lane 6 and 7 as Eton College cross the line. And this is a real ding-dong. What have we got here? Radnor House just squeezing in front of Radley as they cross the line. And again, another really tight finish. There's a foot or two in this. Oh, I think we'll have to wait for the umpires to tell me who's come first there. That was very, very close between Bedford Modern and Monkton. And I think we're just waiting for Beckett School, closest to the tents over on the far side, just to complete that C final here of the Junior 16 coxless pairs. So Eton College finished in front of the rowers from Radnor House, it looked like, over Radley B. in front of what I looked like Monkton. Yeah, I've just had the confirmation, Monkton Combe and Bedford Modern School, and then Beckett School taking up the last place. We're just waiting for that confirmation from the umpire. I don't know whether I've missed that white flag. We've had it, I've missed that, so that was the result of that race. Back up to the Junior Under 16 Girls Coxed Fours. This is a final, so we have, a B semi-final, my apologies. We have the first three and the fastest loser going through to the final this afternoon. So that last spot will need confirmation from the two races as they go through. So in lane 1 we have Godolphin Latimer, in lane 2 we have Emmanuel School B, in lane 3 we have Lee Rowing Club, in lane 4 we have Enniskillen, in lane 5 we have Yarm, in lane 6 we have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and in lane 7 Lady Eleanor Hollis A. And you've got that on the screen in front of you, and we've gone through the 1,000 metre mark just there, and it looks like we have Lee Rowing Club. Looks like they might be leading this one, along with the girls from Yarm and Enniskillen in the middle of the lake there. As we approach our static cam, we'll get a better shot, and again the slight distortion of the shot may have Lady Eleanor Hollis in with a shout. So it looks like we've got Lee in the lead over what looks like Yarm and Enniskillen. I think these two might be very difficult to separate. So as we approach the line, we might be corrected here. And Lady Eleanor Hollis in with a shout as well, as I did say. Yeah, I have Lady Eleanor Hollis by a whisper over the girls from Yarm, who are just in front of Lee and Enniskillen. They're 1, 2, 3, 4 as we go through 750 metres to go, followed by Aberdeen, and over in lanes 2 and 1, Emmanuel School and Godolphin Latimer. So Lady Eleanor Hollis out here closest to the bank, maybe had a bit of a cat and mouse game in their time trial, didn't quite get everything sorted. Very strong first 1,000, 1,200 metres, so we'll have to see how the rest of the race pans out. But Lady Eleanor Hollis were leading just after halfway, in front of the girls from Yarm School and Lee Rowing Club, as well as Enniskillen, who are not out of it by any means. So those are the four I think we're going to have, and remember it's all to race for. The first three go straight through, and then between this and the other semi-final we will find the fastest loser to join them in that final with 7 boats this evening.
I was pressing it. Can we use a manual? That's the focus. This is
So Lady Eleanor Hollis seem like they're maintaining their lead, and I would hazard a guess at my last error that we still have Yarm probably just in front of Lee, Enniskillen, unless they've made a significant move with 500 metres to go. And to be honest, if you've not made a move, you need to be thinking about it now. Only the first three to go through automatically, and then you've got to hope that you had the fastest semi-final with semi-final B that comes the second semi-final in a minute. Got to make sure you keep it nice and long in these coxed fours. You're carrying a quarter of a cox, which is not that much, but still it's more than you do in an 8. So as we look at this static shot, Lee have managed to take the slight lead over Lady Eleanor Hollis, who in turn have a small lead over the girls from Enniskillen, and Yarm School are the ones who are outside looking in as we watch Aberdeen Rowing Association come through now, and Emmanuel School and Latimer Godolphin. So 250 metres to go, 4 boats, 3 to go through automatically, and then the next one just needs to hope and pray that they're faster than the 4th place in the next semi-final. So who's it going to be? Who's got the finish? Who can bring something out of the bag in these last few strokes? Probably no more than about 20 to go now. It seems that the girls from Enniskillen have got a real finish coming on there now. Yarm are not going to be left out on the outside. Lee pushing on, keeping a very steady rhythm, got pretty constant boat speed. What have LEH got? Can they respond? Are they going to be wasting this lead that they had all the way? So as we approach the line, it looks like Lee have a short lead over Enniskillen, who in turn have a lead over Yarm, and LEH need to just hang on in there now. They've got to wait. They've got to wait and see. They're going to be keeping a beady eye on the clocks to see how the next semi-final goes. So those how they cross the line. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, followed by Emmanuel School and Latimer Godolphin, just waiting for confirmation from our flip-flopped umpire in his launch today. And there's the white flag to end that suspense. So that was the result from that first semi-final, and we'll pop up back to the start as we get a quick view of the people on the bank. Yes, we're approaching 1,000 metres to go. This the second semi-final. So that was the first one you just saw, the second semi-final of the junior under-16 girls coxed fours. The first three go through to the A final and the fastest loser. There's also a B final later on as well. Probably just before that A final earlier. So what we can do is have a look, see who we've got. So in lane 2, St George's College. In lane 3, Henley Rowing Club. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club. Lane 5, Putney High School. Lane 6, Headington School. Lane 7, Tideway Scholars School. And in lane 8, Milesgo Academy. So as we come up to 750 metres to go, it looks like the girls from Putney High School, whose pair had that very unfortunate incident earlier with the cocks in the boat. That shouldn't happen this time, so fingers crossed they can convert their lead they've got with 750 metres to go. And do you know what, I'm not going to call that. That is far too close between the next three boats, which are Marlow, Headington and Tideway Scullers. Again, first three only through to the final. Glasgow Rowing Association seems to be slightly far off the pace back in lane 8, and Henley Rowing Club and St George's College in lane 2 and 3 seem to be away from this race. So 4 boats, 3 to go through automatically, and then again we've got to look at that stopwatch to see whether it's LEH or the 4th place boat from this race going through to the final this evening at 5:45. So well into the winding up phase now, approaching 500 metres to go. This one's going to come down to the wire again, I would hazard a guess. Can Tideway Scullers beat out the girls from Headington, who again have had a very successful regatta, almost a dynasty they seem to be creating in women's rowing? And we've also got Putney High School, who have been improving over the years, which is great to see them out leading to these events, and Marlow Rowing Club, who are always there or thereabouts. Can they hold on to this place? So those are the 4 in contention I'd call out from 500 metres to go that we're going to find are 3 automatic qualifiers, and then again, who is it, LEH or the 4th place person from this race to go through to the final this evening at 5:45. 500 metres to go. Putney High School look like they seem to be leading Marlow Boat Club and Headington School and Tideway Scullers, who are just out of shot. So if we just get a little bit of a wider angle, we might be able to see that all-important 4th boat contesting for that 3rd spot to go through automatically. So Putney High School, with 250 metres to go, have a commanding lead over the other boats in this field. And there we can see it. We've got Headington School just coming into the shot now. Tideway Scullers have got that 3rd spot. Marlow, what have they got left to give? 250 metres, 25-30 strokes. Do they want to leave it down to chance, or are they going to book their place automatically? They've got to overhaul Headington or Tideway Scullers. I don't think either of those crews are going to catch Putney High School. So as the crews wind up, their coxers will be jeering them on, telling them there's not long to go. Let's book our place in the final. Let's go and have a chance for some silverware this evening. Who's it going to be? Putney High School look like they're still leading as we just come in front of the refreshment tents on the far side. Tideway Scullers, Marlow, who's it going to be? Headington School, can they hold on to that 2nd position as it looks like they've got now? Tideway Scullers, what kind of finish have they got? Where I learnt to scull many, many moons ago. A little bit of commentary bias here as Putney High School cross the line, followed by Headington School, what looks like, and then it looks like Tideway Scullers have just managed to hold off by half a length Marlow. So what do we do now is we go to the stopwatches, we have a look. Is it LEH, is it Marlow? I'll have to let the results board tell that story at a later date, with Henley Rowing Club finishing in front of St George's College. But 2 very good semi-finals for those junior 16 coxed fours for girls there. think the next race we have in your calendar is 329, and we don't actually have anyone in that. So the next one will be race number 330. So it should be the C final of the under 16 girls coxed 4. Yep, so no D final for the junior under 16 girls coxed 4s, straight to the C final. So those were those that didn't make it into the A and B final. So back up to the start. We've got a little bit of a break, as I said, as we're missing a race. So the girls are on the stake boats by the looks of it. And get maybe a little bit of a tighter shot on that. We can maybe see all 8 crews that have gone across. And in lane 1 we have Stratford upon Avon, lane 2 Cheltenham College, lane 3 Kingston Grammar School, lane 4 Emmanuel School A, lane 5 Sir William Perkins School, lane 6 Kingston Grammar School B, lane 7 St Paul's Girls, and lane 8 we have King's Worcester, who seem to be missed off the graphic there.
You put your hand. Okay, well I put it here. It was fine as I switched. Yeah, I put my. Yes, look where your thumb is. Right next to that. See, is that a stupid design? Your thumb's right over the top.
I love the idea of you going, okay, we're zooming in shit.
Well, no, it was fine. The boat said park. No, it wasn't fine. No, see, it's all fine. I'm going to ask them to see if they can unlock the camera because they ought to have the zoom on that. It's much better.
And they seem to be off. We've missed that start. Sorry, we had a bit of a information thing. And we see the umpires launch swing across behind this 8-lane race. It's great to see 8 boats all going off at the start together, a whirl of blades, and this the J16 girls Cox 4's C final. So Stratford upon Avon, lane 1, Cheltenham College, lane 2, Kingston Grammar School A, lane 3, Emmanuel School A, lane 4, Sir William Perkins School, lane 5, Kingston Grammar School B, lane 6, St Paul's Girls, lane 7, and King's Worcester in lane 8. And as you can see, they seem to have all got away quite smoothly, with no real showing from anyone in particular. Seems like we may be missing a crew, or is it just one out of shot? Nope, just one out of shot by the looks of it. Need a wide angle lens to get all 8 of these boats across when they're all so tightly bunched by the looks of it. So if you've got keen eyes from across the river, you'll be able to spot the different colours of all the crews, and quite how they're doing after 500 metres. It's hard to tell, especially with different start patterns and how do they stride and how do they hit their stride, and whether they are a grower through the race or whether they show early and have a bit of a hole in the middle like a polo race like we used to have at my old school. Not much in the middle and a good start and a good finish. Or do you have a very strong middle that you establish yourself and carry on from there?
Is there any way to switch over to the zoom on there? Because this one is absolutely useless. That one,
you can.
So fast.
You can.
Yeah.
But then
So 500 metres gone. Looks like we might have the girls from Kingston or St Paul's just out in the lead there. So maybe Kingston B, I'm going to guess, just slightly in front of Sir William Perkins School. No, I'll take, yeah, Yeah, we're going to stick by that. I think Kingston B just in front of Sir William Perkins, just in front of Emmanuel. And again, William Perkins and Emmanuel very similar all in one, so apologies if I get them confused at some point going down the race. So those are your 1, 2, 3. Again, this is for posterity. The girls of St Paul's coming in probably around 4th or 5th. And then I think we've got Kingston Grammar A and Cheltenham and Stratford-on-Avon on the far side of the course, making up the minor placings. King's Worcester, closest to us, just came into shot as we focus on them going away from the camera, which is always nice to see the faces rather than just the backs as they come towards you. You can see a little bit better who seems to be leading the cruise. So Kingston Grammar were leading Sir William Perkins, who are also leading Emmanuel School, followed I think closely by Kingston Grammar A, St Paul's Girls, Cheltenham, Stratford and King's Worcester, I think making up the minor placings just out of shot there as we go through. 750 metres gone. A helpful caravan parked on the right hand side of the screen there, giving us an idea where we are on the course. So again, each one of these girls carrying a quarter of their cox, which is great, and coxes don't always get as much of a mention as anyone else. So the Stratford cox is Robin Connolly, the Cheltenham College cox Chloe Degnam, Kingston Grammar A, Alice Leheck, Emmanuel School Charlotte Evans, Sir William Perkins School Charlotte Kirby, Kingston Grammar B Millie Rosner, St Paul's Girls Constanza Levy, and King's Worcester Emily Watkins. So just gone past that 1,000 metre point. Seems like we might have a bit of a change in the lead here. I would put my money maybe on Emmanuel School having a slight lead over Sir William Perkins, who in turn are leading Kingston Grammar B. So we've had a full switcheroo. Third is now first, first is now third, second stayed where it is. So well done William Perkins for not allowing that change to affect you too much. The girls on the tideway, St Paul's Girls coming down in 4th place, followed by Kingston Grammar A on the far side. Cheltenham College and then Stratford-on-Avon, and then Kingston Grammar A. And just coming into shot now, we've got the rowers from King's Worcester, so 750 metres to go now. 3 boats at the top of this race have been out in front since the start and kept it out there. The positions have changed a little bit, so can we bank on the girls from Emmanuel School having a building race and having a strong middle, which they seem to have done through that middle 500, to come from 3rd through to 1st place. William Perkins have seemed to have stuck with them and not got distracted by boats going forward and backwards. And as you can see, the calm rowing of Emmanuel School maybe helping them to build that platform, with Charlotte Evans in the cox's seat driving them on to keep calm, stick to their race. Sometimes it's easier having the cox in the stern of the boat as you would having an 8. You can see your rowers, you're not reliant on the feel of the boat as opposed to the bow loading 4s which most of the other crews have got. So Sir William Perkins School seem to be maintaining their 2nd place. Kingston Grammar B might be in trouble here from St Paul's, you know. They seem to be a little bit ragged compared to the other 2 boats, which is why maybe they've dropped off the pace a little bit. Maybe dropping a pip and settling out a little bit might do them a bit of good. Can they hold off that fight from St Paul's Girls? And don't forget Cheltenham College on the far side, and Stratford-upon-Avon aren't out of this yet. So Emmanuel School seem to have taken their lead and doubled it, and they've got, I'd say, a length of clear water there over Sir William Perkins School, who've still got overlap with Kingston Grammar. And here comes St Paul's Girls. Are they going to catch Kingston Grammar B? How's this going to end up in the last 250 metres? So again, we've got 4 boats vying for the top 3 spots. Well, 3 boats vying for spots 2, 3 and 4, I'd say. So we might have a bit of a blanket finish here coming across. Cheltenham and Stratbourne-Avon having their own little race over there. Not much in it between them, and just got to try and make sure we don't lose Kings Worcester out the back too far, with Kingston Grammar A over in lane 3. So Emmanuel School have built steadily through this race, and I think they're going to come home comfortably. Nice flat water allowing good controlled rowing, I think, there from the girls from Emmanuel. And Sir William Perkins, can they keep the length? Can they hold off the challenge from St Paul's? St Paul's, have they managed to overhaul Kingston Grammar? It looks like they have done. Can they get the girls from St William Perkins? So they cross the line first, and in second this one's going to be really close, really close. Oh, I'm not going to call that. I'm not going to call that. That's too close to call how that one finished. I think Kingston Grammar managed to unfortunately get squeezed out to 4th, as Cheltenham College look like they're going to cross in front of Stratford, and Kingston Grammar A is the next one, and then looking back to Kings Worcester. So I'll glance across to my colleagues here, the umpires in their chairs, and once they've all crossed the line we'll get that official result. So I'm going to have to keep you on tenterhooks. That was very close, and I think we're going to get a photo confirmation, so we're going to have to wait and find out how that one finished up. So we're going to keep you all on tenterhooks for that, but I can confirm that Emmanuel School, once we see the white flag, cross the line first, and there it is. And on the far side, if you're standing in front of the yellow and black boards, please remove yourself. It's very important that we can see, like we've just had. The photography needs to be clear. If you're standing in the way, we can't see. Thank you very much.
We're looking at the photo finish there for the Junior Under-16 Girls Cotswolds C final. Now we have race 331, Junior Under-16 Cotswolds semi-final AB. And in lane number 1 it's Yarm, lane 2 is Kingston Grammar, 3 Winchester College, 4 is St Edward's School, 5 Norwich School, 6 Walton Rowing Club, and in lane number 7 is Cheltenham College.
And I've just had a look on the screen. Our umpires confirmed 0.06 of a second the difference, and in second place in lane 7 St Paul's girls over Sir William Perkins. What a great race to finish on that was. So well rowed, all the girls.
It's on the Regatta. Oh. It's much better. How do you switch it back? There's a switch under here. Just try the ring. I think you'll like it. Have a go.
So at the top of the screen it's Yarm, they're followed by Kingston A. Winchester College have St Edward's inside them, but it's Norwich School who look to be out in front as we go through marker now. You should be able to see the distance at 17.50. Oh, and it's very, very close indeed for second and third. Walton nearest to us with St Edwards is still there. Out in front, it is Norwich. St Edwards are having a look across. It's very, very close indeed as we come in here for the rowing. Very, very tight for second space. Walton moving very, very quickly nearest to me in the tower. Looks like Walton could get second spot here, but it's going to be very, very close indeed for St Edwards and Winchester. Winchester just going to be missing out here, I think. Ooh, very close indeed. Very close. We'll have to wait for the official decision there. As we wait for the... So the fastest loser will go through to the semi, but we'll wait just for confirmation of who the first three there cross the line. That's Kingston. Cheltenham nearest to me. On the far side it was Yarm School. Now the umpire has shown a white flag. So the first three there were Norwich School, crossing first ahead of Walton Rowing Club and St Edward's School. They're the first three, and they'll have to wait to see if Winchester go through as the fastest loser. We've got the second semi-final now, junior under-16 Cox fours, AB7, Westover Bournemouth, Monmouth School, Kingston Rowing Club, Latimer Upper, Maidstone Invicta, Abingdon School. And I'm joined commentary by Headmaster. Good afternoon, Headmaster.
Good afternoon.
Normally your Sunday long lunch period. This
very disappointing, I have to say. That
you'll be missing that.
Schedule has come at this level.
Indeed. And how's the Shipplate tent celebrating?
Vibrant.
Yeah.
Absolutely vibrant. I don't think they're asleep. We can see them over there. A couple of them are nodding off already.
We better get back to the race here. AB7 in lane 1. Westover Bournemouth, that's a new one on me. We'll talk about that in a second. Monmouth School in lane 4. Kingston 5, Latimer Upper 6. Mason Invicta in lane 7, and Abingdon School are in lane 8. Westover Bournemouth. Yep, I don't think I've ever announced them before, but they, from this angle, look to be out front. Monmouth are there. And Kingston Rowing Club not wearing their usual red and white. That's what's fooled me there. There's Latimer Upper, bottom of your screen. Is Abingdon School. So we got a good shot here across the cruise. Just in front of the umpire's launch, we've got Monmouth School. Oh yes, the Kingston crew alongside Monmouth but the I don't know, the eyes are deceiving. So the Monmouth kit looked a bit like Shiplake. The Kingston kit looked a bit like Westminster. Westminster looked like Leander. God knows what's going on. Anyway, let's back to these 4 crews now who are making their way down towards the finish. So we had cracking finish in the last race with Winchester College just missing out. So they want to be having a look at this to see if they go through as the fastest loser. We got Kingston and Westover Bournemouth 1 and 2. Monmouth and Kingston Rowing Club are going to be battling this out for the 3rd slot, but as we have a look down the course, everybody now beginning to wind up for the finish. It's Kingston out in front, and then we've got close race here for 2nd. Westover Bournemouth doing very, very well indeed. 2nd place ahead of Monmouth. They look like the 3 that are going to go through. I would say I can't see Latimer Upper catching them. The crew at the top there. AB7, they're not going to be close enough. So it looks here, coming up to the finish of this, the 2nd semi-final. Junior under 16 Cox 4s. Kingston Rowing Club. Got about 3/4 of a length over Westover Bournemouth. They managed to hold off the challenge from Monmouth. That's half a length. Then a bit of clear water back to AB7 and Latimer Upper.
It's really easy. There's one.
Abingdon School just under our commentary position in the tower. Coming up towards the finish now. And then Maidstone Invicta. A little bit behind and crossing now. Right, we'll wait until we get the official result there. Junior under 16 Cox 4C final. I'll let Greg do that one. It's KGS Kingston against licensed Fitchler School. He loves the sound of his own voice, so you'll have 8.5 minutes of Greg talking about 2 boats there. Headmaster, how are you?
It's very good of you to give me these elite races to commentate over, Martin.
Tell us about the 3 bronzes.
Well, the 3 bronzes from Shiplake College, our best year ever since I've been headmaster there, Martin. We're just, the whole boat club are thrilled, absolutely. I mean, the championship first 8, what a tremendous race. Did you see that? Absolutely, you could have put a handkerchief over all 6 boats. What a race. And I was privileged to follow them down. The standard of these 8s, just fantastic. And they did, didn't they? Very powerful crew. Middle part of the race, hugely powerful. Eton couldn't ever just get back on them. And I think the rest of us were a bit blown away by their power, to be quite honest. Oh, that's, they're young. That's good news for the rest of us, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's good news for British rowing, let's be honest, for World Rowing Championships. We could do with a bit of help. Yeah, we could do with a bit of help. Anyway, on your screen now, we're seeing the C final of the Junior Under 16 Cox 4s, licensed Fitchler School from Ascot in lane 5 and Kingston Grammar B in lane 4, and it's Kingston Grammar that have taken the lead, and they're just about to go past LVS Ascot tent. So as they go past there, let's hope that they get plenty of support from parents and supporters. I know that the Ascot tent is just about there somewhere, so maybe that'll push them on a bit, but at the moment Kingston have, after 1,000 metres, have got quite a lead on this race. Sunday's a lovely day at the National Schools Regatta. There's the same number of crews here today, believe it or not, as there were yesterday. But because we've got the small boats today, there's roughly half number of people here. So that's why it's a bit more of a kind of less busy atmosphere. And of course, those of us who've been here 2 days are perhaps feeling a little jaded after the sun on Friday and the wind yesterday. It's lovely to get a really quiet day today. If you look at the flags of all the schools and the clubs, they're just hanging limply, so there's no wind to bother any of these crews now. And so it's a beautiful day for small boat racing. And as we move through the days, move through the semi-finals, onto the finals, I can absolutely guarantee you that there will be some humdingers of races later in the afternoon. But all the tents, as the rowers go past the tents, they'll just be revving up for lunch. And on the screen you can see that Kingston Grammar School B are still well in control of this C final of the junior under 16 coxed fours, and just almost having a nice relaxed paddle, almost like a row over coming down the course. Well, we just have had some great news from the European Championships that Vicky Thornley has got gold in the single scull. So just after Martin and I were talking about perhaps the disappointing results, then Vicky has come through. That's a fantastic result, not just for Vicky, but for British rowing as well. Well done, Vicky. Look at the lake today. If you were here yesterday, you'll see a huge difference in the lake. It's very lovely and quiet, hardly a ripple on it as we look down from the tower, and it's Kingston Grammar making full use of this flat channel, just relaxing as they lead Licensed Fitchlers School in this C final of the junior under 16 coxed fours.
Sounds like that 95
So that's a great shot of Kingston Grammar B. There they go, rowing very neatly for a B crew, and very relaxed as they might be. Looking down, we'll have plenty of warning if Licensed Fitchlers suddenly increase the rate. But here they come to the final line of their 2,000 metre race. This is Kingston Grammar B winning, if the umpire agrees, the C final. Well done, Kingston. And well done, Licensed Fitchlers too. They haven't been racing together as a crew for that long, and the club as a whole is going through a bit of a resurgence. Row out of Thames Valley and doing well. Well done, Licensed Fitchlers. So on the course now is race 334, junior under 16 girls quadruple sculls. This is the first semi-final, and just to remind you, it's the first three will go to the A final plus the fastest loser, and that's quite important for whoever's coming fourth, not just to coast home but to push on so they can get through to the final, and then the remainder through to the B final. And as we look at that, it's Norwich Rowing Club who've just gone out of the blocks the quickest, with Latimer Upper next to them there. Norwich Rowing Club sorry, I do beg your pardon, Northwich Rowing Club. I need new glasses. Northwich Rowing Club, lane 5. Many apologies, but you can. You'll be happy to hear that I'm getting a lot of brickbacks from my fellow commentators, so please don't write in. I've got enough stick coming my way. Northwich Rowing Club, sculling beautifully out in lane 5, are taking the lead over Latimer Upper. Also in this race, in lane 1, we have Camford School, part of Ian Dryden's posse of crews. Kings Ely in lane 2. Castle Semple, another club that we've not heard too much about, and it's lovely to see these crews coming through into the semi-finals of National Schools Regatta. And we've talked about Latimer Upper, had a great day on Friday and a really good day yesterday. I know their head master David Goodhue is absolutely delighted with how the rowing going, and particularly I have to say for the girls, who are a real resurgence at Latimer. Then we have Northwich still out in front in lane 5, Oxford City in 6, and Thames Rowing Club in 7. So Latimer will want to get back on line with Northwich as they approach the halfway mark. And it looks to me that Latimer have just pulled back as they hit halfway. They've had a bit of a push in there. Certainly their cadence has increased, and they've come back after Northwich's fantastic start, and it seems to me they have taken a third of a length lead and are pushing away now after that 1,000-metre mark, and have just opened a length lead. So it's Latimer Upper who are leading this first semi-final of the Junior Under-16 Girls Quadruple Sculls. Northwich pulling back, not letting them get away at all, and we'll be just keeping our eyes on them. These two slightly ahead of the rest of the field. It looks like Oxford City just ahead of Kings Ely, themselves just ahead of Castle Semple. So this is beginning to look like almost a race within a race, with Northwich Rowing Club and Latimer out ahead, and we're looking now for who's going to join them. By right, it's the first 3 to the final, plus the fastest loser. Now, I often have a discussion. It seldom breaks into an argument with a fellow. I'm just hearing news here why we haven't commentated on Thames. Sad, very sad news. It looks as though they have capsized further up, and it's right to the left of the screen. You can't see it actually, but thank goodness, there it is. The umpire's launch was first there, just to make sure that everybody is okay. It didn't look as though they've capsized completely. Looks as though their man has come out somehow, and the reserve umpire has now joined the race halfway down the course. So we wish Thames Rowing Club that nothing is amiss up there and that everybody is safe. So as you can see, Latimer Upper have decreased their rate of strike. They've got 2 lengths now over Northwich Rowing Club. There we are, one of the girls, that's great. Safety boat, as always at national schools, very quick to react. Safety is the biggest and most important thing that the committee looks after here, and they take, as you might imagine, it very, very seriously. So as we come into the last 250, it is still Latimer Upper leading Northwich Rowing Club, and a race on now for that 3rd position, and it looks as though it's going to be Oxford City just perhaps ahead of Kings Ely, but Kings Ely are pushing quite hard into the final 200. Is Latimer Upper? They can't help themselves, but they've increased their rate, probably know they need. Northwich sculled beautifully all the way through after that, particularly after that wonderful start that they had. It's Latimer just leaning back on their sculls, coming to the final line, about 2 lengths ahead of Northwich. So these two will go through to the A final if the umpire agrees. And it's Kings Ely who've had a super final 500 actually. Oxford City, this is going to be very close. Oxford City, last 100 metres, have really shot ahead, and I'm hearing in the background that Oxford City, we'll see what the umpire, if he's got a white flag, but it's Oxford City. He's putting his red flag out, so we cannot at the moment, we suspect that the reason is that one did not row out, and that's why the umpire has to give a red flag. But if everything else is okay, it'll be Latimer Upper, Northwich Rowing Club and Oxford City by right go into the final, and it'll be Kings Ely who will have to wait to see if they are one of the fastest losers. So I'm going to hand over to my fellow commentator for this second semi-final of the Junior Under-16 Girls Quadruple Sculls. As you can see, they are on the state boats. Might just be waiting for a reserve umpire to get halfway up. So just making sure that all the umpire launches are where they should be. One of them is escorting the three girls who are left in the Thames Rowing Club boat. They're just coming down in lane 0. If you're on that side, do please give them a cheer. There's nothing worse than coming down on your own, not having actually rowed out. So if you are watching them come down, please give them a bit of support. The three girls that are bringing the boat back in.
The second semi-final then of the Junior Under-16 Girls Quadruple Sculls sees Llandaff in lane 2, Worcester Rowing Club in 3, Star Club in 4, Headington 5, Latimer Upper in 6, Molesey Boat Club in lane 7, and Walton Rowing Club are in lane 8. Looks like a good strong start from Molesey. They're at the bottom of the screen there, one lane in lane number 7. But not much to choose between the rest. If anything, I think Headington probably got a decent start. So they're only, 500 metres into this race. And yeah, they're all pretty much level there. And after 3 days at this regatta, I've managed to work out a camera angle, and it shows there that Molesey and Headington are up the front as they goes through 750, heading up towards the halfway. But I think develop it into a good race, this one. The girls from Molesey there, putting down plenty of power, chucking some puddles away from them. And there you have Headington. So Clondaff in 1, Worcester in 2, Star Club 3, Headington are in 4, Latimer Upper in lane number 5. Sorry, Clondaff in 2, Worcester 3, Star Club lane 4, lane 5 is Headington, 6 Latimer Upper, 7 Molesey. And 8 are Walton. It looks like Headington to me that have the lead. Then they've got a pretty good boat speed going. The trick here, I suppose, with these is to not sort of put too much power down too early, because you could get caught at the finish. It's a question about moving now. So you've had your start, settle down, and let's see who has boat speed. Not much to choose, I'd say, between Molesey and Headington. Different styles looking at the screen, that's obvious. Molesey seem to just put down a lot more power, if anything a lower rate, and Headington a bit more perky, I'd say, a bit more spring in it, and to really punch the puddles away, and probably the more effective as they now go through our next marker. And there we go, past our camera now. But there's not too much in it. 750 metres to go. There's only half a length then between Headington and Molesey. Latimer Upper B crew are in 3rd. Have we mentioned Star Club? I think they've just gone through. There's Worcester and Clondaff at the top of your screen. Walton to the left of us. We need to keep an eye on them. Crews have a habit of creeping up on the inside lane, as we saw yesterday. So here's Headington then coming through. There's still a bit of racing, but they do look very, very neat. If you were to look across there, they look like the boat that ought to be moving the quickest. A lot of punch, and really, really nice to watch. Okay, so there they go, and they're not letting up. If anything, I think they probably just up their rate slightly. Molesey look like they've dropped back a bit. Latimer Upper timed their race quite nicely. I would suspect they're now, I suspect they're gaining on Molesey. I don't know. Oh dear, they look like they've changed direction there to me. They should be pointing down the course. They're pointing towards us in the tower at the moment, so they've had a bit of a manoeuvre, but it's still Headington out in front. Molesey coming under a bit of threat from the crew in lane 8, Walton, and if you look at right at the very bottom of our picture, you might see Walton coming into picture, or you might not. So Headington out in front there. Walton there. That's Walton there. So it's Headington out in front. Molesey have had a bit of a push back. Latimer Upper trying to get back on toes, but I think that weaving around cost them a little bit of distance. Headington School lead. Molesey, Latimer, Star Club, Walton, Worcester and Clondaff. That's the order as they come into the last 50 metres. Approaching the line then, it's Headington, really, really nicely sculled. So they're looking forward to joining Latimer Upper, Norwich and City of Oxford. Kings Ely are waiting to see the fastest loser. Molesey crossed the line, Latimer upper. And that Star, keep going, the coach shouts, and they do need to keep going because they're up for the fastest losers spot. So the order in which they crossed the line there was Headington School, .5764 is the official result there in lane number 5, Headington. 7 is Molesey, 6 is Latimer upper, the Star Club away. So 3 through to the final, plus the fastest loser. Next up, junior under 16 quadruple sculls. It's the D final. And Greg Davis.
So the D final, lane 2, Oundle School. Sadly lost their tent yesterday, blew away. I felt very sorry for them. Lane 3, and the first time for a long time, if ever, I think, for Queen Anne's School. So just up the road there from Shiplake College. Lovely to see them. They share some of the facilities at Shiplake College, so it's welcome, Queen Anne's School. Lane 4, Peterborough. Lane 5, Twickenham Rowing Club. Lane 6, Kings Worcester. Lane 7, Dart Totnes Rowing Club. And lane 8, St Edward's School. And it is St Edward's School, after the first 500, have taken a little bit of a lead, but it's a great race for second between Oundle, Queen Anne's, Peterborough and Twickenham. So there you are as they come just perpendicular to the camera. You see that St Edward's School have really wrestled control of this right from the start. And it's Twickenham Rowing Club in second at the moment, and Dart Totnes in third. So 7:50 to go. Right away from all the supporters, it's King Edward School, sculling extremely well, wanting really, I suspect, to show everyone that they weren't at their best in a time trial and deserve to be perhaps a little bit further up the order than the D final. So they've perhaps got a point to prove. Twickenham Rowing Club in the centre going well. They've picked up over the last 500 metres, and it seems that they are in second. Lanes 2 and 3, that's Oundle and Queen Anne's, sculling very nicely as well. So we can't quite see the leaders at the moment, but I suspect it's still St Edward's School out here in lane 8. Queen Anne's having that battle with Oundle, and just ahead of them, half a length ahead of them at the moment. Let's see, Peterborough. Peterborough going nicely, and just a length ahead of them, it's Twickenham Rowing Club. So there we have St Edward's. And actually, St Edward's still have that lead ahead of Twickenham, who are sculling very nicely, and they've just gone out to a length over what is going to develop in the last 250 into a cracking race for bronze. And Queen Anne's well in the mix there with Peterborough and Dart Totnes, but over here, there we are, a good shot of King Edward's, St Edward's School out here in lane 8. Still at least a length up on the other crews. And the race really is on for second, but Twickenham been in that position for some time. But over on this side, we've got Totnes pushing hard as well. So this is a great race. So leave your burgers alone, put the wine down, and have a look. So it's well done. It's going to be, it looks is going to be Twickenham, but for third, it's going to be really close between Totnes and Peterborough. What a super race. And we'll wait for the flag from the umpire. We're hoping it's going to be of the white variety. There it is. So we know that St Edward's School, right from the start, have won that D final. Congratulations to them. Twickenham Rowing Club sculled beautifully and just about kept ahead of Totnes, who really pushed hard, didn't they, in that last 500 metres. And then so the screen shows a nice shot of the lovely Abingdon tent. Many of us are envious of the shape of that tent. We are quite envious of you, sir. However, not envious of the time it takes you to put up, because we know that it takes ages. But it's lovely to see you there, all in pink. I suspect they might have been on the wine already, as I hand over to my fellow commentator.
Thank you very much, Greg. C final now, junior under 18, junior under 16. Quadruple sculls, William Borlace in 2, Surbiton High Schooler in lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 4, Shrewsbury in 5, Christchurch Rowing Club in lane 6, Bedford Modern 7, Hinksey Sculling School are in lane 8. So let's have a look and see how this race pans out. And all pretty much in the mix. If anything, I'd say Bedford Modern may just have been left off the start. One at the top of the screen is Borlace. Surbiton just trailing behind Wallingford, who looked to be just pushing out a bit. Just behind Wallingford, Shrewsbury, but Christchurch doing really well in the middle of the lake here. Bedford Modern have been dropped back, but Hinksey, that's a name you don't hear too much of being up in the final. So it's good to hear some of these guys, and it's Hinksey, Sculling School. Hinksey helped by some of the charitable funds from this regatta. To get them up and running, and they're doing rather well here in lane number 8. They've gone through 1250 metres, and it's Hinksey nearest to us, and all the coaches that have a habit of cycling alongside the crews. In the middle we can see Wallingford, who have a lead, possibly over Surbiton, showing pretty well. Christchurch are up there, but we've got to wait for the camera angle to see how it all pans out. But we can play that game again of looking at the crews and seeing who looks the most together, who looks like they're giving it the most zip and the most beans. So in lane number 8, Hinksey looking good, and Wallingford in the middle of the screen also looking to have just a bit of zip about their scull in here, pushing quite a few puddles away. Sadly, Bedford Modern we've lost off the tail of this race, but we've still got the 6 crews moving their way down now, and they're coming up to some. There we are. There's the Abingdon tent. That indicates that there's about 300 metres to go. Hinksey in the lead, 250 to go, ahead of Wallingford. In turn, they're ahead of Christchurch. There's Shrewsbury there in the mix. Wallingford out in the lead. Hinksey in the league, sorry. Wallingford in second. The race on for third, but yeah, Hinksey, Bedford Modern. We've lost Christchurch. They look to have a bit of zip. It could be Christchurch here that are going to go and get the third place in this C final. Good race this though, really good. Hinksey, well done them in lane number 8. They desperately looking around to see where the finish line is, and here it is now. So it is Hinksey, followed by Wallingford and then Christchurch. Lane number 5 in 4th place was Shrewsbury, then Surbiton, then Sir William Ballace over in lane 1, and Bedford Modern keep up the rear. Okay, so well done Hinksey. As the crews drift down, you can see a bit of damage. Well, there you go. Two boats there. St Edwards have made a hole in the side of, and I think I heard somebody say it was a Molesey boat there with the. So in all the years I've been to national schools, I've never seen that. Never seen boats collide. Yeah, that's an expensive habit, I would say. Junior under 16 quadruple sculls, the first of the semi-finals. Enniskillen in lane 1, Trentham in 2, Peterborough 3, Marlow lane 4, Globe Rowing Club 5, Grange in 6, Star Club in 7. Okay, so Marlow, there you are. I was random. I just called out the name of a club, and then I'll tell you where they are. Second. So Marlow are second. Globe Rowing Club out in front. Peterborough are in lane 3. They're third. Granger in lane 6, back in 4th. So there you are. There's about a length, just about a length, 1750, 250 metres to go. Now boys, let's see if we got a bit of a sprint finish here. So it's Globe ahead of Marlow. Bit of a race on for second, do we think? Enniskillen in lane 1, no, they're not in it particularly. Trentham, no, they're not. Peterborough are. So it's Peterborough and Grange. Peterborough and Grange coming up to third place slot here. First 3 go through and the fastest loser. And it's been a really good race this for Globe. Globe, followed by Marlow. Then it was Peterborough. And a really good race there from Grange. They might have a chance of going through as the fastest loser. Star Club go through the line now, followed by Enniskillen and then Trentham. So that's the first of the semi-finals. Second semi-final is underway.
So there we have the Shiplake College tent, having a bit of a lull in racing at the moment, waiting for the under 16 coxless fours to come down the river. And we go back to race 339, semi-final, second semi-final, junior under 16 quadruple sculls in lane 1, Dulwich College, lane 2, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe, lane 3, Windsor Boys, lane 4, there'll be the very famous shirts of Tideway Sculling School, lane 5, Henley Rowing Club, and lane 6, Bristol City, lane 7, St Peter's School. So just a reminder, it's the first 3 to the A final plus the fastest loser. So it looks from there that Henley Rowing Club, as they are approaching that 1,000-metre mark, have taken a lead in lane 5, sculling very nicely. Henley Rowing Club, more noted for their girls in recent years, but over the last couple of years their boys have been doing extremely well as well. I know the under 15 crew in Gone Friday did extremely well. They're very well known for their sculling ability, and you can see that here. They very, very rarely miss the stroke at the catch. They put it in at the catch and they pull all the water back. And if people want to watch some good sculling, let's have a look at Henley. So it's Henley over in lane 5. They've got a length lead. Tideway Sculling School going well, and now in lane 1 is Dulwich. So it's Henley ahead of Tideway Sculling School, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe going well, as are Bristol City as well. But it's really Henley Rowing Club that are dominating this at the 12:50 mark, 7:50 to go. And they are in that enviable position of being able to see all the crews and reacting immediately should one of them put a bit of a spurt on. You see there, Windsor Boys have put a bit of a burst on to try and get level with Tideway Sculling School. Bristol City trying to stay with them. So it's still Henley Rowing Club and Tideway Sculling School having that almost private race with Windsor Boys. And it's City of Bristol, not Bristol City, as I've been reminded. That's a football club. City of Bristol, much more famous in the harbour there for rowing. And there they are. They've pulled right back on Tideway Scullers. Henley still out in front. City of Bristol really pushing hard now on Tideway Sculling School. Windsor Boys needing to put a bit of a push on if they're going to be the fastest loser. So there we are, Henley Rowing Club. Just out of the shot there will be City of Bristol. And Tideway Sculling School must be one of the most famous uniforms in not just British rowing but world rowing. So there's Henley with about 5 strokes to go before they finish. They've not really just been able to lose these others. Tideway Sculling School are going to get that second spot. City of Bristol take that third spot, so they are into the final, and it's going to be Windsor Boys who'll have to wait to see if they are the fastest loser. It's Royal Grammar School High Wycombe coming in, and over on this side it is St Peter's School, and apologies to St Peter's School for not mentioning them throughout the race, hardly in our photos at all, but they finish now, and Dulwich College in 1 just finishes. It was lovely to see Hinksey win. John Broadbent would be so pleased to see that. He founded Hinksey with Tom Collins. Oh, when was that? Probably in 1990, around about 1998. And John did so much for Hinksey. And he's a bit of a legend around the Thames Valley. Many of the good scullers that we have around the Thames Valley all started at Hinksey under John's guidance, and then have moved to other clubs and other schools. But they certainly wouldn't be the scullers they are without John's input. So we definitely remember that, and it was just lovely to see Hinksey win that final. Now we're through to the C final, race number 340. I've been allowed to commentate on this one, as there are 3 crews in it. In lane 3, Whitgift School. Lane 4, Guildford Rowing Club, and in 5, King's Worcester. And you always know if it's Guildford coming down. They always have the yellow boats. That's really handy for us commentators. So we do like Guildford a lot, as well as Doncaster Amateur Rowing Association. And I'm led to believe by my fellow commentator, Martin, that Warrington have a dentist picture sponsor, so we always know that they're coming too. It's very helpful, you know, clubs and schools, if you have something like that. So there we are. It's Guildford, because of their boat, that they are leading this C final. Guildford Rowing Club sculling, very nice for a C final, leading King's Worcester by about a length, who in turn are leading Whitgift School by about a length. So I often have a discussion with a fellow commentator as to what's best, sculling, quads or eights. And I'm more of an eights person, but if you watch sculling, you would have to say that aesthetically it's just much more pleasing. And you just got to remember, this is a C final, and the skill that all 3 of these crews are showing says much for the many volunteer coaches that are with the clubs around the country, and of course the coaches in the schools. So they are Guildford sculling really, really neatly. They really have been coached well, and they're still leading King's Worcester, who I understand Will Bird has joined as a coach. Will Bird coached for many years with Mark at Stratford, and King's Worcester have seen that and have managed to poach Will, and I know he'll be making a difference to the boys and girls sculling there. But it's Guildford who are approaching round about the 1,000 metre mark now, well in control of this C final. So if you are able to catch sight of the screen whilst you're into probably your second burger of the day by now, unless you're at Shiplake, and it'll be the 3rd burger. Just have a look at the sculling. Barman just having a look back there, just put him off his stroke a little bit. Look at that. This is the C final, ladies and gentlemen. And well done, King's Worcester. They've come right back at Guildford, 7:50 to go. And if Guildford aren't careful, they're going to have a bit of a race on here. King's Worcester really coming on. So these crews coming in towards the final 500. 3 of them will be pretty tired by now. We're hoping that that finish line comes up as soon as possible, but there's still quite a distance to go, and as we saw, King's Worcester had come right back on Guildford, and Guildford had responded, and they've pushed off them. I'm hoping they're going to get quite a bit of support as they hit the main tents in the final 500. We get King's Worcester to push back on Guildford. Both crews looking a bit tired and thinking, well, we're going to have to increase the rate, and there they go. Guildford strokeman has taken it up, and he knows that Worcester are beginning to chase them, and it's less than a length now, and although we haven't got boat speed, we know for sure that it's the King's Worcester crew that's got the better boat speed at the moment. And if we can just keep that boat speed going, Guildford could be in for a bit of a race, but Guildford have responded. They know they've got to really keep their concentration, keep pushing off, and I think they've responded to King's Worcester there. Batman desperate for that final line to come, and it's coming, young man, it's coming. And they look as though, barring any accident, which can certainly happen in the last 5 strokes when people are tired, looks as though Guildford have sculled magnificently and held off the King's Worcester crew. But a super race, a super race. Well done, Guildford. Well done, King's Worcester.
And well done you, Headmaster. So there we are, that was 3-horse race, and well done Greg. He's got to dash off now because Shiplake College have a coxless 4 in the next race. We're done. We're going to hand over to Mr. Daniel Spring and Charles Wigan. Fat Sculler and an Olympian, boys and girls. Here we go.
So, next race on the course is race 341, which is the first semi-final of the Junior Under-16 second Cox's Fours. And we're running from lanes 2 to lane 6 in this one. So the roll call is in lane 2, King's College School. In lane 3, Monkton Combe. In lane 4, Shiplake College. In lane 5, St Paul's A crew. And in lane number 6, St Paul's B crew. So they're on the start at the moment. Tense final seconds before the go. I say beautiful conditions here at Eton Dorney. Really perfect weather for racing. It's nice and warm, great for spectating as well, and we've had some great racing so far and more to come as we just wait for this race to get underway. So I'd say the race is just nearly getting underway. So just a reminder, in lane 2 we've got King's College School. That's the crew of William Tyrrell, Robert Miramadi, Alexander De Care Silva and Harry Northcott. In lane 3 we've got Moncton Combe, which is Hannes Willenbrock, George Mitchell, Monty Jones and Rory Hawking. In lane 4, Shiplake, Morgan Taylor, Richard Adams, Josh O'Hare and Ethan Caldeira. And then the 2 St Paul's School crews, the A crew, Luke Andrews, Daniel McCree, Samuel Spalding, Cameron Spears, and then the B crew, which is Michael Bektas, Arif Castronovo, Vivek Thacker and Felix Craig McFeely. So I guess the Craig McFeely brothers in different boats. I assume they're brothers with the Craig McFeely name. So we're just waiting and they're off, and already there is difficulty off the start. The steering is looking distinctly interesting. And they're returning back to their lanes. Right, just realised actually that we've been talking about the wrong race. Terribly sorry. So race 341 has been postponed because Moncton Combe had an incident as they were boating. Unfortunately had a bit of a collision, so their boat was damaged. So apologies for that. We're actually on race 342. So I'll give you the quick roll call for that. In lane 2 is Shrewsbury School, lane 3 Hampton, lane 4 Westminster School, lane 5 Abingdon School, and lane 6 Radley. So this is the second semi-final of the Junior Under-16 second coxless falls. So in the first 500 metres it looks like a good race developing. Westminster, lane 4, looks to have had the better start. They look to have opened up about 3/4 of a length lead, maybe a little bit more, ahead of Radley, with Shrewsbury and Hampton following suit. So Westminster now stretching out. They've got clear water lead. They've broken the connection to Radley in second, and they are looking very relaxed as they approaching the 750 mark, and they've got a length lead ahead of Radley, with Abingdon and Shrewsbury battling it out for third place as it stands at the moment. Still a long way to go though. So despite the slightly interesting steering off the start from Westminster and Abingdon, the crews have settled back into their lanes, and I don't think there was any interference. We'll obviously have to wait for the final result to get the white flag from the umpire, but it was a very interesting start. But the crew have settled now, and Westminster still looking very comfortable out in front. Abingdon trying to chase them down, a little bit wobbling going on the boat as they're trying to put the pressure on, but Westminster clear, but it's developing into a good battle for second and third. It's really only Hampton in lane 3 that are perhaps a little bit off the pace at the moment, but still a long way to go. Abingdon beginning to look as though they're having another little difficulty with their steering. Radley as well are beginning to drift across. Their blades are actually over in Abingdon's lane slightly. They'll have to correct that to avoid any sort of clashing. But out front, it's Westminster School looking calm, and over in lane 2, Shrewsbury have put a good push in coming through the 1,000-metre mark, and have certainly got themselves into a clear second position now. They're still about a length, just over a length maybe behind Westminster. So it's the first 3 in this semi-final that will go through to the final later on today. So Westminster looking like they've got the race well under control. They've now got over a length of clear water as they go through the 12:50 mark. with Shrewsbury got a length now in second, and then it's really tight between Radley and Abingdon. Radley just have maybe 6 feet, 4 or 5, maybe 6 feet up on Abingdon, and Hampton crossing the 12:50 mark now. They're a little bit adrift back in 5th place at the moment. So perfect conditions, as I said, for racing, but it's always difficult racing in a coxless boat. You've got to steer and put down a lot of power. So we're seeing also again that Abingdon and Radley perhaps getting a little bit closer than would be ideal with their blades, but no such difficulties for Westminster. Despite this being a second coxless 4, this is a very, very good looking outfit, very well drilled, and they're looking quite relaxed and controlled in this race. Shrewsbury not letting them have it all their own way. They're keeping the pace up, but they're a good, good length of clear water behind. And Westminster can just watch what they're doing, cover any move they want to make, and push off, and be comfortable to qualify for the final later today, assuming there are no incidents in this last 500 metres. So it's still Westminster with over a length worth of clear water as they come towards the Red Boys, which mark the final 250 metres. So they go through the 1750 metre mark now into the Red Boys. They can start the wind up for home if they feel they need to, but they might want to keep something in the tank ready for the final later on today. Shrewsbury now in second, and they're being chased down by Abingdon and Radley. Abingdon now pulled out to about half a length into third. Radley's still very tight on the boys in their lane. In fact, they're drifting across lanes at the moment with the going on, but it looks like Abingdon might be winning that race for third, but it's quite a way distance of Westminster and also Shrewsbury. So Westminster just coming up to the line. They've got about another 5 or 6 strokes to go to take the win in this, the second semi-final of the Junior Under-16 Boys Second Coxless 4s. So Westminster crossed the line a good couple of lengths, maybe 3 lengths ahead of Shrewsbury, who in turn have about a length of clear water over Abingdon. Those are the 3 qualifiers for the final, unless there is any incident from the umpire, so we'll just wait for the white flag to confirm that. And then Hampton just crossing the line, now in 5th. So the umpire is actually talking to the crews by a megaphone. We've not seen the flag yet. And there we have the white flag. So that's a confirmed race. So Westminster take the victory ahead of Shrewsbury with Abingdon in third, and those 3 crews will qualify for the final.
So on the course we've got race 343. This is the Junior Under 16 Coxless Fours Division 1 semi-final AB, and the first 3 go to final A, which means those who don't get the first 3 will be eliminated. And in lane 2 we've got Abingdon School, Connor Brown, Robert Smith, in lane 3 we've got Shrewsbury School, Ben Holhouse, Elliot Crosley, Jack Lockett and Alexander Davis. In 4, Enniskilling Royal Boat Club, Mills Robbie, Peter Murphy, Oberon Donaghy and Nathan Timoney. In 5, Radley College, Rory Gearing, Theo Metcalf, Luke Miles and Edward Ray Smith. In 6, Eton College, Cian Power, Max Shakespeare, Pierre Vignel and Harry Barder. And making up the roll call, King's College School. In 7, that's Matthew Cabot, Cameron Keller, Miles Booty and Rufus King. And we've covered more than halfway in this race now, and it looks as though in lane 6 that Eton have the edge over the other crews. Pretty strong technique from Eton, and in the middle of the pack in lane 4 it looks like Enniskillen got the second position. Remember, the first 3 only go through to the final, the A final. Eton, yes, probably have distance over Enniskillen. It's overlap. Eton certainly throttling up, sensing they've got only 300, 400 metres maximum to go. Eton winding up a little bit, just increasing that rate to make sure they keep away from Enniskillen. Enniskillen being threatened a little bit by, in lane 5, Radley. Enniskillen look to have the edge now. Eton are going to have to pull something out the bag pretty quickly. Both crews throttling really hard with less than 200 metres to go. Yes, Enniskillen got the edge. In fact, they're taking the rate up yet again. Good longer stroke from Enniskillen. Eton are going to have to power better than this. They've raised the rate again themselves, but they're half to 3/4 of a length down on Enniskillen. Enniskillen have the edge as they pass the commentary position at the point. And as we come up to the line, Enniskillen pass it first, with Eton second. And there's not quite a photo, but over in 3. And coming across the line now, King's College School making up the final placing in that Junior Under 16 Coxless 4 Division 1 semi-final. So we're just waiting for the white flag from the umpire. So white flag from the umpire indicating that the race is sound, and just a reminder that Enniskillen Royal Boat Club were first, Eton was second and Shrewsbury were third.
On the course now is the second semi-final of the Junior Under 16 Coxless Fours Division 1. The roll call for this is in lane 2, Westminster, in lane 3, Latimer Upper, lane 4, St Paul's School, lane 5, Hampton, lane 6, Shiplake College, and in lane 7, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. So through the 750 mark already, and this is developing into what looks to be quite a good race here between St Paul's and Hampton. with Shiplake not too far behind either. So it looks to be pretty neck and neck between St Paul's and Hampton. Westminster also doing well over in lane 2. So it's developing a good race here. So that's through the 500 metre mark, and it is in lane number 4. It's St Paul's School. So that's Max Beaconkamp, Fred Gillard, Tom Horncastle and Oliver Parrish. And they've got pretty much bow ball to bow ball now with Hampton, which is Bill Downey, Oliver Bridge, Ollie Woodall and Benjamin Andrews. These two crews have about 3/4 of a length lead over Shiplake College in 3rd. So that's Freddie Lind, Marcus Brown, Don Brown and Zach Green. But Shiplake, yeah, there, and Aberdeen, Latimer and Westminster are certainly not out of it either. This is a really good race that is developing. But it's in the middle of the course, lanes 4 and 5, where the tight action is happening at the moment. So St Paul's and Hampton, two very famous old rowing schools that have been going head to head for years. Ever since I started rowing back in the 80s, it was always St Paul's and Hampton were in the top 2 or 3 schools that would be racing, and it's carrying on at every level. So looks like St Paul's to me, who are just perhaps squeezing out a little bit of a lead now over Hampton. Westminster also certainly not out of it over in lane 2. They're actually putting a good burst in and a good push with the power. The rate is staying the same, and they're getting back on terms, I think, a little bit with St Paul's and Hampton. Shiplake just slipped back a little bit in that last couple 100 metres. They're probably vying for 3rd with Westminster and holding off Latimer Upper. But it's definitely St Paul's School and Hampton who are clear of the rest of the field by probably clear water now. The crews are coming together a little bit, drifting across the lane, so there's not a lot of water between these two crews, and there's not a lot of water in terms of the lead either. It's St Paul's only by a few feet as they go through the 1250 mark. They've now got a couple of lengths of clear water now over Shiplake, who are just ahead of Westminster, with Latimer and Aberdeen also pretty much neck and neck in 5th and 6th as they come through the 1250 mark. So that's a really good race developing between these two crews with Hampton and St Paul's. Some very neat and tidy blade work from both Hampton and St Paul's here. Some great exhibition of rowing from these 16-year-old boys, and it's neck and neck. It's still difficult to call who's going to take this race. There's still another quite a distance to go as they're coming past the 500 metres to go mark, and St Paul's and Hampton still neck and neck. We're going to have a great sprint finish to the line, I think, in this race. And Westminster also by no means out of it. They've put in quite a big push in that final last couple of 100 metres and have definitely reduced the distance to the leading two crews. It may well be that St Paul's and Hampton are so focused on each other that they perhaps haven't noticed Westminster creeping up on them. I'm not sure they'll be able to overhaul, but they've certainly pulled back a significant amount of the lead that these two crews had. But as a reminder, it's the first 3 through to the final. So at the moment, that looks as though it's going to be Hampton, St Paul's and Westminster. And just going through, coming into the last 250, Hampton have put a big push in, and they've overhauled St Paul's, who were leading by a few feet. And Hampton now have a lead of probably about half or 3/4 of a length. So that was a really good push in the water through from Hampton. And they're beginning to open up a lead on St Paul's. As I say, it's the first 3 that go through to the final. So unless something dramatic happens, St Paul's will look comfortable to take that position. But it's Hampton now, as they're coming through, the Red Boys, 10 or 15 strokes to go. Some lovely rowing from these guys, and they're going to take the win by the looks of it. by, it's going to be just under a length, about 3/4 of a length over St Paul's, with Westminster closing to about a length further back. Very nice racing there from Hampton, with St Paul's crossing. It was about a length, with Westminster a further 2 lengths back. Just ahead of it was, and that was Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, who got 4th ahead of Shiplake, with Latimer in 6th. Great race there from the J16s, and it was neck and neck between St Paul's and Hampton for the vast majority of the race, and it was only in the last 250 metres really that Hampton put the squeeze on and were able to open up a little bit of a lead, and won by about a length. So the white flag from the umpire calls it a good race. So that will be Hampton, St Paul's and Westminster qualifying for the A final later on today.
So on the course we've got the race 341, which is junior under 16 second coxless fours. First 3 to final A, and the lineup is King's College School in lane 2, Monkton Cool in 3, in 4 Shiplake, in 5 St Paul's School A, and in 6 St Paul's School B. Right, on the course at the moment we've got race 345, junior under 16 coxless fours, division 1, final C. In lane 2 Pangbourne College, in 3 Bedford School, Monkton Coombe in 4, St George's College in 5, in 6 Oratory, and Bedford Modern in 7. This is final C, so these are the crews that did not make the final run in for final A. At the moment it's fairly well spread across the field, but in the middle of the course in lane 4 it looks like Monkton will have the edge. Yes, Monkton look to have stolen a little bit of a lead on the rest of the field. In fact, it looks like clear water according to us. Rating 35. Fairly tidy rate at this part of the course. You can see that frig rig in the middle. See a lot of that now. The theory is that it keeps the boat going straighter, particularly with the coxless boats. Less to do for the steersman. So Monkton may well be stealing a lead here, continuing to take water off the rest of the competition, but difficult to tell who's nibbling away at that lead at this point. Yeah, Monkton seem to have the edge over the other crews. Still rating 35, 36. Good strong catch from all these boys. Just thrusting that boat forward. Yeah, we're well over halfway now, and Moncton still leading this junior under 16 Cox's Fours Division 1 C final. For over in lane 7, Bedford Modern certainly creeping up on the crew next to them in 6. That's Oratory. But Moncton, yes, Moncton have a clear lead now, and the crew next to them, St George's College in 5, attacking quite strongly, but they've got their own little battle with Oratory in 6 and Bedford Modern in 7. But Moncton clearly leading this C final a good couple of lengths ahead of the crew in lane 5, St George's, who in turn lead. Yeah, and St George's is consolidating their position now. Just increase that rate, half, 3/4 of a pip. And third place may well go to Bedford School over in lane 3, barring accidents. But as we come out to the line, Moncton Coombe just stretching out their lead, comfortably crossing the line, followed by St George's College, and over in lane 3, Bedford School. Oratory then next, followed by Pangbourne over on the far side, and the final crew across the line is Bedford Modern. Yes, white flag showing by the umpire, so the race stands. That was Moncton Coombe crossing the line first, followed by St George's College, and then Bedford School.
Right, on the course now is the rescheduled semi-final of the Junior Under 16 second Cox's Falls. This is race number 341, which was postponed due to an incident with the Moncton Coombe boat as they were boating. So that's now all been resolved, and they're on the course. So the roll call for this, I know we've given it to you several times when we thought this race was happening, but it really is happening now. So in lane 2 is King's College School, lane 3 Moncton, lane 4 Shiplake College, and then lane 5 St Paul's School A, and lane 6 St Paul's School B. So as they're coming through all the marquees and the boat tents, and it looks to be between Shiplake in lane number 4, who are doing probably vying for the lead with the St Paul's School A crew. These two crews look to have opened up a little bit of a lead now over the rest of the field. Perhaps Moncton in third, and it's a good race developing here between St Paul's and Shiplake. Looks as though actually St Paul's have got a slight lead over Shiplake, although the angle is a little bit deceptive. As they're coming towards, with 500 metres to go, it's lane 5, St Paul's School A crew, stroked by Cameron Spears, with Samuel Scalding at 3, Daniel Craig McFeely at 2, and Luke Andrews in the bow. They're opening up about a length lead now, maybe just getting clear water of Shiplake as they're opening up in this, the rescheduled first semi-final, race 341 of the Junior Under 16 second Cox's Falls. And now St Paul's really beginning to stretch out. They've got about half to 3/4 of length of clear water over Shiplake, but Shiplake look pretty comfortable in second. But it's going to be an interesting fight, an interesting battle for that third qualifying place, and that's where the real race is beginning to develop between Moncton Coombe and the St Paul's School B crew. There's a good battle going along, and Moncton really beginning to put the squeeze on, and after their shock and disruption of having to change boat earlier on, but they're putting a good sprint in, and they may well get that third vital qualifying spot for the final. But coming into the final 10 or 15 strokes, it is St Paul's School A crew who look to be taking the win by about a length over Shiplake, but the really good sprint going on now between the St Paul's School B crew and Moncton, and actually St Paul's School B crew have just managed to squeeze out about a canvas over Moncton. So well done St Paul's, with two crews going through to the final, but that was a great final finish between St Paul's and Moncton for that final third qualifying spot. So great race there. So just a reminder, so that was St Paul's School A crew who took the win there, ahead of Shiplake College, with St Paul's B crew just getting that final third qualifying spot, ahead of Moncton Combe, with King's College School in 5th position. So on the course now, it's the first semi-final of the Championship Girls Double Scull. This is race 346. So in lane 1 we have Wallingford, Lucy Bird and Georgia Swatoniowski. In lane 2 we have the Reading Rowing Club B crew, Victoria Wimble and Ella Harris. In lane 3, Headington School, Elizabeth Haskins and Isabel Rundle. In lane 4, Thames Rowing Club, Gabby Munyard and Chloe Knight. In lane 5, the American School in London, Grace Bake and Sarah Brunsberg. And in lane 6, Tideway Scholar School, India Lawrence and Charlie Wedderburn. And in lane 7, it's the Reading Rowing Club D crew. Reading have 4 boats entered in this event, and it's the B and the D crew who are in this event at the moment. So out in the lead at the moment, it is the American School in London, with Grace Bake and Sarah Brunsberg looking really good. These are probably one of the favourites for the event, certainly for this semi-final. This pair won the Pairs Head earlier on this year. They've also had wins at Ghent, and also won in the single scull, got a medal at the Junior Sculling Regatta. So there's a lot of pedigree in this boat from the American School in London, and they're looking really strong, showing that pedigree now as they've got clear water lead over it looks to be Thames Rowing Club in lane number 4. That's Gabby Menard and Chloe Knight. And then with probably Headington in a relatively comfortable third qualifying position. It's Elizabeth Haskins and Isabel Rundle who were in the 8 that won the championship, girls 8 yesterday, so they're having another race down the course. But it's the American School in London looking very comfortable, crossing the line with a good length of clear water over Thames Rowing Club, with Headington just holding off a late charge from Tideway Scholars School to get that third qualifying place. So a great race there. And then the 2 Reading boats are bringing up in 5th and 6th. And then over in lane number 1, it's Wallingford who are going to cross the line in 7th position. So they will go to the B final, but it's the first 3 that go through to the A final. So it's American School in London, Thames Rowing Club and Headington School Oxford who will go through to the final.
On the course we've got race 347, which is the second semi-final of Championship Girls Double Sculls. First 3 to the final A, plus the fastest loser. And in 1 it's Dark Totnes, Lambeth in 2, Marlow in 3, Molesey A in 4, in 5 Isle of Ely, Reading A in 6 and Oxford City in 7. We've certainly come a long way through in this race, and in lane 5 it looks to be the Isle of Ely crew which have taken a sizable lead, closely followed in 4 by Molesey A, and again over on the far side in lane 3 it's Marlow. Now they were 3rd in the pairs head this year, and these 3 crews looking fairly comfortable to qualify. In lane 5 Isle of Ely looking quite a comfortable rate, nice long stroke, about a length and a bit ahead of in lane 4 that's Molesey, closely followed over by Marlow in the far side, and then Reading A, and finally Dark Totnes or Lambeth, and then City of Oxford with Dark Totnes on the far side. So 3 crews, white flag confirming the result of that race. That's Isle of Ely first, followed by Molesey and Marlow.
So the next race on the course is should be race number 348, which is the D final of the Championship Girls Double Scull. So this is in lane 2, London Youth Rowing Tradesman, lane 3, Canterbridgian, lane 4, Llandaff, lane 5, Buell Bridge, lane 6, Surbiton High School, lane 7, King's Canterbury, and in lane number 8, the King's School Ely. So they're just off the start, a little bit of a sort of split race here with it looks as though, trying to see who's in the lead at the moment. So it looks as though in lane 5, Buell Bridge, which is Ashley Stone and Mary Jane Maynard. In lane 5, yeah. So they now have about 3/4 of a length lead over lane number 7, which is King's Canterbury, which is Jennifer Hoffman and Tilly Abbott. Those two crews are well clear of the rest of the field. In this, I say, the D final of the Championship Girls Double Scull. So this is for positions 19 to 26. Big entry in this event. So good race developing here between these two crews that are clear of the rest of the field. So it is lane number 5, I think. So crossing the line there, actually it was, the numbers on the lanes were slightly different. That was actually lane 6, Surbiton High School, who crossed the line first. So that was Madeline Davis and Emma Hall, ahead of King's Canterbury, and then Llandaff, Hetty Palmer and Manna Jenkins taking the 3rd spot there. So that was the D final of the Championship Girls Double Sculls.
Final C of the Championship Girls Double Sculls is on the course. That's race 349, and the roll call is Evesham in 2, in lane 3 Northwich, in lane 4 Reading C. As Daniel said earlier, that Reading have 4 crews in this event. In 5, that's Warrington, Walbrook Rowing Club in 6, George Heriot's in 7, and completing the lineup, Yarm in lane 8. And they've certainly come close to halfway. It's a bit difficult to see who's leading this race. There are 2 or 3 crews overlapping each other. It could well be in lane to have a lead. Yes, just a lead in lane 4. Reading C. Yes, Reading C looked to have a bit of an edge over in lane 5. Warrington. But again, over on the far side, Northwich certainly not letting them get away with it as we come up to through the halfway mark into the close to the 750 mark now. Lane 8 still leading. .34 strokes a minute. That's Yarm. Yarm in lane 8 worth rating 34, which is quite a tidy rate for this part of the course. But in the centre of the course, Reading certainly not letting them get away with it. Reading having their own battle with, in lane 3, Northwich. And over on the far side, Evesham. So we've had a bit of change of positions here. Northwich, Reading, and in lane 8, Yarm. Those appear to be the front runners, but certainly Evesham not letting them get away with it at this point. Reading have the edge over Yarm as we come up to the 500 metre mark, so they're going to have to wind up. Yes, in the middle of the course you can see in lane 4 Reading just starting to press with 250 metres to go, just winding their rate up to 30. Good rate. That means they may have plenty in the bag. But over in lane 7 we've got George Heriot, who seem to have come through in the last 500 metres. They're rating a bit higher than that. George Heriot and Reading seem to have the race between them at this point, and Reading moving away from Northwich as we speak, and George Heriot and Reading neck and neck now for that first place, with over in lane 3 Northwich. These look to be the 3 that will take the first 3 places. Yes, George Heriot's just managed to pull through Reading, and then we have Yarm and Walbrook, and over on the far side Evesham, with Warrington picking up the last place. Yeah, white flag confirms the result of that race, which was that George Heriots were first, Reading second, and then Northwich in third place. So George Heriots, Reading and Northwich.
Well, we're looking at semi-final AB1 of the championship double sculls. This is the first 3 go through to the final A in each of these semi-finals. There's another semi-final coming straight after this, and added to the 6 which they get out of these 2 semis, the fastest loser will go as well. In this race, we have in lane 2, Rory Smith and Alexander Milne of Glasgow Academy. In lane 3, Callum Sullivan and Jake Offila of Globe Rowing Club. In lane 4, Marcus Jonas and Lawrence Joss of Tideway Scholars School, their A double. In lane 5, Harrison Rowe and Victor Kleshnev of Maidenhead Rowing Club, their A double. In lane 6, Joseph Troyer and Tyler Scow of American School in London, A double. In lane 7, Rufus Tilt and James Beattie of the King's School Worcester, A. And in lane 8, Maidenhead Rowing Club's D double of William Smith and Daniel Somerville. And they're up on your screen now. Not, as I can see it, from an angle from which any useful conclusion can be drawn as to who is actually in the lead. But as the race progresses, we will see, no doubt, a pattern will emerge, and from which we will find the 3 finalists. Well, it looks to me as if Sullivan and Offila of Globe Rowing Club in lane 3 have established a lead. But up with them in lane 5, the Maidenhead A double, Harrison Rowe and Victor Kleshnev. Difficult to see who's lying third. I think it may be Troyer and Scow of American School, but it could equally, I think, be the Scullers A double of Jonas and Joss. But more clearly now, I can see that it's it's the American School double, who are just leading or vying for the lead with Sullivan and Offila of Globe, I think that is, yes. They're coming out towards the line now, having a go as we go towards the line. And a length ahead, the American School, then Globe, then Tideway Scholars, then Maidenhead. In fact, no, I think it was, I may have given you duff information there. It was the Maidenhead double who led ahead, and there was a double hiding behind the television screen deliberately to fool me here. They're already on their way to the raft. We'll confirm that finish order in a minute or in a second. So this was the final finishing order. It was a winner for Rowan Kleshneff of Maidenhead Rowing Club, followed by Sullivan and Offler of Globe Rowing Club in lane 3. Then Marcus Jonas and Lawrence Joss of Tideway Scholars School in lane 4 came third. Fourth was the American school double of Troyer and Scow. We just have to wait to see from the results of the next semi-final who's going to be the fastest loser to go through. This is the second semi-final of Championship Double Sculls, again with 7 doubles. Brack and Coulthard of St Peter's in lane 1, Shewell and Workman of Windsor Boys in lane 2, Ballinger and Crowther of Leander Club in lane 3, that's their A double. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club's Wolfin and Simon. In lane 5, the Windsor Boys A double, Smith and Ellery. In lane 6, Maidenhead B double, Marshall and Kemp. And in lane 7, Leander's B double of Placidia and Forsyth. At 1,000 metres, Smith and Ellery of Windsor Boys had taken a lead over Leander A, Ballinger and Crowther over in lane 3. And lying third was the Maidenhead B double of Marshall and Kemp. That's a good picture you see on the screen there, and that's the Windsor Boys School double, who have really made their mark in this race. They've opened out a decent length of clear water, and as Maidenhead, Marlow on the far side having a go. There is some very nice sculling going on here, and they're all winding up a bit now because they've got to. One thing you can't do at this stage in your career is let someone get away. So Windsor Boys sculling at 34.5, and they're over a length ahead, but for second and third, that is, that's a bit adjacent. I think it was between Maidenhead and Leander for second and third there. I think, and this is purely a personal view, I think that Maidenhead just made it. We will get the official result in a second, which I will then tell you. And don't forget, not only the first 3 are going to go through, but one of the remaining crews in the 2 semi-finals, the fastest loser, will go and join them in the final, in the A final. Just going to have a look at the photograph to check these third position. On the course at the moment, while we're waiting for that result, is the D final of Championship Double Sculls. Hinckley Sculling School's B double of Meisel and Clark, then Strathclyde Parks, Dunson Troy in lane 3. Henry Rowing Club's Lachlan Reed and Bruce Turnell in lane 5. Tiffin Schools James Lawn and Jake Lane in lane 6. from in Deben Rowing Club, Goodwin and Rowe. Cambridge 99 in lane 7, that's Gardner and Beraundo, and Kings Ely in lane 8, Oldham and Dickens. In that previous, in that semi-final, second semi-final of Championship Double Sculls, it was indeed Maidenhead who made it into second place just by the skin of a bow ball. It was Windsor Boys certainly won it quite convincingly. Maidenhead came second, third were Leander Club, Ballinger and Crowther, and then the Windsor Boys B double of Shewell and Workman were fourth, and we'll have to wait to find out whether they were the fastest loser. Meanwhile, this race 352, the D final of Championship Double Sculls, is well on the way now, coming into the last 300 meters, and this is a race, but I think the Tiffin double of Lawn and Lane in lane 5 have got the edge here. Over on the far side, Dunson Troy of Strathclyde, and the Hinksey's Sculling School B double are also having a go. And it's between Kings Ely and Cambridge 99 on the Finnish Tower side of the course. There's a tussle going on there, everyone winding up their ratings. It's not going to be an easy win for anybody, but that's Tiffin School have crossed the line first. They were followed in by Strathclyde Park and then Hinksey Sculling School in lanes 3 and 2. But it was all over a bit quick and a bit close, and I couldn't be sure to give you the final order of the remaining 3 crews. That's the D final of Championship Double Sculls. Well, there is no official result as yet, because it was pretty adjacent and we want to make sure that it's right.
The Championship Double Sculls continues. Race 353 on the course at the moment, and this is the C final of the Championship Double Sculls. In lane 1, Barn Elms Rowing Club, Jackson and Watkins. In lane 2, Robbins and Guy from King's School, Worcester. In lane 3, Howlett and O'Connor from Maidenhead. In lane 4, Collett and O'Mahony from Maidenhead. Collinson and Rao from Dart Totness. Elwig and Wakefield from Hinksey. And Crouchley and Coffey from Northwich in lane 7. So this race underway at the moment. Still about half of the course yet to scull before the results are decided. And while we wait for those crews to get a little closer, let me bring you the result from the D final there, which was a win for Tiffin, a second place finish for Strathclyde. Hinksey were in third, Cambridge 99 in fourth, Kings Ely fifth, Henley sixth, and Devon in seventh. And that's the result from the previous race, 3-5-2, the D final of this championship double sculls event. Meanwhile, in the C final, Hinksey Sculling Skull looking like they're doing a fantastic job in lane 6, but over in lane 3, Maidenhead Rowing Club also sculling rather well, and it would be between those two at the moment, with Maidenhead looking like they're doing the better job at this middling stage of the course. They're coming into the last 500 metres, 1500 metres behind them. Nice close-up shot of the Maidenhead scullers there. I've just clocked them at 33 strokes per minute in lane 3. Sculling really well together there, and obviously wanting to make a statement in the C final. No medals at stake here, but certainly pride and the ability to show what you're capable of and the time you can get. And just picking the rate up a little bit even there. Bowman just looks round, always a challenge to make sure you're staying in the lanes, although not too much of a crosswind today, so you can just look straight down that course and eye up the boys either side, make sure he's steering a nice straight line, and really starting to get ahead of the field now in lane 3, that Maidenhead C crew of Howlett and O'Connor. Their club mates in lane 4 doing a decent job as well, and probably up there for second at the moment, but the challenge from Hinksey hasn't gone away, and I would say it would be between those two crews at the moment for the second and third places. Kings Worcester on the lane 2 station, sculling quite nicely as well. But it really is Maidenhead who are making the running of it as they come into the red buoys, and we're coming towards the final few metres of their Nat schools for this year, and looking very good indeed as they scull past the finish tower here towards that finish line. And that looks like it's going to be a win in the C final for Maidenhead C, Howlett and O'Connor. Very close for second place. Hinksey, I think, just got that one ahead of the other Maidenhead E crew in lane 4. And then we had Northwich, King's School Worcester, then Dart Totnes and Barn Elms just crossed to take the final position in that race. We'll bring you the result of that when we have it confirmed, but let's turn our attention up the course again, because we're at about 300 metres or so into the semi-finals now of the Championship Girls Coxless Pairs, and this is semi-final 1. First 3 will go to the final in this event, and then of course we'll have the other 3 winners from the next heat, and the fastest loser as well. Early stages still as we head through the 500 metre marker, but it looks to me like the Headington crew of Pullinger and Curtis have made the early running, being chased by Tyne Rowing Club, Craig and Turley on their right hand side, and then we've got Godolphin and Latimer in lane 5 who are also challenging. At the moment it does look like those 3 are comfortably in those top 3 positions, but the challenge coming from LEHB crew and Thames Rowing Club in lane 2. Great Marlow School in lane 1 with work to do at the moment, but still plenty of running to go. They've got 1,250 metres left to go as they go through the 750 marker. But Headington, nice long rhythm there. I'm clocking them at 34. And as they head up towards the halfway point, let's just bring you the result of the previous race, which was in the Championship Double Sculls, the C final. That was indeed a win, as we saw, for Maidenhead C. Hinksey in second place, Maidenhead E in third place, Northwich in fourth, Kings Worcester in fifth place, Dart Totnes in sixth, and Barn Elms in seventh. So as we called that one, and back to the race on the course, the Championship Girls Coxless Pairs, where Headington were making the early running. under pressure from Tyne and Godolphin and Latimer. Not a lot between those three crews. Headington looked like they had about a length lead at the sort of 650 metre mark or so. And as we head up past the 1,000 metre marker, there they go through that 1,000 metre marker. You can always tell the little line of red buoys there indicating a timing marker. No changes there for Headington. They maintain that lead and just looking to control that race. Nice and easy when you're in the middle lane. If there's not too much crosswind, it's a great place to be because you can look left, you can look right. If you're out in the lead, you can just control things as the crews come towards you. You're the ones in charge. Tyne definitely pushing Headington here. A really gutsy performance from them. Let's just see what they're doing on the rate. 33.5. Definitely putting Headington under a little bit of pressure here. But Headington trying not to let that affect them. 34.5 for them. But Tyne definitely moving a little bit here. And whether Headington are deciding to sit there and just try and control it. But Tyne are really putting in a bit of work here in lane 3. Two crews from opposite ends of England here, battling it out on Dorney Lake. Through the 1250 they go. Headington look like they've got about a length and a half lead over Tyne. Godolphin and Latimer not out of it either. They're pulling level with Tyne if anything, and Lady Eleanor Hollies are still in the hunt, and if not for the third place, then at least for the fastest loser position, because there are 7 spaces available in the A final.
This is a further call for the owners of vehicle HT15VVU behind St Paul's Girls' School tent. Vehicle HT15VVU behind St Paul's Girls' tent. Please go to your vehicle immediately. Your dog is showing signs of distress and it'll be necessary to break in to rescue the animal quite soon.
Into the last 500 metres of this race then, and Headington maintain that lead over Tyne and Godolphin and Latimer. Still got that length or so, just controlling it in, that little bit of clear water that says who's in charge. Tyne really going for it, really trying to stay with Headington, looking for any little chinks in the armour, try and make their move. Looks like they will be going through to the final, both of these crews alongside the Godolphin and Latimer crew, Ayling and Colgrave. A little on the tower side, but Headington just starting to tire actually, and Tyne have definitely made a move, and Tyne have not quite closed the clear water, but the clear water is now only a foot or so. Godolphin and Latimer going with Tyne, so it looks to me like Headington just letting themselves fall back into the clutches of those two chasing crews. And let's not rule out LEHB crew in lane 6. King and Reddish are really going for this as well, and they want to go through to the final, and they want that time. All these crews knowing that if they finish 4th, the time is going to be crucial, so they can't let anything slip. Headington just starting to shorten their stroke a little bit as we head towards the line. Tyne still putting them under pressure. Headington still have the lead though. They're maintaining their lead, but it's not getting wider. It's getting under pressure into the red boys. Half a length now, so getting closer every stroke, but controlling it towards the line. Headington will take the win. Second place will be Tyne, as it was for much of the race. Godolphin and Latimer 3rd, but LEHB crew pretty close in 4th. Great Marlow School take 5th, and Thames Rowing Club 6th position there. And we wait for the white flag, which has just been brought up by the umpire. So all fair in that race, and Headington will be happy to have made it through quite a tough semi-final there. They were under constant pressure from the crews either side of them, but were able to control that pressure, were able to see it off, and they'll be very pleased to get through that one. And of course, those three crews, Hennington, Tyne and Godolphin and Latimer, will go up against the winning three crews from the next race on the course, which has not started yet, so we'll wait for that to get underway. But of course, the fastest loser from these two semis will join them, so that could be LEH B crew at this point, but we've got to wait and see what the times tell us from the race that is currently sitting on those start pontoons. Nothing quite like sitting on the start pontoons of a Nat Schools semi-final, knowing that you need to perform, you need to do your job, you need to execute the plan you've prepared, and you need to make a clean getaway from the blocks. Always easier said than done, that clean getaway, although the conditions are favourable today, so not too many problems getting away. Just had the results through from that first semi-final. It's as it was called, so Headington in first, Tyne second, Godolphin and Latimer third, LEH fourth, Great Marlow School fifth, and Thames Rowing Club sixth. Nice shot there of the middle lanes underneath the start tower. Those rings, a reminder of the summer of 2012. Spectators enjoying the day out and waiting for that start to get going, and there we have it. Looks like quite a clean getaway from these crews. I've clocked a couple of those crews at 42 strokes per minute. Always hard to control the steering out of the start in a pair. Tricky job. Let's see who's in this event then. This is the second of these semi-finals. So lane one, Habs and Monmouth, Lincoln and Strawbridge. In lane two, LEHA crew, George and Mason. In lane three, Glasgow Academy, Olney and Wicklow. In lane four, Emmanuel, Hayes and Jennings. In lane five, it's Enniskillen, Kelly and Elliott. In lane six, Godolphin and Latimer, Peterson and Lindbergh. Lane seven, Marlow Rowing Club. That's Matthews and Fennell. So 7 crews, goes down to 3, and potentially the 4th. We don't know what the times are going to do, and we'll see what happens after this race is finished. But some really rather good rowing going on here, and the crews just settling down a little bit from the highs of 43 and 42. We're down to 34, and the crews just starting to feel their way into this race now. You've got to try and find that rhythm. They will have a standard start, and then it will be finding that rhythm where they can comfortably row the 2,000 metres and know they'll be able to finish the race. And it's always a balance, isn't it, between the power and the rate, and trying to row as fast as you possibly can, but knowing it's not a sprint. 2K racing is an endurance race. They can't take things too easily. So through the 600 metre marker, probably we're getting up towards that, and it's Habs and Monmouth in lane 1 who've had quite a good start, I think, but it's the crew from Glasgow Academy who have taken the lead as we pan around to get across the lanes. Oh, it's pretty close actually. The perspective is interesting here as Godolphin and Latimer take an early lead, but it's pretty close between them and Enniskillen, Emmanuel, Marlow, all in the race. But it is that Godolphin and Latimer crew who've taken about quarter of a length over the rest of the field. So Godolphin and Latimer and being chased by Marlow, Enniskillen and Emmanuel. Glasgow a little bit further back. Then it's Habs, Monmouth and LEH are in the 7th place at the moment, but nobody's out of this race at this point at all. Lots of metres left in this lake. That's the Godolphin and Latimer crew you can see there. And let's just clock the rate and see what they've settled to. About 35 or so, what they're looking to do. So we change the camera angle and we're seeing it from further down the course now. Godolphin and Latimer maintaining that lead and knowing that they want to get through to the final. They want to get the best possible lane in the final, which with these conditions would be the middle of the course, just to be able to be in the thick of the action, to be able to see what everyone else is up to. And Enniskillen rowing rather well there as well. I've had a good regatta, Enniskillen, a couple of medals yesterday, and they'll be wanting to add to that today. .33.5. So the Enniskillen crew's rating there in the middle of the picture. They're through that halfway point. They'll have tried to get themselves through that point with some sort of push, usually part of the race plan of most crews here. Get yourself through that halfway point, and Emmanuel School making a really good go of it now, but it's pretty close actually as we come up towards a level pegging. Emmanuel go through 3/4 of a length ahead of Enniskillen now, who've obviously taken a good 500 metres there to get ahead of Godolphin and Latimer. So it's those three at the moment making the running. Glasgow Academy in 4th, not out of it yet. Marlow 5th. And that's Glasgow Academy, you can see there, in the purple boat. And we can see Emmanuel School as well, to the left of the picture. Glasgow clocking 32 now. Looking to really maintain a strong rhythm. Such a hard 500 of the race. Always the hardest 500 from 1,000 metres to 500 to go. Done a lot of hard work in that first kilometre. And the legs will be starting to hurt. And it's about trying to get through that third 500 before they hit the last 500, and then you start to sense the crowd a little bit. You can get yourself through the final quarter, and that's what these girls are doing. It's pretty close between these four crews. I'm not sure exactly where the places are going to fall at this point, and of course time will come into it. We'll see who comes fourth and whether that time adds up against the LEH crew from the previous round. It's going to be close for that 4th spot, the timed spot into the final. Glasgow having a very good third 500. Looked like they really made a bit of a move there. Got themselves into contention. They weren't. I think they're pushing themselves into it. Looks like Emmanuel are still in the lead though. Yeah, in lane 4. Hayes and Jennings a length up on the rest of the field with Enniskillen, I think, the nearest challengers. 35, I've just clocked Emmanuel out there. Well, let's see what's happening in the rest of the field. I'll go looking round in the Enniskillen crew. Where are we? How close are we? What's going on in the rest of the field? They're still in to the final at the moment as things stand. At Glasgow pushing hard. Godolphin and Latimer not giving up either, getting themselves into that final would be a real achievement for all of these crews. Making a final at that school is what it's all about. And Emmanuel are putting in a strong performance there. They've really started to lengthen that lead out now. Clear water on the field. Enniskillen just in second. Godolphin and Latimer just ahead at the moment. Let's see what the line says. Oh, I couldn't call that between Glasgow and Godolphin and Latimer. Emmanuel definitely first, then Enniskillen, then it was close between those two crews. and then Marlow were across in 5th. Abs, Monmouth, Lincoln and Strawbridge in 6th. And final crew coming up to the line now, George and Mason. They take the bell as well. And that completes our semi-finals of the Championship Girls Coxless pairs. And we'll wait to hear what the result was for that 3rd place, because we couldn't confirm that from the tower. So we'll get back to you.
So what have we got on the course now? It's race 356, the D final of Championship Girls Coxless pairs. Before I say anything about that, I can give you the final result of the AB semi-final Championship Girls Coxless pairs. The first 3 will go through to the A final, plus the fastest loser. First were Emmanuel School, Hayes and Jennings. Second, Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, Kelly and Elliott. Third, Glasgow Academy, Olney and Wicklow. And then Godolphin Latimer A, Peterson and Lindbergh were 4th and may or may not be fast enough to qualify for the 7th position in the A final. We're back to the D final, Championship Girls Coxless pairs. In lane 1, Donkin and Dobson, Bedford Modern School. In lane 2, Hinksey Sculling Schools, Beale and Baird. In lane 3, Great Marlow Schools B pair, Leicester and Cook. In lane 4, Kingston Grammar School, the A pair, George and Gibson. Maidstone Invicta in lane 5, Knight and Lillian. In lane 6, Castle Semple, Elish Murphy and Neve McClure. And in lane 7, Lady Eleanor Hollis C pair with Catherine King and Lata Persson. And you can see them now, they're through 1,000 metres. In fact, they're through 1250. And it's here on the screen, and we are about to get a side view which will tell us something. There is a crew, I think it's possibly Hinksey Sculling School who dropped off the radar on that side of the course, but it's a bit difficult to see. No, it's Bedford Modern have dropped out of the race and are way back. But there you can see the crews coming down in the last 200 meters. There's a bit of a possible crash, possible interference in the middle of the course there between Kingston Grammar School, Mason Invicta and Castle Semple. Those 3 pairs, the umpires had to exercise her flag a bit. Meanwhile, on the far side, Beale and Baird of Hinks's Sculling School again across the line first, just followed by the Mason Invicta pair. Couldn't quite see who crossed third. Everybody very close together there. I'm going to have to wait for an official result from the judges. But that we've got to find here the no medals, just pride and self-satisfaction at the end of an important race. The D final of Championship Girls Coxless Pairs, and don't forget these are Championship pairs. These are not just any old pairs who've turned up. These are high quality. They're just not actually in the A final. Now, while we're waiting for the official result of that D final of the Championship Coxless Pairs, the C final is on the course now. Emily Eagles and Erin Osgood of Star Club in lane 1. Amy Louise Sotnick and Rebecca Lister of Henley Rowing Club, their B pair. In lane 3, Pippa Savage and Alex Butterworth of Putney High School. In lane 4, Laura Hunt and Amelia Standing, King's Chester. In lane 5, the Surbiton High School A pair, Susie Castle and Charlotte Gildersleeve. And in lane 6, Surbiton's B pair, Emma Croft and Amy Pearson. And in lane 7, 7 doubles in this C final, Headington School, Jodie Smith and Holly Dunmore, the B double of Headington School in this C final of Championship Girls Coxless Pairs. In the D final of Championship Girls Coxless Pairs, it was indeed a win for Hinks's Sculling School. Second, Ellen Knight and Catherine LeLeon of Maidstone Invicta. Third, the Great Marlow School B pair of Olivia Lester and Laura Cook. And fourth, Castle Semple, that's Ailish Murphy and Neve McClure. Back to race 357. The race is now into the last 250 meters, and it's between I think it's between King's Chester and Surbiton High School. Surbiton A, that'd be Susie Castle and Charlotte Gildersleeve. But it's the King's Chester pair who are showing ahead here. And they cross the line. It was King's Chester who crossed the line first, ahead of Surbiton High School A. I think Headington School B. Yes, that was the order in which they crossed the line. This is in fact the result of Final C. Laura Hunt and Amelia Standing of King's Chester won that race. Second were Susie Castle and Charlotte Gildersleeves of Surbiton High School A pair, and third the B pair from Headington School, Jodie Smith and Holly Dunmore. Fourth, the Henley Rowing Club B pair of Sotnick and Lister.
So we're into semi-finals again in the championship coxless pairs this time. Semi-final AB1, first three to the final, and of course again across the two semi-finals we have a fastest loser position. So we'll see who gets that after two races. Lane 1, Windsor Boys School, Bartoletti and Bodkin. Lane 2, Trentham, Wilson and Duncan Lewis. In lane 3, Marlow, Smith and Treasure. In lane 4, St Paul's School, Guy and Waller. Shrewsbury School in lane 5, Fox and Rowe. Enniskillen in lane 6, Johnson and Corrigan. Walton Rowing Club, Jenkinson and Harris are in lane 7. And when we last saw them come past the camera, just before the 1,000-metre marker, Shrewsbury had made the best of the running, and they were in the lead. Enniskillen in second place, Marlow were in third, St Paul's in fourth. It was pretty close for 5th and 6th between the rest of the field. But in terms of the positions in the final, it was Shrewsbury, Enniskillen and Marlow occupying those positions, and as they come into the final 350 metres of this race, and we'll get a side-on view, it doesn't look like the leading position has changed, and it's Fox and Rowe in lane 5 who are rowing very well indeed. And we'll just check their rate, rowing very much within themselves. They're 35, they're controlling the field, under pressure a little from Enniskillen, who still in second place. But those two pairs look to be ahead of the rest of the field. But of course, third and fourth place, battling it out for the place automatically in the final, and crucially the time. But Marlow still in that third place. At this stage, the red boys have been reached. We've got 100 metres or so left. Shrewsbury maintaining a lead. The Maltese crosses on those blades are ahead of the rest of the field. Under pressure a little from Enniskillen, who are trying to race for the lane perhaps, or just make sure they stay ahead of those two crews that are coming up to challenge them. They want to put down a bit of a marker, not accepting second place, keeping the pressure up on the school from Shropshire. But it's Shrewsbury who come up to the line now, and as they take the line, it will be a win for them. Very close behind Enniskillen, who got quite close into that lane as well. Third place will be Marlow. Yeah, there they go. Marlow get the automatic spot. St Paul's School will have to accept fourth. That might still be a place in the final, but we will have to wait and see what happens in the other semi. Windsor Boys in lane 1 coming through to take fifth. Sixth place will be lane 2, that's Trentham. Wilson, Duncan Lewis from Trentham Boat Club. Walton, Harris and Jenkinson still to come over the line, but they're heading towards that place now. Shrewsbury just taking the run off it there, getting a little close to a crew that was boating, and they'll be heading in knowing that they've got a good lane in the final and a good chance at doing something in that final. We'll wait and see what happens later on in the day there, and we'll take ourselves back up to towards the start. In fact, just past the start. We're at about 650 metres here, and let's just have a quick check at what's going on in this race. We'll run you through the running order in a second, but as we come up to get a nice side-on view, let's take the opportunity to tell you Westminster and then King's Canterbury and then Llandaff in third look like they've had the best start. But let's run you over who's in this race. Cheltenham College In lane 2, Llandaff in lane 3, lane 4 is King's Canterbury, as I said, lane 5, Westminster School, lane 6, Great Marlow School, lane 7, Ardingly, and in lane 8 it's Molesey Boat Club. Looked to me like Westminster, Santos and Dubin had the better start. Rowing rather nicely, but under pressure from King's Canterbury and Llandaff. 35 strokes a minute for King's Canterbury. 33 strokes a minute for Westminster School. So slightly underrating King's Canterbury, and I think King's Canterbury have had a very solid 500 metres there. Under pressure from Llandaff. Cheltenham College over in lane 2 with work to do at this stage, but of course 4th place is still a potential ticket to the final. A solid rhythm, so important in these middle sections of the race. They've gone through 1,000 metres, just looking to maintain that pace, maintain their positions, maintain a spot in the final. You don't win anything in the semis, but you can put yourself in a good position to do something in the final if you do win your semi. And of course, you need to put that performance in across a whole day to walk home with a medal from this event. You can't just rely on one race going your way. You've got to put in a consistent performance, and King's Canterbury certainly put in a very strong 500 metres, because they're now sitting a length and a half ahead of Westminster, who are about a length and a half up from Llandaff. It's right across the board there for 4th place, actually, between Molesey, Ardingly and Great Marlow School. Cheltenham College in 7th place at the moment, but still could get themselves back into the hunt for 4th place. The steering, always a challenge in the pairs, because you only have one point of contact on each side, so one stroke from one of the rowers that's slightly less powerful or more powerful can suddenly shift the boat over. Looks like that's what happened in lane 8 there for a second, and now in lane 7 Ardingly getting close to the line of buoys as well. Umpire just having a look, just making sure there's nothing going on there. Looks like the umpire's actually moving across just to check what's going on in lane 7 and 8. Just making sure the crews stay apart. Yeah, just a little warning with the flag there. Just telling the crews where to go. King's Canterbury maintaining that lead, looking very strong indeed as they come in to the last 350 metres or so. Let's just check the rates. 34.5. Westminster still in 2nd place. 34.5 for them, so matching King's Canterbury. Slightly lower rate for Llandaff, down on 32, but maintain that 3rd place. Llandaff probably just looking across. They know they've got that spot in the final if they can maintain that position. King's Canterbury have extended that lead, 250 metres to go, and now it's an easy clear water between them and Westminster. The gap between Westminster and Llandaff hasn't really changed over the last 500 metres, but I would say that the next positions have rather opened up a little bit, with Great Marlow School comfortably 4th now, ahead of Ardingly. Molesey half a length back from them, and then it's Cheltenham College in 7th still. Interesting to see what happens with the times and which is the fastest of these semi-finals, and therefore which will be our fastest loser, but we'll bring you that information when we know it. As these crews head up towards the line, they know there's one more race to go. If they get through this, the final awaits and the chance to race for the medals. King's Canterbury putting on a very professional performance over the sort of second half of that race and really opening up a lead, and they've taken the bell well before Westminster, who now take the finish line. Llandaff do indeed get that automatic place in the final, and Great Marlow School will be in that 4th position. So we'll see what happens in the times there. Just quite close finish between Ardingly and Molesey there in their lanes, but it won't be for a space in the final for them.
Well, this is final C of the championship coxless pairs, and you can see there are only 4 pairs. Romario Ferreira and Adam Oliver of Licensed Fiddler School, Ascot in lane 3. St Paul's School B, that's Andrew Matmo and Nick Palmer in lane 4. Alex Rose and William Humphreys of Maidstone Invicta in lane 5, and from Moncton Combe in lane 6, Louis Shaw and Josh Davis. And it's the pairs on the inside 2 lanes who are actually showing ahead. St Paul's in the lead, I think, with Maidstone Invicta about a length behind them. No, I think it's very difficult to tell. I thought the Licensed Fiddler's School was ahead of Moncton Combe, but actually it may well be the other way round, and I'm not going to put my neck on the block for this. But they're coming up to a point where I can actually see them from, shall we say, straight across the course, and there we are. St Paul's School, Matmo and Palmer, a length up on Rose and Humphreys of Maidstone Invicta, and indeed it's the Moncton Combe pair of Shaw and Davis, and lying forth Ferreira and Oliver of the Licensed Fiddlers School, and they are very much off the pace at this stage of the race. But there's still quite some way to go. I mean, we're only about halfway through. There you can see on your screen all 4 pairs. The one thing that you can see is that St Paul's pair is out in the lead, and that the Maidstone pair of Rose and Humphreys are lying second. But it's not particularly easy to work out distances or indeed in a closer race to work out positions. I mean, we're quite lucky in this one to have such a clearly set out race pattern. You look back on a few of the races we've had, some terrific races, very, very close and almost impossible to talk about because you couldn't see who was leading. But there's Matmo and Palmer, the St Paul's School B double in the C final of Championship Coxless pairs, and barring accidents, they are going to cross the finish line a good deal before anybody else. Then there's Maidstone Invicta, and then there's Moncton Combe. And Ferreira and Oliver of the Licensed Fiddlers School lying fourth. Here they come. Andrew Matno, Nick Palmer from St Paul's School, rowing comfortably ahead, as they have been almost from the very beginning of this race. All they've done really is just extend their lead, and they're coming down, crossing the line now, and a country mile ahead of the next pair from Maidstone Invicta, Alex Rose, William Humphreys. Crossing the line third, just over a length behind them, the Moncton Combe pair, and then it'll be Ferreira and Oliver of the Licensed Fiddlers School, Ascot. And that's the order in which they cross the line. If the judges say anything different, I'll eat my microphone.
Now, to me, this doesn't look like Championship coxless pairs, Final C, sadly. I do believe this looks like Final AB of the Championship coxed fours. And I want to say there's something tankard. Fox tankard? Guess that. I don't know where Tom, my colleague, can help me out with that one. I remember it was one that I definitely didn't win. No, the Fox is the double sculls. The plus fours is the Hedser Cup. So generally you get the first eights of the championship and the Child Beal splitting their boys up. Some of the more adept rowers will go into the pairs that we just saw come down. Some really great rowing by some of those crews is quite equally described by some of my colleagues. The slightly bigger members of the boat, generally the middle four, get stuck in the coxed four to carry a quarter of their cocks down the course. They've got double cocks that they have to carry as opposed to the 8, and then the more skillfully adept bladesmen normally sit in the coxless 4, which we'll see in a minute, and that's the Royal Engineers Cup, which is, I suppose, our blue ribbon event to finish the afternoon off. So enough gassing by me, we're over halfway. This is the first semi-final of the Hedser Cup, and I think we've got the first 4 to the final, the A final. And in lane 1 we've got Great Marlow School, lane 2 we have Molesey Boat Club, lane 3 Dulwich College, lane 4 Winchester College, lane 5 Eton A, lane 6 Eton B. Excellent, always good to have 2 of the same schools in the same lanes, good. Adjacent lanes, sorry, and then Reading Bluecoat School, lane 7, and in lane 8 Abingdon School. And I seem to have wasted enough time to get a side-on shot, which is great. And it looks like we have Eton College A, Eton College B, followed by Dulwich College by my looking of that. And then I think we've got Reading Bluecoat School following up just now, Molesey, Great Marlow, and finally Abingdon School is on the near thing. Thank you very much, our wonderful camera boys. These chaps have all given up their time today. They're all students from Eton College. A big thank you, and some other cool schools as well, I'm being told, who've come down, given up their bank holiday weekend before their half term starts, and I think you'll all be very appreciative of the pictures that they've been showing us all on these big screens. So thank you very much again to our wonderful sponsors, Charles Stanley, for providing the money and things for the screens, which is great. So going back to it, it looks actually like it's Winchester College leading the field over Eton A in lane 5, and then I think it goes back to Dulwich College in lane 3, if we're reading that correctly now. Eton B are also in there with a shout in lane 6. Sadly, Reading Blue Coat School, Abingdon and Great Marlow and Molesey a little bit out the back, but there's still a long way to go. Remember, it's the first 4 to the final today, 8 lanes abreast for the A final later on, which is good. And I think we don't have a B final, sadly. So we'll have the C final coming up after the second semi-final, just in front of us. And as we go past the Abingdon tent, sadly I think their boat won't be contesting it. They've got quite comfortable 32 for Winchester College as they come in with 250 metres to go. Eton College A, the silver medalist yesterday, really winding it up. They're trying to get in contention as well, and Dulwich College coming across on the far side, the 3rd, and Eton B look like they're going to be the 4th qualifiers. So they've got about a length and a quarter back over to Molesey Boat Club, who did very well and won the Child Bill yesterday. So again, some fast boys, but I think they might just be squeezed out as this Winchester College boat is looking very comfortable, looking very long, underrating Eton College A by about 6 strokes a minute, which is quite a lot, and just really being efficient with their boat movement here. So as I stand up out of my chair after a long 2 days of commentary, it's been very enjoyable. We've got Winchester College going to cross the line first, followed closely by Eton A. Those two to look out for in the final this evening, followed by Dulwich College and Eton B. Subject to confirmation, those 4 will be going through to the final later on. And then we've also got on the far side Molesey Boat Club coming in just in front of Reading Blue Coats, closely followed by Great Marlow, and to finish off this semi-final we have Abingdon School in lane 8. So we gaze over to the umpires launch again, as we always do, and we get the white flag, so that result has been confirmed. So a win there for Winchester College, followed by Eton A and Dulwich College, with Eton B all going through to the final later on. Gazing back up the course, we probably have just about started. I think I see the umpires launch speeding into the middle. Nice little picture of King's College School Wimbledon tent. They're finishing off the Pims and the beer over there. Maybe we can get a wave. There we are. Woo! Hard-working chef. I hope someone's got her a Pims. A couple of them. Excellent. They're on TV. Mum, look, I'm on TV. But what we're going to do is we're going to nip back up the course. I think we've got a race on. There we go. Excellent. We do. So 250 metres gone. This second semi-final, the Coxed Championship 4s. Boys, lane 1, Oratory School. Lane 2, Bedford School. Lane 3, Radley College. Lane 4, St Paul's School. Some of the boys maybe from the Queen Mother, the Queen Elizabeth Championship 8 winners yesterday. Lane 5, Shiplake College, the bronze medalist, proud headmaster we had in this morning. Lane 6, no lane 6, I'm being told, no Westminster School. So Winchester College B in lane 7 and Latimer up in lane 8. So no lane 6, which is why we've got a little bit of a hole. The umpire is currently occupying that in 8th spot. Hopefully they don't get involved in any of the placings later on. But it looks like we've got St Paul's School going out strongly with Shiplake College, the gold and silver medalists yesterday from the Championship 8s. No surprise to anyone here in the commentary tower or probably out there on the lake that they will be leading this as we go through about 500 metres. Again, we've got the first 4 going through to the final this evening of the Headser Cup, which will be at 7 o'clock, almost wrap-up time. So I think the fourth last race of the afternoon. St Paul's School half a length lead over Shiplake College. So those two look like they're going to have a bit of a ding-dong to see who's going to come out supreme in this semi-final. And then going back for the minor placings, just going past 750 metres, both looking very long, very comfortable, pretty happy with what they're doing. Shiplake College, Cox, just having a quick glance across, that's Jamie. Have a glance across there at his compatriot Axel, brilliant name, in the St Paul's boat, just to check how they're doing. They find themselves slightly down, but comfortably compared to everyone else. Hopefully his bowman is giving him a little bit of information about where the rest of the field is, as he can't see anyone else. I'm hoping he knows that he's out in front, or at least in second place. So coming up to halfway, we've got St Paul's School, who are rating comfortably, somewhere around the 31, 32 mark. There we go. And Shiplake College are probably around the same as well, 32, 33. So pretty comfortable there in the middle lanes. The minor placings, or the more important placings, can we get a place in the final to give it a shot to go for a medal in the afternoon? I think it would be pretty hard pressed to beat the four crews that we had. Eton College, Winchester College, St Paul's and Shiplake. I'm going to hazard a guess. I'm not going to quite put my house on the market for as a bet, but I'm pretty sure the medals will come from those four boys. It's a case of what colour they'll get and which one loses out. So that's my reckoning. Radley College also looking pretty strong there. Looks like they're in third place, maybe with Winchester College B and Latimer Upper, who had just had a shot. So just gone through the 1,000-metre mark, and we can see the crowds thinning out a little bit over there, but do make some noise for these boys. They've been rowing very well all weekend, especially St Paul's, who've done very well. So I think they've eked out a lead. They're about a length and a quarter up, still at 32, very comfortable, and they've got about 3 lengths now over Shiplake College, who in turn have 3 lengths over Radley College, and who just missed out on a medal last night. And they have a slight lead over Bedford School in lane 2. So those are the 1, 2, 3, 4. In lane 1 we've got Oratory. In lane 7 we have Winchester College B. These boys are still in touch. They've got overlap with Bedford School. Are they going to be able to reel them in, to overtake them and secure a place in that final? We could have a very interesting last 750 metres here. Some good racing's been taken on today. We've had a couple of photo finishes already. Will this one go down to the wire? Radley and Bedford School are going to do their best to make sure that doesn't happen. I think Radley are going to be safe, mining any sea monsters or shipwrecks, but we should have the first 3 nailed on relatively soon. The question comes over Bedford. London Oratory, Oratory School, maybe they're having a listen to the commentary, have responded. Their rate's gone up, you can see they're doing that. Bedford School having a look, checking them out, their cocks. Chengdi just having a look across, looking at that bow of the Oratory boat, just pushing up a little bit. Very different composure to the St Paul's boys, who look like they're just out for a bit of a row, and the Shiplake boys, they're winding down. They're pretty happy they're going to get a shot at the final, so they're going to be conserving their energy for the final. So if we just pan back to where the race is for that 4th spot, so we've got St Paul's going through, Shiplake going through, Radley College look pretty secure as well, but what we really want to see is who's fighting it out for 4th. So at last measurement, the last straight shot we got across the course, we had Bedford School, who are maintaining, in fact increasing their advantage over the Oratory in lane 1. So they've eked it out to about 2 lengths. Have they done enough now? Have they beaten off that challenge from Oratory School, Winchester B and Latimer Upper? So lane 7 and 8, as you saw, it's getting quite adjacent there. That might be interesting just to fight for those minor placings. Oratory might have to be careful not to get ignored by this race over here, as St Paul's School pass the commentary at about 21. They probably won't even stop, they'll just row straight into the pontoon. Shiplake, I imagine, will be the same. Radley have decreased the rating a little bit. Bedford are feeling the pressure. They've obviously noticed they've got a bit of a competition coming from Oratory. I think they should be safe. They'll probably just raise the rating a little bit. Shiplake crossing the line in second. Radley College coming up to the line, and I think Bedford, that's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4. St Paul's are already in the boathouse with their kit on by the looks of it, and Oratory School, valiant effort. Oh wow, all 3 boats coming across the line within a couple of feet of each other, so a great second semi-final there, the Championship Cox Fours. And we'll go back up to the top. I think we should have the next race on, which is the Championship Cox Fours C final. These are the chaps who didn't quite make the semi-finals, so our placings are 17 up to 23 of the entries. So Cantabrian in lane 2, Pangbourne College lane 3, King's College School Wimbledon lane 4, Reading Bluecoat School lane 5, King's Chester lane 6, and Bedford Modern in lane 7. So just as we're having a look across the field, what are we? We're about a few meters in now, and we're doing pretty well. We've got a pretty tight race as we're going on, and I think there's about a half a length between the whole field, and everyone seems to be doing very well about 250 metres in. King's College School, 750 metres gone, and then Pangbourne and King's Chester are pretty much even. So we're approaching halfway. We've got a good race on here to work out the, for pride more than anything else. There are no prizes here for this C final, but we want to make sure that we're better than the people next to us and the guys just up or down the river from us as well. So King's College School leading Pangbourne and King's Chester was our last look as we go to our next camera position, with a lovely backdrop of the lake, not quite as nice a sunset as last night, but again some very good rowing with these coxed fours from the championship boys, the big boys, who everyone who's not in the final year or two of school hoping to race on a Sunday at national schools, which I always found the most enjoyable day when I was partaking a couple of years ago, maybe more. So just coming up to that halfway, you can see the pontoons on the far hand side where the cars have started to be parked up. Looks like we've got King's College School Wimbledon still with a slight lead over the chaps from Reading Bluecoat School and Pangbourne College and King's Chester, all still in it. I think we've got about 4 boats in the running in the mix at the moment. Bedford Modern again with the angle being slightly deceiving. Don't think are too far off the pace either. So looks like King's College School Wimbledon just next to Pangbourne College. Yeah, King's Chester as well. Yeah, I think those are the two in the front. Let's have a look as we straighten out. Pangbourne may have taken it. Let's have a look how we line up when we come to the boys. King's College School or Pangbourne? What have we got? Yeah, that odd angle deceiving us here in the commentary tower once again. But actually I think they're just putting in a little bit of a push here. I think Pangbourne had just finished a push and King's College took that energy that they'd expended with 750 metres to go. 3/4 of a length up in Pangbourne. King's Chester, followed by Bedford, followed by Reading Bluecoat School. Then on the far side we have Cantabrian, a little bit out of the race unfortunately. Cantabrian, I'm sorry. I'm being corrected here. I need to take some of the headmaster's lessons from earlier. So we have King's College School Wimbledon still with a lead over Pangbourne College. King's Chester and Reading Bluecoat School and Bedford Modern having a right old tussle for the proverbial blonde, again bronze medal. It's just for posterity, this race, just for pride, just to see who was the better one that didn't quite make the semis, and we can rank ourselves up and maybe think if we'd had a slightly better time trial in the morning we would have been able to jump on through, but that's all in the past. It's all about this race here. King's College School Wimbledon and Pangbourne College both having a really good crack down this course, and then we've got to work out who from the rest of Reading Bluecoat School, King's Chester and Bedford Modern on this near side are having their own little race. So we've got 2 races going on really. We've got the race for first and second, and then we've got the race for minor placings. As we can see, the almost mill pond-like effect looking down the course. It was great pictures. Again, thanks to Charles Stanley, Wealth Managers, for providing us with these great screens, and the boys from Eton and other schools that have been very masterfully working the cameras today. Pangbourne College probably about 3/4 of a length lead by the looks of it. Maybe stretched it out to a length by the time we get flat, I think. So they're ticking it along nicely. They've got nothing else to row for this afternoon, just this race, so leave it all out. And an exact length, look at that. Anyone would have thought I've done this before. Pangbourne College, a little bit of clear water. Bedford Modern School coming through King's Chester, who in turn have also been Reading Bluecoat School. So who's going to get left behind here? This is a very interesting battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. No, Cantabs are coming. They're coming on the far side, so this could be a blanket finish. Give our umpires something to do for the minor placings. And the official race approaching announcement has been made in the commentary tower. A hush descends here as we're trying to work out how this race is going to pan out. What we do know is that King's College School Wimbledon are definitely going to cross the line first, barring any shipwrecks or sea monsters. Pangbourne are pushing on very hard. Cantabs are coming. They're coming. They seem to have got overlap over Pangbourne as we've come to the end here. Bedford Modern School for me. Are they going to each it out? It's going to be... Oh, I'm not going to call this. I'm not going to call this. Oh, no. I am shipping all responsibility to my colleagues behind me. What a great race by all the boys. You can give yourselves a great pat on the back. That was four boats abreast, and you couldn't separate that by a gnat's leg. That was very close. We'll be going to the camera replay for that. Well rowed, everyone there. King's College School Wimbledon seeming to cross the line first. Pangbourne second. After that, it is well above my pay grade. So I'll pass over to Tom, who will hopefully be able to fill you in on the result of that. We go across the lake, parents eagerly awaiting the outcome of that race.
So we head up the course, and the first of the semi-finals of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. First three to Final A, plus the fastest loser from the semi-finals. We got Warrington in lane 1, Bedford Modern in 2, Shiplake in 3, Headington in 4, Henley 5, Beckett School 6, Sir William Borlazes in 7. Headington had the early running of it, Henley in there 2 in second, Borlazes on the Tower side in lane 7 also had a good start, but there's early days in this race and plenty yet to come. Lots of meters left to tick off through the 750 marker. They've gone there, so 1250 to go, and as I say, I always feel that third 500 is the toughest bit of the race, and that's coming up very shortly. They're heading up towards that red buoy that will take them through the 1000, and then it really does get tough. It's a tough 500 meters, but Headington not making it look tough. They're making it look easy. They're doing a really good job there. I've just upped the rate, actually, a little bit of a push, I think, through the 1000 from them. Let's just clock the rates, see how they're getting on. 33 is what I've clocked them at. I'll double check. Yeah, 30, 33, 32. A little bit of a push there. Under pressure, though, from Henley in second. Borlazes in with a shout as well, although their start was perhaps better than where they're now showing. We'll get a better idea as they come level with the camera position, and we can see across the course and who's in those all-important second and third places to take them into the final. No problem for Headington, though, and they're clearly through. But let's see what's happening in the race for second and third, because that's what's going to be all important now. Headington perhaps just starting to settle for that now. They're controlling the race as the camera holds itself here. It's Henley and then Beckett School have come into it. Really good middle 500 from them. Very close between Warrington and Bedford Modern. Borlazes had such a good start up in third, but starting to get off the pace a little bit now with Warrington in 7th position too. So really it has changed quite a lot over the course of the race there, and that middle 500, you just can't underestimate how important it is to stay within yourselves, stay within your rhythm, make sure you're pushing really hard. You know, this is a difficult experience doing a 2K. It's an endurance sport, it's tough stuff, and these girls are doing a great job at making it look easy, and Headington are well out in the lead here, and having another good national schools become a bit of a theme for them over the last few years. Some great stuff going on there. Henley Rowing Club always doing a good job in the sculling too, and they look like they're going to take one of the automatic spots in the semi, but beyond that it was pretty close. Beckett School have had a good day yesterday, coming down from Nottingham, and just while they're waiting to come into the last 500 metres, let's give you the quick result from the C final. King's College School in first, Pangbourne College came second, Bedford Modern School third, Reading Bluecoat School in fourth, Canterbridgians in fifth, and King's Chester in sixth, and pretty close between those crews there across the line. Back to race 364 on the course. Headington maintaining a really comfortable lead. In fact, that lead's probably just shortened up a little bit. Perhaps they're just controlling that in now. They know they've got a final to come if they maintain this. Half a length Clearwater only now. It was more than that before, and they are ahead of the crews coming up behind them from Headington, from Henley, from Beckett. Borlazes now in 7th place. Bedford Modern Warrington are doing a good job, and it's Headington up towards the line. Henley coming in second, but it's that battle for 3rd place. It's going to be tight. Bedford Modern School doing a really good job, sculling very neatly. The crews just picking the rate up as they head towards the line. Here come Headington, but it's really about what's happening behind them that we're interested in here, because Headington are in the final. They will control it in, and let's see what happens behind them. Being chased down, Beckett School overtook Henley and got that 2nd spot. Henley got 3rd, and Bedford Modern School sculling very neatly but managed 4th. Shiplake 5th. William Borlase is in 6th, and Warrington over in lane 1 still to come up to the line and take the bell. So the first 3 to the final, but Bedford Modern School 4th place could still be a place in the final for them, and we'll see what happens when we've had the 2nd semi-final to who gets that spot. Headington just rowing straight in, and looks like they had an extra few gears to go through there if they need to in the final, but let's see what the opposition can do in the 2nd semi-final, which is definitely on the course. So we'll go up to that race now and see what's going on in that 2nd semi-final. This is between, in lane 2, St Paul's Girls' School, lane 3, Shrewsbury, lane 4, Latimer Upper, in lane 5, Nottingham Rowing Club, in lane 6, Sir William Perkins School, in lane 7, Gloucester Hartpury, and in lane 8, Globe Rowing Club. Just a word on the crew in lane 3, Shrewsbury School. I know their coach, Mr Wilson, had a very nasty bike accident on Friday and wasn't able to make it to Nat Schools, and I know he's watching this race from his hospital bed, so well done, Rob. I'm sure they'll do a great job and get well soon. And as we head up towards the 2nd half of this race, we can see that it's the crews in the middle of the course, over in lane 4, I think, that are going to be coming across the camera angle first. I think Latimer Upper have had a very good race here, and we'll see what happens as we come up level with the commentary camera here. Latimer in lane 4, and it's the crew from St Paul's Girls who will be 3rd across the line. That was pretty close, wasn't it? Gloucester Hartpury got 2nd, but then it was St Paul's Girls only just ahead of Nottingham, and then we had the remainder of the field, but there's still 750 metres to go, so all to play for, and places in the final are at stake here. Top 3 through to the final, but we still have the 4th place fastest loser position as well. All the crews starting to lift the rate now into the last 500 metres, and maintaining their positions. Let's just clock the rates. Latimer at 33.5. Looking around at the crews around them, similar rates for those crews as well. Latimer had the early running, and I think still doing an excellent job. St Paul's Girls' School in lane 2, having a good race. 36 strokes a minute for them. They're putting the pressure on Latimer. And Gloucester Hartpury in lane 7, from this angle, don't look like they're challenging for third, but they are in third at the moment. I'm fairly sure of that. Latimer Upper and St Paul's Girls and Gloucester Hartpury at the moment looking like they're going to be the top 3. We're not quite sure on the order. It could be close between St Paul's Girls and Gloucester Hartpury. I think that's going to be pretty close. Just second for Gloucester Hartpury, I think, but only by canvas from St Paul's. And that's a close race there. And 4th place would be Nottingham. 5th place, Sir William Perkins. Globe in 6th. Shrewsbury in 7th at the moment with 250 metres to go. They're heading up towards the line now. These quads really sculling quite neatly in this semi-final. The weather obviously helps with that. It's really not too rolly out there. It's nice and flat. .34 strokes a minute for Latimer as they maintain a lead. It's going to be a battle for the lanes between Gloucester Hartpury and St Paul's Girls. I think they can be comfortably confident of getting through. Pretty close there. I think Gloucester Hartpury just ahead of St Paul's Girls. Nottingham Rowing Club will take 4th. And then we've got Sir William Perkins, and I think Globe might just have pipped William Perkins actually. And Shrewsbury take the buzzer as well. And that's the second of those semi-finals. So we'll wait to get the confirmed results in a second, and we'll bring those to you when we know them. But some really good racing in those semi-finals, and a really competitive event, the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. Lane 4, Latimer just sculling it into the pontoons. So that was Latimer Upper in 1st place. St Paul's Girls' School were 3rd in the end. Gloucester Hartpury pipped them to 2nd place, and Nottingham Rowing Club got 4th. But we'll wait and see whether that 4th place gets a place in the final. We'll have to check the times on that one. Back at the course, the D final of this same event, the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. In lane 2, Norwich School. In lane 3, Oxford City. In lane 4, Queen Anne School. In lane 5, London Youth Rowing Tradesmen. They row out of Thames Tradesmen on the Tideway. In lane 6, Stratford upon Avon. In lane 7, Runcorn, rowing up in the northwest of England on the River Weaver. And we'll see how this race pans out. It's well underway. They've got just over half of the race still to go, and plenty at stake here for these crews. Not a place in the semis, but it's for the placings in the event. And coming to Nat Schools, you want to be able to have that side-by-side race after the time trials and really put in a performance and race against the opposition. Go through your race strategy, try and react to the crews around you, and give it a really good go. And these crews certainly doing that. City of Oxford look to me like they may have had the stronger start. We'll get a better idea as the crews come level to us. I think it'll be close between City of Oxford and Queen Anne's School there. Some of the crews just weaving about within their lanes a little bit, but no one crossing over the boys as yet that I can see. It is indeed Queen Anne's School and Oxford City that are pretty close. In fact, I would say Queen Anne's School perhaps just about in the lead there. But let's not rule out London Youth Rowing in lane 5 as they come level with the camera position. Queen Anne's School have this one at the moment, but only by 1/3 of a length. London Youth Rowing in 3rd probably, and Runcorn, who were slightly out of the picture earlier, we can see they've had a very good race indeed, and got themselves into 2nd place. with Norwich School with some work to do as we go through that marker. And now it's that tough middle section. They've got to dig deep. We've seen from the previous two races how these positions can shift around a little bit, particularly for sort of second, third and fourth places. If your middle bit of the race is not as strong as the start and the end, it really can cost you, and you need to build your race plan around a strong rhythm through the middle. Let's see what happens as they head towards the final 750 meters. Most of these crews rating around the 32-33 marker as they head up towards our next camera position. The evening is settling in now, and the sun starting to get lower in the skies. A little bit darker here now on your screens, but we can still see what's going on with the Queen Anne School still in the lead. Runcorn in lane 7 challenging hard, as are still Oxford City and London Youth Rowing. London Youth Rowing, I think, putting Oxford City under some pressure actually. Not challenging Queen Anne School yet. Queen Anne School have had a pretty good 500 there. I think they've extended their lead a little bit between the last 500 metres or so. Queen Anne School go through, followed by Oxford City now in second. London Youth Rowing. Or is it London Youth Rowing in second? It's very close between those two. Oxford, London Youth Rowing and Runcorn pretty much came through within a quarter of a second of each other across the line there. So it's pretty close for them for those positions. Stratford-upon-Avon just a little bit further back, with Norwich School a few lengths further down the field. Into the red boys then. Always a good moment. You can start to see the boys have changed colour. You know the finish line is in sight. You can smell the finish. You really want to go for the line. That's exactly what these girls are doing. Going for the positions, going for their position within this event. Queen Anne School maintaining that lead, but it's really close for second and third. A fantastic battle going on between these three girls' quads as we come up to the line. And so it's City of Oxford who will come over second, just. London Youth Rowing third, Runcorn fourth, but that was really close between those crews. Stratford-upon-Avon in fifth, and Norwich School will finish sixth in that D final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls.
Popping back up the course to this race number 367, the C final of this, the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. And as Tom quite rightly said, it is important because a lot of these crews will be looking to qualify for that Henley Regatta event, the Diamond Jubilee Cup, which is for junior women quadruple sculls at Henley later on in July, or late June, I think, isn't it? So in lane 1 we have Canterbridgians, in lane 2 we have Bryanston School, in lane 3 Exeter Rowing Club, in lane 4 St Edward's School, in lane 5 King's Worcester, in lane 6 Latimer B, and in lane 7 St Peter's School, which is the first time I think I've mentioned them this weekend. And as you can see on the screen, that's the layout. And I think at the moment we have St Edward's School out in the lead by the look of it. Again, we might have a distorted camera angle, but it looks like they might be a little bit in front. And then possibly, I think after that, it could be anyone between King's Worcester, Exeter Rowing, Club as well. So we'll have a look when we come out. We'll go back out and see where Latimer Upper B and St Peter's are as well. So crossing the 12:50 marker, we've got St Edward's School, followed by King's Worcester, followed by Exeter Rowing Club. And then we've got again a bit of a tight one coming down here. So St Peter's School and Bryanston School, followed closely by Latimer Upper, and over there in lane 1 Canterbridgians, who are a little bit out of the race so far, but their other crew in the other race had a very good finish, so maybe they'll have a good end to the race. So we're over halfway. We're coming into the business end of this race. Again, trying to just make sure that they've got some kudos over the other crews that they've beaten, so they should have made the semis and maybe could have challenged for a final spot. So also all important qualification if they want to row at Henley in the summer, the Royal Regatta rather than the women's one, which hopefully we'll see them all at as well, which is a couple of weeks before. So St Edward's School still leading King's Worcester and Exeter Rowing Club by the looks of it. There's a little bit of increase in rates by some of these boats, which is good as we approach 500 metres to go. So St Edward's School leading King's Worcester still by the looks of it, and Exeter Rowing Club will be good. See how both of them have fared in the last 500 metres as we come into 250 metres to go, passing that Pangbourne tent. So a good race for second and third here. I think St Edward's have got this one wrapped up, and they're sculling very neatly that quad as they go past that last marker. So 250 metres to go. King's Worcester still maintaining a slight lead over Exeter. Exeter seem to be raising their game though. This one's going to be very close, a couple of feet in it only with 250 to go. Both crews need to have a look at each other. 34, they've raised their rate a couple of pips. Then going back down to Latimer Upper, who have managed to overhaul Bryanston and St Peter's School in lanes 7 and 2 respectively. So St Edward's School still maintaining their lead. They're straking 36. They've raised their game a little bit, and we also have Exeter and King's Worcester. How's that going to work out? So if we just stretch out a little bit, this is going to be another close finish. Our umpires are getting oiled up to decide this close one again. Are we going to get a blanket finish again? St Edward's School making that a non-possibility, having sculled a very good race from start to finish. Just crossing the line now. Who is it? Is it Exeter? Is it King's Worcester? Who's had the metal in the last heart? I think Exeter might have I think we can say from my position Exeter crossed the line slightly before them, but we'll have to have that subject to confirmation. Latimer Upper crossing the line just in front of St Peter's School and Bryanston School coming in, and then just to complete this C final we have Canterbridgians over there. So I'll gaze back longingly at my colleagues just to confirm that it was what we thought, that we did have Exeter in front of King's Worcester, but we'll just wait and see. We've got that white flag, so we can confirm that St Edward's School won that one. Yeah, just had that confirmed by our umpires that it was St Edward's School, Exeter Rowing Club, and then King's Worcester was the 1, 2, 3. Latimer Upper coming after them, St Peter's School, Bryanston, followed up with Canterbridgian on the far side. Right, one of our last semi-finals. I think we only have 4 to go. We have the Girls Championship Coxless Fours and the Boys Championship Coxless Fours semi-finals. One C final, and then we are into the meat of the afternoon, the finals later on. So the first semi-final, the first 3 go to the final. We have 4 boats on the course. We have Headington School in lane 3, Beckett School in lane 4, Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane 5, and Pangbourne College in lane 6. We're just over 750 metres gone, approaching the halfway point. This will be an interesting race, so one person to lose out, sadly. And just to let you know that most of these crews are normally steered at bow in a coxless boat. However, in lane 5, Lady Eleanor Hollis, Verity, their stroke, is steering the boat on a buoyed course, which is a bit more usual. And by the looks of it, I think we can almost nail down the 3 going through. It looks like we have Beckett School in lane 4, leading Headington and Lady Eleanor Hollis in lanes 3 and 5, and Pangbourne slightly off the pace, but you know, there's still half the race to go. We'll see how it goes. The girls from Beckett School rode their coxed 4 very well a couple of races ago in their semi-final, so we shouldn't be surprised to see their coxless version going just as well. Nice long strokes. They seem to be effortlessly propelling that coxless 4 through the water as we come into 750 metres to go. Lady Eleanor Hollis, Headington School, adversaries over the last few years, been going back and forth, with Headington probably having a slight advantage over the last 10 years or so from them, but they seem to be pretty even Stevens as we pass that 750 metres to go. But I think we can all but nail on how this one might end up, with Beckett School, who's a new school to me, I have to say, out in front from north of Watford, I'm being told by my colleague, up near Nottingham. So would have maybe preferred it if we were back at our old venue, but I think when we look down the course and see sights like this with, you know, 10 lanes across and a beautiful sunset down here and no wind, I think we're pretty glad we're here. Hopefully it's the same up there. Eton Dorney hosting us very well this year. Couldn't have gone better, and well done to the committee and everyone who's been working on it. And again, I'm going to say thank you to the boys on the cameras. They're doing a fantastic job. We've just got a few races to go, so from Eton and some other schools, thank you very much for helping out. Beckett School continue to lead this semi-final, the first one of the Championship Girls Coxless 4s that we have coming down the course. So the Colts Cup for Championship Girls, and then we also have the boys in their coxless boats to come as well, and then we're into the fun and games of the final. So coming up to about 750 metres to go. Beckett School out from this front at the start, continue to lead this, rowing very long, very accurately, just propelling the boat almost effortlessly compared to the other 2 boats, just a few metres behind, and that's why they're leading by about 2.5-3 lengths there, with 250 metres to go. Headington have eked out a 3/4 length lead over the LEH girls. We don't know whether that's through the LEH girls realising all they need to do is to beat the Pangbourne girls, who are just coming into shot now, to get into that final with a shot at taking some silverware, or whether the Headington girls have just applied the pressure and over the last 500 metres just squeezed out 3/4 of a length lead from what they were dead level at halfway. So as we come into the last few strokes, Beckett School look very composed, a very controlled race from them start to finish. And we also have Headington School will look like they'll take the second place. LEH aren't seeming to challenge. They'll all just probably continue rowing straight on into the pontoons. So Beckett School crossing the line first, followed by Headington School, Lady Eleanor Hollis, and then just off the pace, Pangbourne just rode out of it a little bit. So that was just pending the white flag result from the umpire once Pangbourne crossed the line. And there's the white flag, so we can confirm that Beckett School beat Headington School, beat Lady Eleanor Hollis, and beat Pangbourne College. So those first 3 will go through to the final this evening. That will be the penultimate race. And I imagine if we look back up the course, about 750 metres to go, we will have the second semi-final of this, the Championship Girls, the Colts Cup for coxless 4s. In lane 3, Lady Eleanor Hollis A. In lane 4, Marlow. In lane 5, Henley. In lane 6, Moncton Combe. And in lane 7, Glasgow Academy. And again, we also have Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane 3, steered by Katerina Taylor in the stroke seat. Doing a good job by the looks of it over there in lane 3. They seem to be fairly straight. I think we're going to call that we've got a lead for Henley Rowing Club over the girls from Marlow and over the girls from Lady Eleanor Hollis. Again, just the first 3 to the semi-final, to the final, sorry. So Monkton Combe over here in lane 6 and Glasgow Academy have got a lot of work to do to get back on terms with this race. So just like the last one, the first 3 to go through, it seems like we're going to have a great race between Beckett and Henley Rowing Club in the final. So 1750? No, 1250. 1250 gone, and it seems like we've got a bit of a race for that 3rd spot. Lady Eleanor Hollis and Monkton Combe will have to fight out for that 3rd spot. Lady Eleanor Hollis with one hand on the blade for that final later on this evening. But we've also got Henley Rowing Club going through and Marlow as well at the moment. What can Monkton Combe pull out of the bag in the last kind of 750 metres, 500 metres to go to change that? And Glasgow, I think, are a little bit off the pace to worry anyone right now, but we'll see how they get on. And with these smaller boats, the 4s and the pairs, it's all about how neat and tidy you are and how impressive your blade work is. Coach Hill sitting next to me can attest to that. It's all about getting the catch in with a coxless 4 and really sending on the finish, isn't it? With the good swing into the finish, make sure you're sending that boat off your toes, whereas when you're carrying a quarter of a cox, you really need to get those catches in pretty well and make sure that you pick it up so that the bow doesn't sink too far with your weight that you're carrying along. So going back to the race, about 250 metres to go we're coming up to. It looks like Henley Rowing Club maintain their lead over Marlow, and Lady Eleanor Hollis over in lane number 3 seems to be doing quite well. Only rating 30, the leaders there, but Lady Eleanor Hollis and Marlow seem to be rating a little bit higher. What can Monkton Combe do? I think they may have left it a little bit too late to change the outcome, as we've got it here with 250 metres to go. 1 length Henley Rowing Club have over Marlow Rowing Club, who in turn have a half length lead over Lady Eleanor Hollis, to have a full length over Monkton Combe with 250 metres to go. And Glasgow just completing this semi-final Championship Girls Coxless 4s. And I'm not sure a huge amount is going to change, to be honest, looking at how this race is panning out. But we'll see how we go. Never done until the fat lady's singing, so let's make sure that we see this one all the way to the end. But Henley Rowing Club looking in control again, just like Beckett's did in the last semi-final. Not quite as impressive margin of victory, but we don't know how quick the other boats are. So crossing the line first, we have Henley, followed by Marlow, Lady Eleanor Hollis, and Monkton Combe just missing out on that final spot as we have it right now, and we're just waiting for it to be completed by Glasgow, and we'll wait for the white flag of the umpire to confirm that that was the result and that was how it finished, and then we will know our 6 boats for the final this evening later on. And I'll pass you back to Tom for the next few races.
Thanks very much, Xander. And we've got a treat in store now. We've got both semi-finals of the Championship Coxless 4s for the Royal Engineers Cup. Lovely trophy, predates this regatta, I believe. And holders are Westminster School. Fantastic performance last year. And we have the first semi-final on the course already, so let's go and have a look at that. Lane 1, Hampton School B. Lane 2, Shiplake College. And lane 3, Hampton School A. And lane 4, Latimer. Lane 5, Radley. Lane 6, St Paul's School. Lane 7, Eton College B. Lane 8, Shrewsbury School. Getting some nice pictures there up from the start. 36 strokes a minute from Radley College there. and Radley having a good start, I think. Wait and see as they come past the camera position, because it's much easier to tell when we're across the boys, so we'll follow the lead crews round. But it is in fact Radley who've had an excellent start, 3/4 of a length up on the crew from Latimer Upper, who are currently in second place, and then we're back to Eton B, Hampton A in the hunt as well. Declare an interest there. Shrewsbury School not out of it either, and we'll see as they go past us there, and as the race unfolds, who's got the middle 1,000 metres to make the place stick, because it's the first 4 from here that go straight through to the final. We don't have a lucky loser situation here. It's just a straight fight. First 4 go through, second 4 go out. And Radley, although they did have a very good start, they're just going to have to maintain that as the race unfolds. See how the race plan goes. You know, what are Eton going to throw at them? What are Latimer going to throw at them? What are Hampton going to throw at them? Shiplake in the race too. Radley still out in the lead, but under pressure, and will continue to be so throughout this semi-final. Semi-final sometimes, I feel, the hardest race to sort of mentally prepare for. You know you've got another race to come. At what point do you think, well, actually we're through here? You know, do the conditions mean I have to race for a lane? There's so many considerations going through their heads. 34 strokes a minute for Radley, and no Cox to make those decisions either, sort of clear head without having to push themselves. So it's got to have to be a sort of joint decision by the whole crew here. Big push there. 35.5 strokes a minute now. Radley really want to take the first place into the final, and we'll keep panned out as the camera comes round here, because we want to see all the crews go across that line. We want to see what those placings are going to be at this stage, and we'll keep the camera coming round. Radley in first place still. Looks to me like Latimer Upper are still in second, but let's see as the camera comes round here. 3/4 of a length, nearly a length, yeah, just over 3/4 of a length up Radley are, then Latimer, then St Paul's, then Hampton, then Eton B, then Shrewsbury, then Shiplake, then Hampton B. So really quite an interesting set of results there. It has changed over the 500 metres, hasn't it? Radley still in the lead, Latimer still in second place, and those two crews looking quite comfortable in first and second place, but a bit of a battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth. I wouldn't want to call that as we head through the halfway point. We've got 750 metres, even less actually than that to go now, as I can start to see those crews coming towards the tower. This first semi-final, second semi-final to come next. Radley just maintaining that lead. Latimer still going for it. The bowman in the Hampton crew just looks around, just checks to see the course, wants to see where the crews in front are, just trying to make sure they get into the final 2. And Radley maintaining the lead. Let's see what they get. 36.5, 36, I think, for Radley there. Latimer Upper still in second place. Eton College B crew had a very good start, but perhaps not quite such a good second 500. Let's see how their third 500 went. As we head towards the last 350 metres, it's Radley who maintain that lead. Looks like they'll be going through to the semis. Latimer also through. And then it's the crew with the yellow blades, Hampton School, who have taken the 4th place position, with 3rd place still in the hands of St Paul's. Both those London clubs battling it out for 3rd and 4th, but there's now comfortably half a length clear water between Hampton and Eton College B crew, who were ahead earlier on in the race. Shiplake a little further back, Hampton B then in 7th, and Shrewsbury currently in 8th on the tower side of the course. The red boys are there. These boys will know when they hit those red boys that the finish line's in sight, so it's about managing the race into the finish. Do you go all out? Do you save something for the final? This is where the mental toughness of a semi-final really comes into play. Radley with that bucket rig, so popular now in the Coxless Falls. Latimer Upper also with the bucket on bow side. Radley take the line, then Latimer and then St Paul's School take third, half a length back to Hampton A, who get a place in the final. Then it's the crew from Eton College, then Shiplake, Hampton B in 7th, and Shrewsbury just floating up to the line there in 8th. Shrewsbury School. So it's Shrewsbury School, Eton B, Hampton B and Shiplake who won't go through to the final, but Radley, Latimer Upper, St Paul's School and Hampton A in that order go through to the final. White flag from that race means all is above board, and those 4 crews can start to prepare for the final, which is the final race of the day at 7:30, so stay tuned for that one. Let's head back up the course and see what's going on in the second of our semi-finals, which will be getting going shortly. I'll run you over the crews there. Pangbourne College, lane 1, King's College School in lane 2, Abingdon School in lane 3, Eton College A in lane 4, Westminster in 5, Molesey in 6, Bedford School in 7, King's Chester in 8. And we're away in the second of these semi-finals. Pangbourne, King's College, Abingdon, Eton, Westminster, Molesey, Bedford and King's Chester. Everyone sharply out of the blocks. Eton, I've just clocked at 40. Abingdon, a little bit lower than that. Westminster at 38. Umpire just raising his flag there. A warning on the steering, just making sure they're all in the lanes. I think that's Eton getting the warning there. Make sure they stay within the buoys. It's hard coming out of the blocks sometimes in 4s. You can really get pulled round, and that's why it's so important to practice these starts and know if you are going to shift out one side or the other. That can frequently be the case, and in that case you've just got to kind of prepare for that and maybe head off the start slightly at an angle, because you know you're going to pull yourself round a little bit. But Eton College having a very good start to that race. Looks to me, this early stage, only 500 metres or just a little bit more than that. By the time they come level with us, we'll be at about 600. So still plenty of metres left to go, but Eton College in the lead. And we'll stay panned out so we can see the whole field. Eton College in first, and if we pan out we can see the rest of the positions, and looked to me like Abingdon School came through second there. Hard to tell what the other placings were over that position there, but I think the Abingdon School crew in lane 3 had quite a good start too. And Westminster not looking like they had a bad start either. So the middle of the course is where the race is on at the moment. Again, same as the first semi-final. First 4 to the A final, and everyone else is eliminated. Eton College maintaining that lead. And Molesey look like they're giving Westminster a good race in lanes 5 and 6. Abingdon still looking like they're having quite a strong rhythm there, and doing a good job at trying to stay with it. I think King's College School are a little further back at this stage. Let's just clock the rates there. Just clocked King's College on about 38. Let's check Eton. I think Eton are about 36, 37. And a comfortable lead now for Eton. They'll be pleased with that. They'll want to control it now. So much easier in a semi-final if you can control it in. Having that clear water, just maintaining your position, sitting out there in front. You can survey the field, you can see who's where, and you can decide when you need to push, what you need to do to get the result you want. So Eton are through first. Of that there is little doubt. 2 or 3 lengths clear water, I would say, between them and the rest of the field, but that's a good angle to see what's coming up behind them. Bedford School are a little bit further back. It was Molesey in second, Westminster in third, Abingdon School in fourth. Those are the 4 at the moment. Then we're back to Bedford, then King's Chester, then Pangbourne, then King's College School. So that's where we are at the moment. And to me, it looked like there was a little bit of a gap in the field. Eton obviously out in front, and then a little bit further back to the next 3. But those 3 looked comfortably ahead of Bedford, King's Chester, Pangbourne, and King's College. So Abingdon, Westminster, and Molesey have got to decide at this point: are they comfortable enough? Are they happy with where they are? Do they want to just control this semi-final, because they know that final is going to be very tough for the medals. Always is in the Royal Engineers Cup. Last race of the day on a Sunday, always a big fight for the medals, and it's how much you expend in the semi-finals versus how much do you save for the finals, versus do you want a middle lane in the final. Too many things going on sometimes to decide. The lack of wind today will help that decision-making process a little, because it won't make quite such a difference as it would have done perhaps yesterday, where we had quite a strong crosswind for much of the day. Eton College just starting to relax a little bit, I think, into this now. Just comfortable with what they're doing. With 250 metres to go, it's Eton through first, and then Molesey, I think, just ahead of Abingdon there, and then Westminster. Bedford and King's Chester for 5th and 6th, with Pangbourne over on the far side in 7th. King's College School a little further back in 8th position. Eton controlling it in now. 25.5 strokes a minute. Very comfortable, and obviously got some gears to go through should they need to in the final. The places look like they have been decided at this point. Not a lot to decide, other than perhaps where they'll line up in the final. But Eton over the line. Molesey do hang on for 2nd. Abingdon take 3rd. Westminster take 4th in lane 5 there, and then King's Chester, then Pangbourne, who'd overhauled Bedford, and King's College School remain in 8th place. Eton straight into the landing stages, and comfortable second half of the race for them there. The C final of the Championship Coxless 4, so these 3 crews can't make the A final. They weren't in the semis, and this is for the placings then. 17th, 18th and 19th positions in the event. 3 crews: Dulwich in lane 3, Bedford Modern School in lane 4, and Sir William Borlase's school in lane 5. And Bedford Modern School in the middle of the course, comfortably ahead of the other two crews. Hard to make a confirmed judgment between the other two from this angle, but definitely looks to me like Bedford Modern School have got a nice lead here as they head into their second half of the race. Another one of those bucket rigs in the coxless fours, 35 strokes a minute. And looking very comfortable indeed, and still a fair number of parents and supporters here, which is great to see. And with 750 metres to go, Dulwich in second place, and they were comfortably ahead of Borlazes in lane 5 as well. So it's as you were from the start with these three, and the position's unlikely to shift hugely unless there's a big push from one of these crews, because quite a bit of clear water between these three crews at this stage. There's still 750 metres left, but does look like the crews are comfortable in their lanes, comfortable in their rhythm, and we'll see what happens over the remainder of the course. We really have got a fantastic last couple of hours for you here at National Schools Regatta 2017. It's pretty much all A finals, so there are a couple of B finals in there as well. Lots of great racing. We've got lots of pairs, quads, fours of both coxed and coxless variety, quads, all sorts going on, and lots at stake for these athletes as they have a final shot at a medal of the regatta. The shop still open for business, but only for the next couple of hours. It will be shutting up shop for the year at the conclusion of the last race. It won't be staying open much after the final race has completed. So if you are planning on buying any fine National Schools Regatta merchandise, always very popular, then do get yourself along there within the next couple of hours. Plenty of items still available for sale, and a great memento of the event. I can just see in front of the shop the trophies being allocated to their table in front of the fantastic medal pontoon. It has been great having that medal pontoon this year, hasn't it, for the crews to turn and land and receive their medals. And as we come into the last 200 metres or so of this race, and into the final few metres, in fact, for Bedford Modern, who have opened up a lovely gap over the rest of the field. A really nice finish to the regatta for them as they win the C final quite comfortably in front of the crew in lane 3. That's Dulwich College, and then there's a similar gap back to Sir William Borlazes in lane 5, and that completes the C final of the championship coxless fours. And just the one race left in that event, 19:30. Stay tuned for that one, and we'll see what happens over the A finals. I'll pass you over to my colleagues.
And on the stake boats, junior under 16 girls coxless pairs, race 373, and they're just waiting, probably less than 2 minutes to go. There shouldn't be too much trouble getting them straight, as there's only 2 of them in each boat. So lane 2 is Beckett School. Lane 3, Headington School. Lane 4, Trentham Boat Club. Lane 5, Kingston Grammar School. Lane 6, Great Marlow School, and lane 7 Hollingworth Lake. So we're back to race 373, the junior under 16 girls coxless pairs, and they've just made the start. Just a reminder that it's Beckett School in lane 2, Headington School in lane 3, Trentham Boat Club in 4, Kingston Grammar School in 5, Great Marlow School in 6, and Hollingworth Lake in 7, closest to the tower. So initial 10 strokes of flurry, and then the girls were beginning to settle, and we can see there that looks there's a couple of steering issues there from Trentham Boat Club, and at one stage they were coming directly into the bank, but thankfully they've squared themselves out, and it's now Kingston who are finding steering a little bit difficult, again being pushed over away from spectators, and the bowman's had to correct. Pairs are notoriously difficult to steer, and these girls, after that first 100 metres, I'm sure are happy to get themselves straight and into a rhythm. Kingston Grammar School going well at the moment, as is Trentham Boat Club, and it's these two pairs that have taken a slight lead over the rest of the field. Hollingworth Lake, of course, it's where Jess Layden started rowing, and she's been a few times down to the National Schools Regatta, now fully ensconced in the GB team. So a real bed of talent is Hollingworth Lake. There we see that it's Trentham who have the lead over Kingston Grammar School. Bowman just having a look over the side just to make sure that she is steering the straight line, but going pretty well at the moment, and they've got about a length lead over Kingston Grammar School, and that's the 500 marker they've just passed. And Kingston Grammar pushing back now. Very nice rhythm, Kingston Grammar. Just striking slightly below Trentham Boat Club. And again on the near side that we've missed completely in lane 2, or is is Beckett, who are rowing very well as well. Doesn't seem to be a Headington boat in the race unless they've dropped off completely, but it's still Trentham pushing out, taking with them Beckett and Kingston Grammar School. And there's a good shot. We can see that Headington School are indeed with us, just dropped off a little bit at the back. That's a good view of the steering as well. If you look across to the left, you see that Hollingworth Lake are just correcting a little bit of steering there, and now nice and straight again. As I said, notoriously difficult. Once you get the rhythm, there's Kingston just had a bit of a dip on the bow side, and they've recovered that nicely. That won't help their rhythm at all though. And Great Marlow have crept up as well, and it looks as though they are pushing hard now to get on terms with Trentham Boat Club. And then on the far side we're seeing Beckett School still going extremely well. So this is an extremely good race as they're moving up towards halfway the 1,000 metre mark. That's Beckett School, Jess Eves and Esther Murray going very well. They've had a beautiful second 500, and they've pushed out ahead of Trentham, who themselves are ahead of Kingston and Great Marlow. So there we see that's Beckett School pushing out. They said they had a very good second 500, controlling their rhythm very well indeed, and they've got about a length over Trentham, and very close as you can see, and Great Marlow School going very well indeed. So 7:50 to go, and as my colleague says, there are 4 boats in this for 3 medals, so it's going to be a very exciting final 7:50. And again, out of picture there is Beckett. We mustn't forget them. They were leading by just under a length from Great Marlow School, and Trentham and Kingston needing to push to get in between these 2 boats, as you can see on the screen, and get into a medal position. But unless things have changed, the crew, there was a bit of a wobble there by Trentham that would have cost them a little bit. But I say, unless things have changed, we're actually not able to see the crew that is leading at the moment, and that was Beckett School. But a very good race between these 3. There's Kingston coming through the middle, Great Marlow holding them off, and Trentham recovered from that little stutter and are pushing hard to get back on terms. So as we pan out, we might be able to catch Beckett School. And there they are, and yes, they are still leading, and in fact have extended their lead as they're now about 2 lengths clear of the rest of the field, and have really put a huge push into that third 500. And Kingston have really pushed on, come between Great Marlow School and Trentham, and they've taken the silver medal position at the moment. But then you can just see Great Marlow having a push there, and it's absolutely level pegging at the moment. And as they reach the 250 mark to go, then we can see that Great Marlow they've increased their rate and they're pushing on very, very nicely indeed. There's Headington. It's a good shot there. Beckett are shortening, and they've put a lot into the first half of this race. They've front-loaded the race, and Kingston are coming back at them, and back at them pretty hard. And they've done ever so well, and Great Marlow and Trentham are in a race now for bronze, but it's Great Marlow. I'll tell you what, Kingston have put a fantastic burst in, and they have come and they've rode right through Beckett School. That's a fantastic final 500 for Kingston Grammar. And who's going to hang on? Very close for second and third between Beckett and Great Marlow. We'll have to wait for confirmation of that. And Trentham for so long were doing so well there, just faded a little bit. Hollingworth Lake started so well, they're just finishing now, and Headington coming up to the finish line now, but we'll need confirmation of second and third. But first, excellent last 500 from Kingston Grammar. Rode right through the boats, right through Beckett. Beckett had given their all in the first 1,000, just faded there. So Beckett School second, just ahead of Great Marlow School, who get the bronze medal. A super race, incredibly good row from Kingston Grammar to come right through the boats there to win gold.
You missed all that. Radley College A in lane number 2, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 3, King's Chester lane 4, St Paul's School lane 5, Walton Rowing Club in lane 6, and Eton College A in lane 7. We're just coming up to the halfway point. I think we probably have a lead there for the boys from King's Chester, it looks like, with St Paul's Schools, and then I think Walton as well are having a very good race out there in lane 6. And I'm going to call it that's my 1, 2, 3. We'll get a great shot in a minute by our chaps who are working very hard on TV cameras today. So King's Chester in lane 4 look like to be leading this just over the boys from Walton Rowing Club, who in turn are having a small lead over the chaps from St Paul's School. So very close. We've only got about a couple of feet in that, to be honest, there. So it's all to play for in the last 750 metres. St Paul's School still in connection with both first and second place, and not out of it. Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 3. I think unfortunately the goose might be cooked for Radley and Eton in lanes 2 and 7, but there are still 3, possibly 4 boats in this one that we can really have a good look at as we pan out for that great shot, looking down a wonderful venue that we've got here. And again, thanks to Eton Dorney for hosting us this year, and the great weather that's been provided for us as well. So, as mentioning earlier, it's all about having a really steady platform in these pairs. You don't really row a pair, you kind of scull it, but together with your other partner. So it's very important that you guys are in sync and know how you're getting on. I think Walton, just having a look there, just looking at the rate meter, just clocking about 34, putting in a little bit of a push just to try and keep on in touch with King's Chester, who look very smooth, holding those finishes in, making sure they're getting all of the strokes, so no wasted energy from what they've got. I think we'll have a little bit of a change by the time we reach us. Will Wallingford have been able to impress on the first 3 boats that we called at the 750 metre mark as we come to 500 metres to go, the last 500 metres. 4 boats in contention for these 3 medals. I'm going to go with King's Chester again, then Wallingford, then Woolton, then St Paul's School are my 1, 2, 3 so far. We'll see how that pans out as we come across and get this side-on shot. That's the all-important one. A little glance over there by Oliver in the stroke seat of that King Chester boat. Quite rightly too, because I think, just having a look at that now, we've got Walton Rowing Club with a couple of feet lead now over King's Chester. So what was a couple of feet for King's Chester with 250 metres to go has now turned into a couple of feet for Walton. St Paul's School a little bit out of that first and second race. They should be confident though for their bronze medal, but the real race here is for gold and silver. If you're a King's Chester parent or supporter, if you're a Walton Rowing Club supporter, come on down, get shouting, because your boys need your help. I think at the moment we've still got Thomas and Matthew from Walton Rowing Club leading King's Chester as we come in to the last things. Please move away from the finish line marker. The yellow and black boards, please stand away from the finish line marker. We need to use the photography. And as we come into the last few strokes, it's a real tight finish, this one, between these two, and that's going to be too close to call. I think we might have to look at that on a camera, but we'll have a look. We'll have a look at that. St Paul's School crossing the line in 3rd place, but we've got a real tight finish there between these 2 boats, and we have Wallingford crossing the line in 4th place, some way off the pace. Radley College, unfortunately, who weren't in it from about 500 metres, and Eton College complete that one. But we'll gaze over at my much more esteemed colleagues to work out the exact. So we're just waiting on the results of that final, and as we look on the replay, it is so tight. And can I just remind all the spectators on the far side of the course, that black and yellow board that's in front of the river there is very important for us to make sure we get a decision. We need to use it when there is a photograph finish. Those 3 crews just waiting for the announcement. We're just scanning back through the photos, having a look to see which ones are going to have got the all-important Imperial College Danesfield Cup, my alma mater. I was at university. And I can confirm that Walton Rowing Club beat King's Chester, who then were in front of St Paul's School. What a fantastic race by you boys. You should be very, very proud of yourselves. What a great race, and an absolute tiny, tiny gap. So if we pop back up the course, the next race is on, and as we watch this replay coming down, it's all about who's got their blade in the water as they cross the line. We'll see if we can get you an official distance or timing separation for that. But back up the course to the junior under-16 coxed fours,
where we have in lane 1 Winchester College, lane 2 St Edward's School, lane 3 Westover, lane 4 Norwich School, lane 5 Kingston, lane 6 Walton, just won that very exciting pairs race, and in lane 7 Monmouth. And they're just coming up to just past the 1,000 metre mark line there. So apologies for that. This is the junior under-16 girls coxed fours. Lane 2 is Lee Rowing Club. Lane 3 Putney High School. Lane 4 Headington. 5 Enniskillen. Lane 6 Tideway Scholar School. Lane 7 Yarm. Lane 8 Marlow. This is event 375 junior under 16 girls coxed fours for the Anna Fangen Cup. So we've just been told that this race has been redrawn, so it is Marlow in lane 2, Tideway Scullers in 3, Headington in 4, Putney High School in 5, Lee Rowing Club in 6, Enniskillen in 7 and Yarm in 8. Very handy to have the Tideway Scullers colours there. They certainly didn't seem as though they were in lane 6. So that helped us out, but looks like Marlow have taken so it's Marlow in lane 2 and Yarm out on this side, and then in the middle Enniskillen in lane 7, and Enniskillen going about a length lead over Putney High School, who are leading over Marlow, but very close between them and Headington. Well, the head mistress at Putney High School will be watching this very closely. She's brought rowing in to the school. She used to be a cox in her young years, working at Shiplake College, and moving through the schools now, head at Putney. And she'll be loving this. And it's a very tight race, and it looks as though it's Enniskillen on this side with Putney High School. And again, another very, very close race. We've got Marlow on lane 2, but it's Enniskillen we've seen them in a lot of finals, but this is perhaps the first one they've looked as though they might win. In 7, they've given absolutely everything. They take the gold over Putney, with Headington just ahead of Marlow. Another hugely exciting race. Look at the girls there, they've given absolutely everything. So just to repeat, there is a win there for Enniskillen, and the white flag from the umpire is there. So it's Enniskillen over Putney, over Headington. An excellent race.
So now the junior under 16 coxed fours final. The boys event for the Arundel Cup is about just probably approaching halfway, I think, by the looks of that, where we are now. In lane 1 we have Winchester College, in lane 2 St Edward's School, in lane 3 we have Latimer Upper, in lane 4 we have Norwich School, lane 5 we have Kingston Rowing Club, lane 6 is Norwich School, not Norwich. Sorry, apologies about that. Lane 5, Kingston Rowing Club. Lane 6, Walton Rowing Club. And lane 7, Monmouth School. So just coming up to the 1250 metres gone mark, we seem to have a really good race in progress. We've got about 4 boats by the looks of it in contention for the medal here, and Kingston Rowing Club seem to be about a canvas down on Norwich School in lane 4, who are just being chased there by Yeah, so I think we've got Kingston and Norwich School leading the way in the middle there. Latimer Upper are in lane 3, just on the side. St Edward's School next to them in lane 2. My apologies, Westover are in lane 3 we have here. We had some wrong paperwork. Norwich School in lane 4, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 5. So it seems like we've got Norwich School and Kingston out in the lead. As we did say, Westover seem to be in that all-important 3rd place. It'd be great to have someone who I've not mentioned in a final winning a medal today. No commentary biased, I'm just saying. And over on the far side here, the commentary side, don't count out Monmouth School or Walton Rowing Club either. They're not out of it yet, but I think the medals are going to be decided today between Norwich School and Kingston Rowing Club. At the moment, with 250 metres to go, we seem to have a ever so slight lead for Norwich School over Kingston Rowing Club. That's going to be very, very tight. And coming like a steam train, Walton over on this, Monmouth School over this far side. Can they catch Westover over there in lane 3? Walton are then followed up with St Edward's School and Winchester College on the far side. So Kingston and Norwich School, they seem to be the ones vying for that gold and silver medal, but we also have a fantastic race for that 3rd medal position. Who's got the bigger finish here between these boys? Have the guys from Norwich or the chaps from Kingston got that big finish to sort it out? And it seems like Norwich School seem to be pulling away. They've found an extra gear to go away from the chaps from Kingston. Can Westover hold on over the rowers from Monmouth School on this near side? So I think I'm happy to say that the boys from Norwich School are going to cross the line first, followed by Kingston, and then Westover managed to hang on from that really spirited row from the boys from Monmouth just on the close side. St Edward's Oxford over on the far side, followed by Walton, and finally bringing up, that was Winchester College. So just waiting for confirmation from the umpire. An absolute fantastic row by Norwich and Kingston, and Westover getting a great 3rd place as well. So well done, boys. Another cracking race. We are being treated to some superb racing here on the last day of National Schools 2017. There's the white flag. We can confirm that that's the results. So the 1, 2, 3 heading over to the prize raft to go and receive your medals. And what we'll do is we'll nip back up the course where hopefully our paperwork is in order for the junior girls 16 the junior boys 16 quadruple sculls. I think we should have boys, or do we have girls? So yes, the junior under 16 girls quadruple sculls by the looks of it. So in lane 3 we have Hinksey Sculling School, the junior under 16 girls, 2nd quadruple sculls. Hinksey Sculling School in lane 3, Sir William Borlase School in lane 4. Headington School in lane 5, Shrewsbury School in lane 6, and Headington School B in lane 7. And just going past the halfway point, we have a familiar sight here for a girls' event. Headington A seem to be in a commanding position over here in lane 5, with Hinksey Sculling Centre in lane 2 seem to be doing pretty well as well. But the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th spots are all but decided. They are really still all up for grabs. I think the goal, we can possibly say that Headington have a couple of mitts on already, going back towards the rest of the field. I think Hinksey Sculling Centre, Sculling School will be contesting hard with Sir William Borlase and Shrewsbury School. Headington B a little bit out of the fight so far, but as we pan out we might catch a glimpse, and the angle deceiving us as per usual as we go through 1250 metres. Headington School leading the way over Hinksey Sculling School in lane number 3, and in that all-important 3rd place we have Shrewsbury School with a canvas lead over the scullers from Sir William Borlase in lane 4. And we're still just out of shot for the Headington B crew, just coming in there. So if we just watch them come past the camera for the 2nd girls quadruple sculls. We can go back down the course, and this is a following up from the time trial this morning, the straight final for the junior under 16 girls 2nd quad sculls. Headington A leading the field with Hinksey Sculling Centre holding off at the moment the challenge from Shrewsbury School in lane 6. That's your 1, 2, 3. Sir William Borlase not out of it by a long stretch, so I wouldn't count your chickens too soon. They can really influence the race in the last 750 metres, especially in these quads where you can really whip up a quick rate of a quick rating to catch up and really put some power down through those blades. Headington School in their very obvious royal blue type colours, coming down with the white t-shirts, all looking very matchy, which is what we've come to expect from Headington over the years. Hinksey Sculling School also in light blue, closest to the marquee side of things. And then this all-important 3rd place that we seem to have a fight between Shrewsbury School in lane 6 and the scullers from Sir William Borlase in lane 4. And as we're going to get a side-on shot, I think we're going to get confirmation that Headington are still leading the pack, sculling very neatly. I think that's one of the big difference. They've got great blade work there, by the looks of it, very together, holding on to those finishes and really sending the boat down the course towards the finish line and their gold medal by the looks of it. So going through 250 metres to go, Headington School lead by about 3 lengths over Hinksey Sculling School. And if we hold there, we can see how the other bronze medal position is being fought out. And just in front now we have Sir William Borlase, seem to have put off that challenge from the scullers from Shrewsbury School, who are now a couple of lengths off from the rest of the pack. So I think that's going to be our 1, 2, 3. Headington A coming through the middle from start to finish, have been in charge of this race and have not let anyone else been in any doubt about the outcome from about 500 metres gone from the looks of it. Hinksey Sculling School, again, we were just mentioning, my colleague was saying how proud their founder would have been. Only 10 years or so old at Sculling School over there, so they've done very well to come from nowhere to getting significant medals in important finals at the National Schools Regatta. So barring any accidents, as Headington crosses the line, we have Hinksey Sculling School with their hands on that silver medal and just looking for Sir William Borlase to finish up in 3rd place to finish off that final of the junior under 16 girls 2nd quadruple sculls. And they're crossing the line now. Shrewsbury School were in it for the first 1200 metres. I'm not sure whether a really strong push by Borlase put them to bed or what happened, but it was a great effort from those girls from Shrewsbury. And just to finish off the race, we have Headington B in the 2nd 8, so this is their 3rd quad at this age group, so absolutely fantastic to see so many girls out in competitive situations here at the National Schools Regatta. Just the last few strokes to cross the line, and then we're going to head back up to the start for the Thames Rowing Club Fawley Cup, the Colonel's Cup. So 3 names for this one, for the Junior Under-16 Girls Championship quads, or first quads I suppose you could call them, and we're just waiting for that white flag from the umpire, which we've just had, and I can confirm that Headington A won that event, followed by Hinksey Sculling School and Sir William Borlase in 3rd place.
So on the course, it's race number 378. B final, Junior Under-16 Girls Quadruple Sculls. Lane 2, Worcester Rowing Club. Lane 3, Walton Rowing Club. Lane 4, Star Club. Lane 5, Castle Semple. Lane 6, Canford. And in lane 7, Llandaff. So as we look there, that's the Star Club who are leading this race as they've just passed the 1,000-metre run, and it's Canford just at the moment holding off Castle Semple. So Star Club obviously worked very hard in the first 1,000 metres. They've got just about a length and a little bit lead over Canford School. Ian Dryden will be following that, I know, and will be urging his girls on. And they're just ahead of Castle Semple. Walton at the moment in 5th, and Llandaff just off the pace at the moment. But it's still the Star Club who are continuing to push up the course, hoping to get a little bit more than a length ahead so that they can begin to relax when they come into the first 250, but the work has got to be done now, and they know that, and they're working very, very hard indeed. It does look as though they've extended their lead slightly from Canford, who are leading from Castle Semple, so not quite as close as the last couple of races, but no less important to these girls, that's for sure. So there we are, Star Club continuing to work hard. Little look over to see where Canford are, to see if Canford are responding to them. All crews would have had a little bit of a push, either at 900, 1,000 or just after that mark, and Star Club want to make sure that their push has taken them out a little bit further. 500 to go, just under 500 to go, and it's still Star Club pushing ahead of Canford over Castle Semple, with Walton Rowing Club pushing them as well. So they have lengthened out a little bit. They're now about 2.5 to 3 boat lengths ahead of Star Club, very much in control as they go past the Abingdon School tent. Just looking over, all of them will have one eye now on Canford. Canford sculling very, very neatly indeed and put a real push on. With 250 to go, Canford have begun the race for home, and they're going to hope. They've left Castle Semple behind now, and Castle Semple are pushing away from Walton. So when we get back to the lead, I would expect that Canford are pushing on now. There you see the Star Club having a look over the line. Oh my goodness, Canford have come out of the lane. They've had almost a boat stop, and that has spoiled any chance that they would have had of taking a gold medal, and now they are being put under pressure from Castle Semple. They've got it back together, come right out of the lane. Umpire reacted very quickly to that and helped them just get back in. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say about it at the end of the race, but nevertheless, an excellent row by Star Club as they hit the final line now. Really excellent row from them. Very well done too to Camford School. That would have given Ian Dryden a bit of a heart flutter, that's for sure. And that's Castle Semple taking the bronze medal, and that's the worst position of all is 4th, of course, and that's where Walton finish, and Llandaff in lane 7. So we'll need to see what the umpire, what flag the umpire comes up. I don't think there'll be any change. There's a white flag there, so Canford didn't obstruct anybody, so they win the silver. Reminder, Star Club with the gold, and Castle Semple with the bronze. And halfway down the course, we've got the A final of the Junior Under-16 Girls Quadruple Sculls. It's for the Kingston Cup. Lane 2, got Kings Ely. Lane 3. Lane 4, Molesey. Lane 5, Latimer Upper A. Lane 6, Headington School. Lane 7, Northwich Rowing Club. And Lane 8, the Oxford City. At the moment, Headington in Lane 6 have taken the lead over Latimer Upper A, just ahead of Mosey Boat Club. Headington, of course, so apologies for that. It's Latimer Upper who are leading out of lane 5. Northwich Rowing Club also doing well out in lane 7. And then it's Latimer Upper B also hunting for a medal. So Latimer Upper crews doing very well in this regatta. It's Northwich Rowing Club out here, put a bit of a push in as they come towards the 500 to go marker. Latimer Upper, very experienced crew. They will certainly have saved something for the final 300, and they're just sneaking ahead now of Northwich, and it's these two crews who are ahead now of Headington, and the second Latimer Upper crew is in 4th, and you would say that the medalists would come from these three crews, with Northwich, who've reacted the quickest and the fastest, and they've taken, with 250 metres to go, they've taken a length out of Latimer Upper A, and it'll be interesting to see how much Latimer Upper A can respond to that. Northwich had a really strong push at 300 and really took about half a length. Absolutely fantastic. There they've got the jump on Latimer Upper, and their boat speed is very good at the moment, and they're absolutely screaming for home. Their lungs will be aching, but there's a gold medal waiting for them at the end if they can just keep this going. But Latimer Upper, as you can see, have responded, but they can't get the rate up. They're going for length, but it's Northwich really responding at 300 to go. The lungs will be absolutely bursting now, but the boat speed is good, and they've got about 5 or 6 strokes to go, and barring any accidents, they are going to hold on there. For first place for Northwich, second place for Latimer Upper A, and third place for Headington. Those are the medalists, barring the umpire saying anything. And Latimer Upper B just shows the strength in depth at under 16 girls rowing at Latimer. Latimer Upper B coming in fourth, and it's Kings Ely after that, followed by Oxford City, and just behind them it's Molesey Boat Club.
So back up the course, over 1,000 metres gone. We've got the final of the J16 Quad Sculls, the second event, Quad Sculls 2. So in lane 1 we have Windsor Boys, lane 2 we have Marlow Rowing Club, lane 3 Bristol City of Bristol Rowing Club, lane 4 Henley, and lane 5 Henley, lane 6 St Peter's School. Got 80. Halfway through St Peter's School and Dulwich College, and going 750 metres to go. It looks like we've got a lead for Henley over there in things, and we've just got going past Dulwich College is the last one coming through, followed by St Peter's School, and over on the far side Windsor Boys bringing up the end of that race. So out in front quite well we have Henley Rowing Club, it looks like, with a good race with the City of Bristol and Marlow. Those are like the three that are contesting this one. So Henley Rowing Club just with a slight lead by the looks of it, rating 32 strokes a minute, into a little bit of a gust coming across there. And City of Bristol seem to be next, and then Marlow. So that looks like it's the 1, 2, 3 so far. Sometimes it looks like it's been distorted, but this will just make the margin of victory look even bigger from where we are at the moment. So coming in to about 500 metres to go, really winding up, and I've just been helpfully informed that we're up to 34 strokes a minute, so they are doing as they should do, winding the race up. But I think we're pretty set to say that Henley should walk away with this race. They've got an absolute ginormous distance, probably a length of clear water, maybe 2 over the scullers from City of Bristol, who in turn are leading Marlow. So what have we got? Yeah, we've got about 2.5 lengths of water there. So a very controlled race by Henley, start to finish by the looks of it. 2.5, 3 lengths. Back to City of Bristol have exactly a length over Marlow, so those look like it's going to be your 1, 2, 3 for this, the final of the Junior Under 16 Quad Sculls 2, the other event. And the umpires kept up with them. We've got a bit of a discrepancy in this race. We've got some very high calibre at the front, and then chaps who are doing their best at the back and trying really hard. But this Henley crew look like they're doing an absolutely fantastic job. Very together, got a nice rhythm, good boat speed, and a very tidy crew indeed, and with matching hats. So going past 250 metres, we have the scullers from St Peter's School, as well as Windsor Boys and Dulwich College back down the field. But crossing the line, we have the scullers from Henley Rowing Club coming across the line in first position. A great row by City of Bristol as well, holding off Marlow, who came strong at the end but just left themselves a little bit too much to do. I think we've probably got some chaps rowing an age group above what they're doing, and if so, that's absolutely fantastic. We've got Dulwich College coming in, who will probably cross the line in fourth, and then a bit of a ding-dong going on between the scullers from St Peter's School and Windsor Boys over on the far side. So Dulwich College just coming to cross the line now, And then it looks like we're going to have the Scullers from St Peter's School just beating out Windsor Boys on the far side, who look like they may be a year early for this event, but hopefully they'll be back next year with a bit of vengeance. So great race there as well. Some good sculling, and we will pass you over to the team to close out the day for the last stint.
So we head back up to the course, up to the top of the course, and there's a race in progress, and this is the final. This is race number 381. This is the A final of the Junior Under 16 Sculls Division 1. So we've just seen the final of Division 2. This is Division 1. So the lineup in lane 1 is City of Bristol. In lane 2 is Peterborough. Lane 3, Tideway Scullers School. Lane 4, Henley. Lane 5, Globe Rowing Club. Lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club. And in lane 7, it's Windsor Boys School. So Henley have just won in the Division 2, and it looks like the crew in the Division 1 have also got the lead. And they've got a handy lead of probably about a length over the crew in lane 5, which is Globe. So as they're coming through the 12:50 mark, it is Henley who lead by about 3/4 of the length over Globe, with Tideway Scullers in third, just ahead of City of Bristol, and then Marlow. So really good race developing here. Looks like Henley, if it stays like this, will get a double in terms of the Division 2 and Division 1. A great result if that happens for the club from Henley. But still a lot to play for in this race, and it's developing into a good tussle. Conditions it's still really good for racing. The wind has picked up a little bit, boppling on the water. It looks to be a little bit of a crosshead. It's not affecting these crews too much, but it is just not quite the perfect conditions we had earlier on in the day. But it's still really good for racing on this Sunday evening. So as they're approaching, coming up for the final 500 metres, it still looks like Henley Rowing Club, who have a lead of probably just about a length, I think, maybe just under a length between Globe and Tideway Scullers School, putting in a good burst there, trying to get back on terms. And it looks like these three crews are going to be the ones that are really battling for the medals. But it is Henley Rowing Club at the moment in lane 4, who have a lead now of about a length. But over in lane 1, City of Bristol are also going to be definitely vying for the medals. Haven't seen them a minute ago, but they're certainly in the shout with a silver or a bronze. But Henley now across 1750 metres, and they've just got half a length now over Globe. Globe put a big push in there, and they've closed the lead of Henley. Henley were leading by almost a length. It's now down to half a length. So this is going to be a really exciting sprint to the line between Henley Rowing Club in lane 4 and Globe Rowing Club in lane 5. But also City of Bristol are challenging for the medal, also with Tideway Scullers, and Marlow aren't out of it for a medal either. But it's Henley Rowing Club who still hold a narrow lead ahead of Globe. The sprint's coming on for the line. They're really laying everything down in these final couple of hundred metres. Just sort of 10, 12 strokes to go maybe. And it's Henley Rowing Club who look as though they're going to hold on to take the finish, but Globe are finishing like a train, and it's only down to maybe a third of a length as Henley come to the line and just cross the line, and it looks as though Henley took it by about 3 or 4 feet over Globe Rowing Club. Superb race there, superb sprint finish from Globe, but they just couldn't quite catch Henley, and it looked like City of Bristol over in lane number 1 that took the bronze medal there. But obviously we wait for the confirmation from the race umpire. But a fantastic race there between Henley and Globe, and if that's confirmed, which I think it will be, that means it's a double for Henley Rowing Club, taking the Division 2 and Division 1 Junior Under 16 Quadruple Skulls. What a fantastic race. All credit to all of these crews. Really, really good racing. It looks like Henley have got the win. They're celebrating. Yep, so we've had it confirmed. It's Henley Rowing Club with the win. They take the gold medal, with Globe Rowing Club in second for the silver, and City of Bristol over in lane 1 taking the bronze medal. Right, after the excitement of that race for the Junior Under-16 Quadruple Sculls, we head back up to the start where the next race is on the stake boats ready to begin. So this is the Junior Under-16 second Cox's Falls, the A final, and the roll call for this is in lane 1 Abingdon School, lane 2 Shiplake College, we're going from lane 2, so Abingdon School in lane 2, Shiplake College in lane 3, Westminster School in lane 4, St Paul's School A Crew in lane 5, Shrewsbury School in lane 6, and St Paul's School B Crew in lane 7. So really strong for St Paul's. They've got both their crews into this final of the second J16 second Cox's Falls. So we're just waiting final tense minutes for them to get under starters orders, and they're off. So crews off the start. A little bit of a splashy start there from Westminster in lane 4, but St Paul's went off at 43. All crews have made a relatively clean start. Looks like Westminster just having a little bit of difficulty with their steering. They're drifting across, they're being warned by the umpire. They've seen it, they've responded, they've moved back onto their station as they're settling into their rhythm. Now the umpire is warning them again to move across. Looks like they're having difficulty with their steering. Also over in lane 6, Shrewsbury also having a little bit of difficulty off the steering. Maybe this wind is a little bit more tricky than it appears. Certainly you can see the tape up at the start, which marks out the roadway. It's fluttering in this breeze, so it's causing them a little bit of difficulty off the start. So St Paul's now dropping into their rhythm at 35.5, and Westminster at a little bit higher at 36. They've settled after a slightly ropey start. They've settled into a rhythm, and it looks relatively even Stevens as they come through the first couple of 100 metres. Shrewsbury still pushing it though. They're still at 38. They haven't fully settled into a rhythm, but they're powering along. So 250 metres gone. It's pretty much even Stevens across, but perhaps just the St Paul's B crew just dropping off the race at the moment. And as we pan across, we can get an idea of what's going on. So Westminster, despite that slightly tricky start, look to be actually taking the lead, along with they've got a lead now of about a canvas, maybe a third of a length, just pushing out now over Abingdon in lane 2, and then it's really tight between Shiplake and the two Shrewsbury and St Paul's. So Westminster look now to be settling into that rhythm and establishing themselves into a lead, but then there really is nothing to call between 4 crews behind them: Abingdon, Shiplake, Shrewsbury, and the St Paul's A crew. It's just St Paul's B at the moment who look to have dropped off the back of the race at the moment, but still an awfully long way to go. So Westminster School at 35, they're beginning to establish control of this race. They can see what's going on behind them and they can respond accordingly. And conditions probably in the middle of the course look a little bit better than perhaps they were at the start. It's a good race developing here in the Junior Under-16 second coxless fours. So Westminster still just striding away. They look to have opened up perhaps a Clearwater lead, and it looks to be probably Abingdon now in second, but it's really not a lot to choose between them and Shrewsbury and St Paul's, or the St Paul's A crew. So I think the battle for the medals is going to go all the way to the wire here. It should shaping up to be a great race, but it's Westminster who look to have this race relatively under control. But having said that, as they go through the 1,000-metre mark, Abingdon definitely putting a big push through that 1,000-metre, and I think they've closed back on Westminster. And the two cerise coloured crews, very famous for their cerise colouring, are battling it out at the head of the field. And in fact, it looks as though Abingdon now have rode through Westminster. Yeah, it's as the stagger unfolds, it looks, no, it's Westminster still in the lead by about 3/4 of a length, maybe a length, but with Abingdon now clearly established in second place, ahead of St Paul's, and then Shiplake and Shrewsbury bow ball to bow ball for fourth place. So battle on for the medals is carrying on, but Westminster still out in front by about a length, maybe a little bit more. Watching what's going on behind them, a really cracking race going on, and the battle for silver and bronze is going to go all the way to the wire. So as they're coming towards the 1,500-metre mark, still a lot to play for in this race. This junior under 16 second coxless fours final A, race number 382. Westminster and Abingdon look to now be pulling away from the rest of the field. Westminster looking relatively controlled. It's still quite aggressive. Abingdon over in lane 2, doing their best to try and reel them in and bring in, see whether they can overhaul them in these final 500 metres to try and snatch that gold. But at the moment it's still Westminster leading from Abingdon, and then behind them the battle for bronze is definitely looking to be between Shiplake College and Shrewsbury School, and also St Paul's School A crew. So a few more metres to go before they hit the red boys, which is the 250 metres to go mark, and it is getting closer. Abingdon are starting to reel in Westminster. It's still, they've got just about got overlap, or is it just Clearwater? Just Clearwater now for Westminster. So the angles are still a little bit deceptive. So Westminster actually now looking very clear in first. Abingdon School now have got a length over St Paul's for second and third, and then it is Shiplake ahead of Shrewsbury. And it's just the St Paul's second crew who are out the back at the moment. So Westminster School looking very comfortable out in front. They've got a lead of over a length. They can check what's going on around them. Abingdon certainly not taking it for granted for their silver medal. They're going to have to push for the line as the ratings wind up, as they sprint for the line. There's about another 30 or 40 metres to go for Westminster. They're going to take the gold unless there's an absolute disaster in the last couple of strokes. But they won't be with this crew looking as good as they do. So Westminster cross the line. They take the gold medal, with Abingdon School coming up taking a good silver medal for them, and then with St Paul's A crew in third, just ahead of Shiplake, and then Royal Shrewsbury School in fifth place. And we're just still to finish about 150 metres further back is the St Paul's School B crew.
So we head back up the course straight away, because the next race is already underway. The junior under 16 coxless fours, first boats here, and let's just go over the roll call in a second, because we've got a lovely shot at the moment of them coming past the camera position, and it looks to me like we've got Eton doing an excellent job, Enniskillen in second place, Hampton in third, St Paul's don't look like they are in lane 6. It looks like Shrewsbury are in lane 6, and they're in 4th, I think. So not quite what we have on our sheets here there, but certainly a good start from Eton. Let's go over who we think's in this race. Westminster in lane 2, Eton in lane 3, Enniskillen in lane 4, Hampton in lane 5. We should have St Paul's in lane 6 and Shrewsbury in lane 7, but looks to me like St Paul's School aren't in the race, because I can only see 5 crews on the course at the moment. So no St Paul's. Shrewsbury have moved across a lane, then I think into lane 6. Eton College, an excellent start and trying to dominate the race, and it's still early days though, and they're in the first half of the race, and it's going to be this crucial middle 500. What are they going to be able to achieve over that deciding period where you can really break through to clear water? If you've got that lead, if you're sitting out in front, are you going to be able to start to control the race, get everyone where you want them, and just control the race in? Very hard to do in an A final. Everyone knows this is their last race of the regatta, nothing to save their legs for later today or even tomorrow. It's all in now, and Eton College maintaining that lead, but looks to me like Enniskillen, who've had a really excellent regatta, currently in second place. Pretty close for bronze though, I think, but we'll wait and see when the angle starts to reveal itself. I think Hampton might have that position at the moment, but let's see as the camera swings round. Eton definitely in the lead, we can say that for certain, but not by a lot actually. Overlap there, Enniskillen are racing hard, and let's just check the rates there. Eton at 36, then it's Enniskillen, and then Hampton are in the bronze medal position. They've nearly got clear water on the crew over in lane 2, that's Westminster. Shrewsbury in 5th at the moment, but by no means out the back of the field. It's pretty close, this field. It's a good race. Get down to the front of the lake if you can. It's going to be a good finish, I think, because Enniskillen are fighting hard against Eton here for the win, and Eton, who did have quite a good lead, I think, at 500, 600 gone, maintain a lead, but it's not quite the lead that they had earlier on in the race. They've got a race on their hands, and it's a really tough one for all these boys out there. At the end of a long weekend, they probably raced yesterday. Most of these boys will have done in some form or other, and Eton still at sort of 35, 36. Let's see what Enniskillen are clocking on the rate. I think they're overrating Eton a little bit, really trying to get themselves up onto terms with the crew who are on home water here. Hampton School looking very good indeed, and they're rating about 36, 37. Nice long rhythm from them. Under pressure from Westminster, who are still in the race for the medals. Let's see what they've all got left, because we're heading towards the red boys. Just over 250 to go. The camera's going to swing round. We'll see what's in store over the final 250 metres. Very exciting race this. Enniskillen putting Eton under a lot of pressure here. With 250 metres to go, it's now down to half a length. This is a really cracking race for gold and silver. Can Enniskillen start to make that big push they've done over the last 500 count for something? Hampton under pressure as well from Westminster, so there's medals at stake for all of these crews. Shrewsbury just coming through into the last 250 now. Let's see what happens at the head of the field. Is it going to be Eton or Enniskillen? It's either one of those two for the gold and silver, I think. Hampton looking comfortable for the bronze at the moment, but I'll stand up to get a better view. And Enniskillen racing very hard indeed now. I think they might do it, you know. It looks pretty close to me as they wind up to the line. Here they come. The angle's deceptive, but as it swings round, I think you'll see that Enniskillen Enniskillen have come through Eton and have rode them down. What a cracking performance through the last half of the race there. Enniskillen do take the gold. Eton, silver. Hampton take a well-deserved bronze, and it's the crew in lane 2, Westminster, who come over 4th. Shrewsbury finish the race in 5th. And that really was a very exciting finish and some really good racing from all of the crews there. That was really great to see, and you can see the crews celebrating. Enniskillen are delighted with that. You can see how pleased they are with that win. Really awesome performance from them. Brilliant stuff. And a few fans on the bank there, having watched the race, but we're going to head up the course again because the Championship Girls Double Sculls A final is on the course. This is the final event of the regatta for these girls, and it looks to me, as we get a nice shot here, let's just see what's going on. The American School of London, I think that is, who've had an excellent start. Or is that lane 5? No, lane 5, Isle of Ely Rowing Club. Looking very good indeed, and got out to some clear water there over the rest of the field. So Isle of Ely, a really good start they must have had there, because there's about 500, 600 metres gone, and they're out to a lead already of clear water. Really good performance. Let's go over a call over of who's in the final here. Reading Rowing Club A in lane 1, Headington School in lane 2, Thames Rowing Club in lane 3, American School of London are in lane 4, Isle of Ely in lane 5, and they're out in the lead at the moment. Lane 6 is Molesey Boat Club, and Marlow are in lane 7. And you can see the list on your screens now. And a moment to say thank you again to Charles Stanley Wealth Managers for their sponsorship of these screens and providing us with all this equipment, which has meant that we've been able to share these pictures with you, whether you're here at Dorney or whether you're watching at home. Fantastic facility we've had here at Nat Schools for the first time. Isle of Ely, I think, maintaining that lead. In fact, they could even be extending that lead. Let's just clock the rate for a second and see what they're doing. 32 strokes a minute. I clock the math, and that's a solid rhythm they've settled into there as they head up towards the halfway line of this race. Still early stages and plenty at stake, because it's not just the first place that gets the medal, of course. We've got 3 colours to award at the end of this race. Who's going to be going home with the gold, silver and bronzes. Isle of Ely still looking good. In lane 4, American School of London, sculling very nicely. Over on the far side, Reading Rowing Club as well in lane 1. I think Headington School slightly further down the field out of the 4 crews we can see, but if we pan back we'll be able to see all of the crews come across the line at the 1,000 metres, or just past the 1,000 metres I should say really. Let's have a look. Yep, Isle of Ely past the 1250, half a length clear water above the American School of London. Molesey in 3rd place at the moment. Marlow not out of it, and they'll be challenging for the medal, and they're under pressure as well from Reading Rowing Club in lane 1. Headington School currently in 7th place, but with 750 metres to go, it's still anyone's race, and who's got a big finish in them, who can wind it up over those last 500 metres or so. You've got to do all the work through the middle of the race. You've got to put that strong rhythm together as they're doing at the moment, but it can all fall apart unless you've got that finish, because as we've seen in previous races today, a strong finish can mean you can overhaul the crew in front and get that extra place. The crew's just starting to lift the rate a little bit. I think the American School of London just overrating Isle of Ely now, clocking them at 35 strokes a minute. Isle of Ely at 33. So American School of London putting on a bit of a push here, trying to get on terms with Isle of Ely. They were A canvas Clearwater down, but putting in a really strong third 500 there. Crucial 500 metres for them. Have they been able to get on terms? As the camera swings round, we'll be able to see, and I think they've had a very strong third 500. They've gone through and sculled through Isle of Ely, who had a very good start. They were out Clearwater ahead of the rest of the field, still doing well, still in second place, but American School out in the lead now. A really good performance from them as they come past us. It's nearly a length. Isle of Ely are going to have to race this hard if they want to get back on terms for the gold. With 250 metres to go, they're into the red boys now. Third place for Molesey at the moment, but they're going to have to keep pushing hard if they don't want to fall back into the clutches of the racing crews behind them. Marlow in fourth still. We've got Reading and Headington. And let's see what happens over the last 200 metres. Really strong performance by American School here. Sculling very well indeed to have sculled through Isle of Ely in that third 500, and now just trying to control it in. I think they're starting to extend that lead. I think Isle of Ely are holding on for the silver at the moment. Molesey are doing a really good job at finishing this piece, trying to get on terms for the medal. American School sculling away from the field now. They're going to have a couple of lengths of clear water. They've taken the line and they've won the gold. And Isle of Ely do hold on for that silver. It's very close indeed for the bronze. Very close between Molesey and Thames. But I think that's going to be Molesey who take that one. Marlow and Headington come up to the line. Headington in 6th place, Marlow in 7th.
So great race there in the Championship Girl double sculls. American School of London taking the win. We head back up the course as the next race is already underway. This is the Championship double sculls for the boys. So in this roll call we have in lane 1 American School of London A crew. In lane 2 we have Tideway Scullers School A crew. Lane 3 Maidenhead B. Lane 4 Maidenhead A. Lane 5 Windsor Boys School A crew. Lane 6 Globe, and lane 7 Leander A crew. So after that exciting girls race we now head for the boys, and it looks as though it is Windsor Boys, the Windsor Boys A crew, with Thomas Smith and Bryn Ellery have a lead going through the 1250 mark of about 3 feet of clear water. Probably not too much of a surprise. It's an extremely talented crew of this. So Tom Smith recently raced at the European Junior Championships where in his single, where he finished 3rd in the B final, and also they raced at the Munich Junior Regatta. So really talented double this from Windsor Boys, and I'm sure there'll be names to look out for over the coming years, probably in GB vests, the names of Tom Smith and also Bryn Ellery. So definitely talented and on the GB scheme, so we'll wait to see how they develop. But it's a really good race developing here. So behind them, so Windsor Boys at the moment in the lead, but behind them it's a really tight between the Tideway Scullers School, Marcus Jonas and Lawrence Joss. They're also got some international experience behind them. Lawrence Joss rode at the Munich Junior Regatta. Marcus Jonas has been involved in some of the GB trials as well. So we're seeing the future of British sculling on the course at the moment, and it's very, very exciting. So Windsor Boys School have the lead, probably just over Tideway Scullers School, but Tideway Scullers certainly aren't letting them go. Windsor Boys aren't having it all their own way, but they look to have a lead of about a length. Then with Maidenhead, the Maidenhead crew in lane number 4, which is Harrison Rowe and Victor Kleshnev. Again, another really talented double there from Maidenhead. Both of those boys have raced at the GB trials and they're doing really well. So at the moment, Tideway Scullers are in 3rd, behind Windsor Boys School and Maidenhead. And it's really anyone's call here for the medals behind Windsor Boys. But as we saw in the last race with American School really pulling through, it's not over until they hit the buzzer. So as they're coming through for the final couple 100 metres now, it's Windsor Boys School by about a length over Maidenhead, with Tideway Scullers and the Maidenhead B crew going neck and neck for the bronze medal. So this is Maidenhead putting in a massive sprint here to overhaul Tideway Scullers for the bronze. But Windsor Boys School cross the line with the gold medal. Behind them, it's Maidenhead, and just on the line, I think Maidenhead B crew got the bronze. They're certainly celebrating that they've got the bronze, just ahead of Tideway Scullers School. So a fantastic race there, with Windsor Boys. We'll obviously wait for the official confirmation, but it looks like Windsor Boys School took the gold medal, with Maidenhead A crew in silver and the Maidenhead B crew, which is Eduardo Marshall and Elliot Kemp, taking 3rd. And they're really, really pleased about that. Great race. They really, really laid down the sprint in those final couple 100 metres. Overhauled Tideway Scullers. Tideway Scullers just weren't able to respond to that massive push, and they just squeezed out by a few feet to take that bronze medal. Another fantastic race here in the evening sunshine at Dorney Lake. And as is traditional now for seemingly with a lot of rowers, when they finish, is the feet go in the water to cool off, try and relax those legs, try and work out some of that lactic acid. But they're really smiling, really pleased there. No wonder they've got a gold medal in the boys' championship doubles. The pairing there of Tom Smith and Bryn Ellery. But straight away, action is coming thick and fast, and we head straight back up for another race. This is race number 386. This is the Championship Girls Coxless Pairs. So we have a 6-boat final here, using lanes 1 to 7. So in lane 1 we have Godolphin Latimer A crew. In lane 2 we have Glasgow Academy. Lane 3 Tyne Rowing Club. Lane 4 Headington School A crew. In lane 5 Emmanuel School. Lane 6 Enniskillen, and in lane 7 Godolphin Latimer C crew. So 2 Godolphin crews in this race, along with the Scots from Glasgow and the Irish from Enniskillen. So a really, really good lineup here we've got. So coming through the 1,000 metre mark already, and it looks to me like it is Godolphin who have opened up a lead. It's difficult to tell from the angle as always, but they look to have had the better of the first 1,000 metres, with Headington in the middle lane 4, along with, looks like, Emmanuel School, also neck and neck there with Headington. So over in lane 1 it's Godolphin who have a lead of about a length, with Headington and I think that's Tyne actually for 2nd and 3rd, and then those are a little bit clear of the rest of the field. So these boats really difficult to race and row a coxless pair. You've got to have total synergy with your partner, as it was described earlier on. You don't necessarily row the coxless pair, it's more sculling it because you have to have two people moving as one blade either side. So great display of girls rowing here in the Championship Girls coxless pair. But it's still over in lane 1, Godolphin. That's Claire Peterson and Emily Lindberg, who have had the better of the first sort of 12:50 and are still in the lead. But behind them, it's shaping up to be a really good race. Haddington with Lucy Pullinger and Frances Curtis. Frances Curtis is steering from the stroke seat, and they look to be in second with a little bit of difficulty going on with some steering there in the middle of the course. The umpire is just warning them. But meanwhile, over in lane 1, fairly serenely, Godolphin are just going about their business of potentially winning a gold medal. So in lane 2, beside them is Glasgow Academy. There's Jennifer Olney and Holly Wicklow. They're certainly in with a shout for a medal. Don't think they're going to be able to overhaul Godolphin unless something disastrous happens, but we have seen that in some of these pairs races where they've had some difficulties towards the end. But Godolphin and Latimer go through with a length lead now through to the final 250, and it's Glasgow Academy and Enniskillen actually chasing them down. So into the red boys now, winding up for the final 250 metres. It's Godolphin all the way over in lane 1 with Glasgow Academy, and then in the middle it's Headington and I think that's Emmanuel, are really chasing for the medals. But Godolphin and Latimer, Claire Peterson and Emily Lindberg are going to take this. They've got about 7 or 8 strokes left to go to take this gold medal in the Championship Girls coxless pair. But they're being hunted down in lane 5 there by Emmanuel School, really charging for the line. But it was Godolphin School who just held on. Actually, they had over a length lead coming through to the final 500, but Emmanuel School really chased them down and closed down to about half a length. They take the silver medal with Haddington School in the bronze. There we can see Godolphin absolutely thrilled with that win. I don't think they can believe it themselves, to be honest, that they've just won a gold medal at the national schools. Just can't believe it. Wonderful. Anyway, heading straight back up. The other race is well underway. We've just seen the girls' version, now it's the boys' version. This is the Championship Coxless Pairs. So in lane 1 we have St Paul's School A crew, that's Rufus Guy and Alexander Waller. In lane 2, Llandaff Rowing Club, Robert Davies and John Davies. In lane 3, another Enniskillen boat, Enniskillen having an absolute cracking regatta, lots of finals. That's Aaron Johnson and Ross Corrigan. In lane 4, King's Canterbury, it's Wills Edgar and Freddie Allenson. In lane 5, Shrewsbury, Barnaby Fox and Matthew Rowe. In lane 6, Westminster, Pedro Santos and Will Dubbin. And in lane 7, Marlow, Aidan Smith and Will Treasure. So as they're coming towards, with about 500 metres left to go, it looks to be Shrewsbury and Enniskillen who are challenging for the gold. And it's Shrewsbury probably got their bows in front by about 3/4 of a length, maybe just trying to push it out to about a length. It's about 3/4 of a length now with 250 metres to go ahead of Enniskillen. These two boats are probably 3 or 4 lengths ahead of the rest of the field, with King's Canterbury currently lying in 3rd. But up at the front, it's really tight now between Shrewsbury and Enniskillen. This is heading into a great final finish, and I think actually it's difficult to call, but I think in lane number 5, Shrewsbury are just going to hold on. They're pushing away from Enniskillen. Enniskillen tried to pull them back but couldn't quite get back on terms. So it's Shrewsbury now who are opening up about a length lead as they're coming towards the finish line. Couple more strokes to go. They've got clear water over Enniskillen. And Royal Shrewsbury School take the win. They're delighted with Enniskillen now coming in silver, and a really tight finish for bronze here. And it is lane 4, King's Canterbury, just finishing ahead of St Paul's to take the bronze medal. A great race there. Now just crossing the line is Marlow and then Westminster School. A great race there from Shrewsbury School to take the win, with Enniskillen in the silver medal.
Next race is now on the course. We're into the last few races of the day now, and some of the races should be very exciting indeed. The Championship Coxed Fours on the course, and you can see them coming up towards the 500-600 metres now. Bedford School in 1, Dulwich in 2, Shiplake College in 3, Winchester in 4, St Paul's School in 5. 6 is Eton College and Radley in lane 7. Should have Eton College B in lane 8 as well. And as the camera pans round, Shiplake have had a very good start and just got the lead, but it's pretty close between them and St Paul's. Winchester in the middle of the course in the bronze medal position, and then we're back to Eton and then Dulwich, Radley, Bedford School and Eton College B, and that's your order after 500 or 600 metres. But there's still a lot of this race left to go, and I would have to say that anything can change at this stage. Shiplake coming under pressure from St Paul's School. That was quite tight there between those two. I think there'll be a real battle for the gold down the course as they head into that second 500 down towards the 1,000-metre mark. St Paul's rowing nice and long. Coxed Fours, slightly heavier boat than the coxless Fours. They need to make sure they're really long rhythm. And the rate about 34 for St Paul's. And Shiplake, similar, 34. Not a lot between those two crews. I think that Winchester College in the middle of the course, still in the bronze medal position. Lots of GB junior trialists in this event. Across the whole spread of the crews here, we've got some potential GB athletes of the future, or certainly potentially this summer at the Junior Worlds and Coupe de la Jeunesse, and they'll be trying to get into those crews as the summer progresses. But at the moment it's still about the school races, national schools, and then the build up to Henley and Championship Coxed Fours. The final continues to intrigue because St Paul's and Shiplake are pretty much neck and neck. I think St Paul's have a slight lead, but there's not a lot in it. I would say half a length as the camera panned round there. And then there is a length clear water back to Winchester, who are sort of in a race of their own there. They've fallen back from the rest of the field a little bit, but well ahead of Eton College, who are in fourth, and maybe not quite three, 2.5 lengths clear water between Winchester and Eton in fourth. So the medals do look to be going to those three crews at the moment. There's some work to be done by the remainder of the field if they want to get into the medal positions and head across to the medal podium and collect something at the end of today's piece of work. It's going to be intriguing to see what happens over the final few hundred metres, because St Paul's and Shiplake were in a real fight there for the gold. Shiplake had the better start, and they were certainly ahead when we first had a look at them at about 600 metres in. St Paul's had a slightly better middle 1,000, got out to that half a length lead over Shiplake. So it'll be all about the mental toughness as well as the physical tiring of the body. A lot of racing by these boys over not just today but the 2 days of competition here in the eights. Yesterday many of these boys will have been competing. St Paul's of course going home with the gold in the championship eights, and can they add the championship coxed fours to their collection? Shiplake in the bronze medal position yesterday in the championship eights, and currently in the silver medal position in this event, because St Paul's are starting to walk away from them as we head into the last 250 metres. They've now broken free. It's Clearwater, and then a length Clearwater back to Winchester, who are still a good 3 or 4 now lengths clear of Eton and Radley and Bedford. Radley just got ahead of Eton. Radley now in fourth, half a length up on Eton, then it's Bedford, and then we're back to the rest of the field. Let's have a look as these two crews come up towards the line and see what happens. I think St Paul's are going to maintain this lead. They look very comfortable indeed, a very powerful performance as they head up towards the line. Really strong rhythm, and just raising it up as they take the finish line, and the hands will go up. They're very happy indeed with that. Shiplake in silver and Winchester in the bronze medal position. Shiplake athletes got their hands in the air there. I think they're pleased with the medal. Radley come through for fourth, then Eton, and then Bedford, and then Eton B, and the final crew will be Bedford in the far lane. Dulwich it was who came through to finish sixth, and Bedford take the gong in 8th position. And some really pleased athletes there going home with a medal from the final race of the regatta. And we're away in the next race, the final of the girls' second quadruple sculls, race 389 on your programmes. 4 crews here fighting it out for the medals, and Headington in lane 3, so William Perkins in lane 4, Henley in lane 5, and King's School Worcester in 6. Henley look to have the lead at the moment, with Headington in the silver medal position, so William Perkins in 3rd, and King's School Worcester currently in 4th, but still early days. Only 600 metres gone. They're heading up towards the 750 marker at the moment, and I think that's going to be a close battle particularly between Headington and Sir William Perkins there. That's not a race that is going to be easy, and looks like the King's Worcester crew in some difficulties there. Henley maintaining a very strong lead. And we'll see what they're rating at this point. 32 strokes a minute, very difficult in an A final when you've got that lead. You're not trying to save yourself for any future race, so you can go for it, but of course there's a natural hesitance sometimes when you've got a comfortable lead. You don't want to make a mistake. The rate can sort of just come down to something that's comfortable, that's going to get the job done. It's a nice position to be in, but it can sometimes be a little tricky to manage. A lot of thoughts going through your head. Feel, well, have we got this yet? What more can we do? We need to make sure we keep it together for the second half of the race. And King's School Worcester, I think, have now stopped, and I'm not sure they'll complete the race. Henley, on the other hand, doing an excellent job indeed. Henley, very good indeed. Sculling comfortably with clear water over Headington, who seem to have the edge over Sir William Perkins. But as they come towards the tented area, we're into the second half. We've got about 750 metres to go. There's the 1250 marker. Let's see what the gap is. Henley have, I would call that 2 lengths clear water over Headington. But there's still overlap. Perkins looking good. The bow girl just looking around, just checking where Headington were there. Just keeping her crew informed as to what's going on. And it looks like they're really taking the battle to Headington, wanting to stay with them, get past them if they can. It's all about the colour of medal now. Will they take the rate up? Will they try and out-rate Headington? You've got to have the power to back up that rate change if the rate's going to come up. And it looks like they're putting in a really strong push there. Up to 36 now, Sir William Perkins. Doing a really nice job at sculling that out. Headington slightly underrating Sir William Perkins there. Not by much, but a little bit. But I still think they have the edge over Sir William Perkins. Henley have the edge over the rest of the field. And 31.5 now, so it's come down half a pip again. And looking extremely comfortable, sculling that one in. And what a great feeling to have on the last day of national schools, to be racing a final, to be comfortably leading it, and to just be able to control the race. Wonderful display of sculling in this girl's second quadruple sculls. Nice and clean, really clean catches, making sure they're getting connected properly, trying to suspend themselves off the handles, getting onto the feet, making sure they're being really efficient with the leg drive. Headington also sculling well, and still only just ahead of Sir William Perkins. They have extended the lead slightly over the last 500 metres, but not by a lot, and it's only just clear water between those two. And Henley into the red boys now. They know they're going to win if they can keep this up, if they can just maintain what they're doing. And that must be a wonderful feeling for them as they come up towards the line. Headington still pushing hard to stay ahead of Sir William Perkins. Sir William Perkins making this a real fight for the silver all the way through the course. And that's been a really good little tussle. Headington have just been able to maintain that length lead. But here come Henley up to the line. There goes the buzzer. And Henley do take the win. And they still keep going over the line. They've gone right through the large orange boys. And they can celebrate a win. And Headington come through to get the second place there, and will be delighted with that, I'm sure. And Sir William Perkins take the bronze medal.
So wonderful performance there from Henley, taking that win in the girls' second quadruple sculls. They controlled the race. So we're just waiting a minute or two for the course to be cleared, as the King's Worcester crew had some illness, I believe, in the crew, so they're just sorting that out and getting the rest of the crew paddling the boat out of the way. But in the meantime, back up to the start, and it's race 390, and this is the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls B final. So in lane 1, so move across. Actually, Shrewsbury School have scratched, I believe. So we have Sir William Perkins in lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 4, Shiplake College in lane 5, Sir William Borley School in lane 6, and Warrington in lane 7. So as they're coming through the first 250 metres, crews settling into their rhythm. So 250 metres gone, it's pretty neck and neck. No obvious leader at the moment between these crews, so it's a long way to go yet in this race, but they're setting themselves up, getting the rhythm right, getting the power down, establishing their rhythm for this race. So as they come through the 500 metre mark, it's Shiplake who have established a lead of probably 3/4 of a length, maybe a little bit more, over Nottingham in lane 4. So a reminder, this is the B final, so they're racing for the 7th place, or 8th, actually 9th, yeah, so they're racing for it's going to be at the 9th place, as we've got an 8 crew final coming up shortly. So it is Shiplake College looking to take control of the race. Having said that, it's actually Sir William Borley's who are ahead with Nottingham, so getting a little bit confused with the lane numbers here, but in lane number 4, Nottingham Rowing Club, which is Priya Jenkins, Charlotte Brown, Lucy Holgate and Isabella Barlow. They're having a good battle with Sir William Borley's in lane number 6, which is Ella Holgate, Daisy Bethel, Isabella O'Hara and Yasmin Ryman King. So as they're past the 750 metre mark, it's Nottingham Rowing Club and Sir William Borley's who look to be taking control of this race. So actually just got a 4-boat second final here with Shrewsbury School, who had been planned to go into this event, actually been promoted to the A final. Globe have scratched, or didn't collect their number, and Warrington have scratched. So we've just got Sir William Perkins, Nottingham, Shiplake and Sir William Borley's in this event. But it's still a lot to play for. This B final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls at the National Schools Regatta. They'll they'll be looking for classification from 9 to 12. And it's shaping up to be a good race here between all four crews. It's not really, no one's really been dropped off the pace yet. And it's Nottingham and Sir William Perkins, I think it is, who are really pushing for to take the win here. Shiplake looked at a little bit of difficulty with their steering there. They're just needing to adjust. No warning or anything from the umpire. They're not going to impede anybody. But up at the front, it is lanes lane 3 and lane 4. So Sir William Perkins and Nottingham Rowing Club, who really are going bow ball to bow ball in this race. So it's a great battle they're having. They're just through the 1500 metre mark, and I think it is possibly just Nottingham with their bow ball in front, but there's really not a lot to choose. These two crews have now pulled ahead of Shiplake and Sir William Borlase, so it's a two-part race, but it's up at the front of the field. It's developing into a really good battle between Nottingham in lane number 4 and Sir William Perkins in lane number 3. And Nottingham is the angle on lines. Nottingham have a lead now of about half to 3/4 of a length as they come into the final 250 metres in this evening sunshine, and on this final day of the National Schools Regatta at Eden Dorney. Can Sir William Perkins push back and pull back against Nottingham, but Nottingham look to consolidate their lead, but it really is getting quite tight now as they come to the final couple of 100 metres. So William Perkins really trying to overhaul Nottingham, but I think Nottingham still got their noses in front, probably only about half a length now as they're sculling towards the finish line. They've got about another 8 or 9 strokes to do, and it looks like Nottingham with about half a length now over Sir William Perkins. Great race here between these two quads, and it is Nottingham who cross the line now. They've got about 3/4 of a length lead over Sir William Perkins, and then Shiplake College coming up into 3rd with Sir William Borlase in 4th. So that's your results for the B final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. So straight back up to the start, because after the B final we then come the A final, and there are 8 boats in this event, so wish me luck calling this one. So in lane 1 we've got Bedford Modern School, in lane 2 Henley Rowing Club, in lane 3 Beckett School, lane 4 Headington, lane 5 Latimer Upper A Crew, lane 6 Gloucester Hartpury, lane 7 St Paul's Girls School, and in lane 8 Shrewsbury. So a mass armada that's going to be coming down using all 8 lanes here at Eden Dorney, and this the final of the Championship Girls Quadruple Sculls. Some fantastic sculling in prospect here. So Henley, really strong crew. They've got Lottie Orr on board, who raced recently at the Munich Junior Regatta. Headington, they've got a couple of the girls who won the championship double last year. They've had wins at the junior sculling head, and they're a really talented crew. In the boat is Mateo Vertrich, who is raced for Switzerland at the European Junior Championships fairly recently. So again, top quality athletes throughout this field, and internationals, not just for GB but also for other countries that we may well see appearing both at a junior level and possibly beyond that in the years to come. So as the field begins to spread out, it looks to be a great race developing here with Headington probably just got their noses in front, but there's not a lot to call, and it is also then over in lane 2 Henley who are giving them the closest race. Headington and Henley have been going toe-to-toe all season really, both in the sweep boats and also the sculling boats. But Headington looking absolutely superb. They're actually now opened up probably a length of clear water, sculling absolutely beautifully as they come through the 12:50 mark. They've got this race well and truly under control, probably now 2 lengths of clear water as they go through 12:50, with Henley, who also then have about a length of clear water over Latimer there in lane 5, and then the rest of the field some way behind. So Headington School really stamping their authority on this race with some beautiful sculling from this crew. Well coached, fantastic system that they've got at Headington School, just producing champions after champions, year after year. Really the top girls' school with Ferrone. But Henley in silver medal position at the moment. They've also got a fantastic junior squad. Their championship 8 yesterday really pushed Headington hard, just failing to catch them in the line. So that was a fantastic race. And we've seen Headington crews and Henley crews in numerous finals, taking numerous medals all weekend. So fantastic performance here from the junior women's sculling program and the junior women's programs at the schools and clubs. But it is Headington giving a textbook display of sculling. Boats moving beautifully, blades beautifully together, bodies beautifully together. Great water for them to race on. And a little bit of a wind that we had has died away. The water's flat and calm. It's not too cold, it's not too warm. Really, you couldn't ask for more perfect conditions to race, even at this fairly late hour in the evening. Light possibly not as good as we would like, but it's still great water for racing. And now Headington absolutely dominating this race. They've probably got 3-4 lengths of clear water as they come into the final 250 metres. Henley themselves also have probably about 3 lengths of clear water, and it's developing into really a parade for the medals here. Headington can afford to watch what's going on behind them, and we've got a final race of the day for these girls. They're going to take the gold medal. They're going to enjoy the cheer of the crowd. Still quite a good crowd here on this Sunday evening as they're paddling up towards the line. They've got about another 7 or 8 strokes to go before they hear the buzzer for their gold medal. And here we are, Headington School just coming up to the line now. They're going to take the gold medal in the championship girls quadruple sculls. Across the line now. Great race, the arms go aloft. That's another gold medal for Headington School. Henley just crossing the line now in second. Great race for them, the silver medal. And coming up to take the bronze, we have in lane number 5, it is Latimer Upper A Crew. Great race behind them though, with Gloucester Hartbury taking 6th, and then Beckett School, St Paul's Girls School, Bedford Modern School, and then Shrewsbury in 8th. So a great 8-boat final there, great sculling, and it's a win for Headington School with Henley Rowing Club in second.
The Headington quad quite rightly delighted with that win. 2 more races to go, and it's the coxless fours. The girls race will be first, and it's on the course right now, so we'll head up there straight away and have a look at what's going on in that race. That'll be followed by the championship coxless fours for the boys at 7:30 according to the times. We'll see where we are when that comes round. Here we go with the championship girls coxless fours. In lane 2, Lady Eleanor Hollis A Crew. In lane 3, Marlow. Lane 4, Beckett School. And lane 5, Henley. Lane 6, Headington. And lane 7, it's LEH again and their C Crew. And looking across the course at the moment, I think that the LEHC crew are having a very good race, as are the crew from Henley. LEHA crew in lane 2 look like they're doing okay as well. It'll all become clearer as we pan around and see what the 12:50 marker tells us as the angle reveals itself. But I think there's some strong performances from all of the athletes going on at the moment. Henley Rowing Club, I think, have the edge. Very close racing going on here, particularly for the silver and bronze, I think. But Henley looking very good indeed and controlling this race now. Still got overlap, I think, just about, with the crews behind them. Beckett School having a really good race here. Yeah, Beckett School it is indeed, who are racing hard, as are the LEH crew in lane 7. So that's LEHC crew just in second, just ahead of Beckett. They're a length up from the other LEH crew in lane 2. We're a length or so, not quite, up on Marlow, and then we're a little bit further back to Headington in lane 6, currently in 6th place. About 600 metres or so to go now for these crews. Last race of the day for them. Lots at stake. They want to go home with one of those medals, and only 3 of them can. Henley at the moment in that position and just able to start to sit back a little bit, open the lungs and try to take this race home. Really good performance from them. It's going to be very close for the medals behind them. That was particularly close between Beckett School and LEHC crew for the silver and bronze positions, and we'll see what's happened over the last 500 metres when we get the next camera angle. Neither of those crews troubling Henley at the moment, who maintain a good lead at this stage over the rest of the field. As it starts to string out a little bit, the limbs will be starting to hurt a little bit, the legs will be starting to tire after a couple of days racing, and Henley getting some really nice cover, a really strong rhythm, and starting to think about winding it up towards the line as they enter the last 300 metres. As the angle reveals itself, we'll see that they maintain the lead, but they've been chased hard from the 2 crews behind them. There's still clear water, but only just, and I think that LEH just have the lead over Beckett School there, and are just starting to wind it up for the line. We'll see which of these crews has got the stronger finish on them and who's going to be getting which medals. Henley coming under increasing pressure from those crews behind them, and it's LEH who look like they're having a very strong finish in lane 7. Let's see what they can do as the rates start to head up into the last 150 metres we go. LEH at 37. Henley still looking strong at the same rate there. I think LEH are pushing hard now. I think it looks like it's between those 2 crews for the gold and silver. I think Beckett look like they may have the bronze, or are they pushing? Still pushing. It could be Beckett for the silver, and it will be Henley, and then it will be very, very close between the other 2 crews for the silver and bronze there. I could not call that. Photo finish, I think. 4th place for the other LEH crew in lane number 2. Marlow come across in 5th place, and it'll be Headington in 6th place, but we will not be able to tell you who got the bronze and the silver until we have that confirmed. We'll have to wait for that photo finish, and we'll go back up the course because it's the final race of the day on the course, the championship coxless fours. We've had the girls race, and now it's the boys' turn, and they'll be heading up towards the halfway position. And we've got Westminster in lane 1, Abingdon School in lane 2, Latimer Upper in lane 3, Radley in lane 4, Eton College A in lane 5, Molesey in lane 6, St Paul's School in lane 7, Hampton School A in lane 8, and there is a peloton of bikes on the course as well, and lots of support for this final race of the day. And final thanks to Charles Stanley Wealth Managers for their support of the regatta and the support of these screens. Let's have a look and see what's happening as they come up towards the 12:50. It's Eton College who have a strong lead at this point, I think, but in lane 1, Westminster School pushing hard. Radley College had an excellent semi-final, put themselves in the middle of the course, also racing hard for the medals at this point. Let's not rule out Latimer as well. They look like they're having a good race. Just a quick result from the previous race. It was LEH who got the silver medal, and it was Beckett who got the bronze. As the men's version of this event comes past, it's Eton College who have half a length clear water over Westminster, and then it's Radley. They're only half a length ahead of Latimer Upper. They're being pushed hard by Abingdon School as well, and then we've got Hampton, and then it's a battle between St Paul's and Molesey for 7th and 8th. Still lots to play for in the last 600 metres. They've gone through the 750 to go barrier. Eton College looking like they're going to take the gold if they can keep up this form, if they can keep pushing hard over the final few hundred metres of this race. Last race of the day for the Royal Engineers Cup. Are Eton College going to be able to take it this year? It was Westminster's last year. Who will take it home this year? A fantastic race unfurling itself into the last 500 we go, heading towards the red boys, and it's the crew in the middle of the course. Eton College looking very strong indeed as we pan back on the camera angle to see all the crews come across this last marker position before the red boys. Pushed hard on the far side, Westminster School pushing really hard. Alex Henshelwood training these Eton College boys for a number of years now, and will this be his final race in charge of Eton College at Nat Schools? Here they come up towards the line. 500 metres has gone, we're into the last 250, 300 metres. There's the 250 marker. Eton College go through, half a length up on Westminster School, being pushed hard by Radley, who are half a length down on Westminster. They'll be challenging hard for the silver. Then we've got Latimer Upper. Hampton School come through in 5th. Then it's across to Abingdon. The St Paul's School look like they've got 7th place ahead of Molesey Boat Club. But it's Eton College who are maintaining that lead. They're really opening up. The afterburners are on into the last couple of hundred metres. A really fantastic, strong rhythm, a great performance, and a really awesome way to finish off the regatta for those boys as they come up towards the line. It's Westminster pushing hard on the far side, but Eton College maintain the leads. They've got overlap with Westminster, but they've taken it. Westminster take the silver. Radley just about hold on for the bronze. Latimer Upper, a sterling performance, but only managed 4th there. Hampton take 5th. 6th place will go to Abingdon School. St Paul's School take 7th, and Molesey Boat Club in 8th place. A really cracking race in the final event of the day for the Royal Engineers Cup, and that is a win for Eton College. Well, what a great way to finish the regatta, and the Eton College boys look exhausted after their endeavours over the last 2 days, and all the athletes here have put in a fantastic performance, whether it's been in the singles, doubles, pairs, quads, fours, eights, octuples we had on the Friday. Lots of crews, lots of athletes giving their all to try and go home with a medal, and some fantastic performances right through the field, right through the 3 days of racing. Some real highlights for us to look back on, I'm sure, in years to come, and a great way to finish there with a win for Eton. It was Westminster who took silver, and the 3rd place went to Radley College. And that about sums up our racing here from Dorney Lake for the National Schools Regatta 2017. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again next year.